It's a lot worse than we thought. Spanish officials now estimate that nearly 50,000 migrants crossed into the city of Ceuta from Morocco in the last 24 hours alone. That's a nearly 60% increase of the city's 83,000 population in less than a day. At least 18 people have died with bodies found in the water. The Spanish military has been deployed. Authorities on the ground say that the border is now totally collapsed. So why the hell is this all happening now? Well, firstly, if you look at the map, the Spanish city in question is actually on the African continent. So these migrants haven't swam all the way across the Strait of Gibraltar. But interestingly, entering by swimming is kind of important because earlier this month, Spain's Supreme Court ruled that immediate deportations can only be applied to migrants who cross by land, like climbing over a physical border fence. Meaning migrants intercepted while swimming cannot be removed without due process, legal representation, and the ability to claim asylum. Now, is that what has caused this latest surge? Well, it's disputed. Officials believe it could be one influencing factor, but not the sole reason, because also many yesterday crossed by land as well. But what happens now to these 49,000 people? Well, Spain say that they intend to deport as many people as quickly as possible despite the Supreme Court's ruling, but other countries seem to believe that the damage may have already been done. France announced an increase in security at their border with Spain, while Italy is threatening to suspend Spain from EU's internal open border policy. But as we know more, I'll keep you guys updated.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Seth with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Q&A with President Trump, and then, of course, we're going to do a complete media analysis. Of course, we got to get into the Iran war and see how that's wrapping up. Sadly, it's not, or doesn't look like it's going to wrap up anytime soon. And then we're also going to get into some domestic policies, and then, of course, also talk about how Japan's economy is damn near on the verge of failing, and we pretty much got to bail it out. Yeah, with our taxpayer dollars. I know, right? Tough. But we're going to get into that. Let's go ahead and get into it with Trump first.
Mr. President, are the talks with Iran now off and our airstrikes
No,
back
they're
on?
on. They're going on right now. It's an amazing thing. We have a little problem with Iran because we have many talks and we'll say we have or we don't have. You know, we're straight about it. But they deny, but they're not denying it now. They just put out a statement not denying it. But for some reason, they, when they're talking, they don't like saying that they're talking. So I say, wait, we're in talks. Big deal. We're in talks. And they'll sometimes deny it, even though they spend hours and hours together talking. No, the talks are going along. We're going to hit them very hard yesterday, very, very hard, harder than any attack. I think I can say, General, from a point of knowledge, any attack since World War II. That's pretty big. And we were set to go, and they called. And in addition, Saudi Arabia called, and UAE called, Qatar called. I called some numerous people.
Now, the reason why these Gulf countries called Trump is because Iran was literally threatening their infrastructure. It was threatening their oil facility, well, pretty much their oil infrastructure, energy infrastructure, water desalination centers. All that stuff was on the table. They said, look, if Trump strikes us in our bridge and power plants, we're just going to make your countries unlivable. And they was pretty much ringing Trump like, look, if you can assure our protection, then you shouldn't commit to this strike, because Israel, I mean, not Israel, but Iran pretty much said that they're going to pretty much end our entire civilization if you don't end theirs successfully. And by ending their civilization is pretty much by taking out the water desalination centers and their power plants, thus making the country unlivable.
I don't want to use the word begging, but some were, in particular, Iran did not want to be hit. And they said, we want to talk. We want to talk about the strait, but more importantly, from my standpoint, we want to talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because it's what it's all about. This is why I'm doing this. And it should have been done. It's now 50 years. We keep saying 47 years, but 3 years have gone by. But it's for 50 years that other presidents should have been doing or other countries. Didn't have to be us, but other countries. And nobody did it. And it was time. And we hit them hard with the B-2s more than a year ago now. And that knocked out their capability, their potential capability. And we've done a great job. But when we talk, we say we're talking. If we're not talking, when you ask me, no, we're not talking, I'll say it. But we are talking right now. We're talking, and we're talking at the request of Iran.
Now, Trump does say that, well, the U.S. and Iran are talking, but Iran says that, no, we're not talking at all. And the only people we're discussing the strait with is the people of Oman, or the government of Oman. And they're pretty much telling Oman, look, you can either share the strait with us or we can leave you out and we'll just take all the service fees and we'll make sure we transit people through the strait. But we're not going to go ahead and let you guys open up the southern part of the strait for you to allow shipping for free. Like they're not doing that, sadly. So we've already negotiated the strait to be open toll free, and Iran's not going. That was Oman's job, to have the northern side that can be tolled and the southern side to be, passage free, no service fee, no anything. But that's not what Iran was going for, and Iran has shown that they can control the entire strait, thus also shut it down. So no, America does not control the strait, Iran does.
Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar in particular, but others also. Many countries called, the leaders of many are friendly with a lot of them, almost all of them, one way or the other, and they all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani is requiring an ID to access his government-run grocery stores. What then is your message to Democrats who?
No, that is hilarious though. Like when I seen that, I laughed a little bit too. I was like, oh, okay, so you don't need an ID to go ahead and vote, but you need an ID to go ahead and get in this free grocery store though. Oh yeah, you definitely need an ID for that. We need to make sure it's actually going to American citizens. We cannot waste none of these free groceries on undocumented immigrants. I mean, W. Mamdani, I guess.
Do not want to pass the Save America Act and ensure, ID at the ballot box.
This was just announced. Yeah. I heard about it. Yeah. Well, I wish they'd have an ID to access the voting booth. They don't want to access the voting booth with any identification. We want voter ID and we want proof of citizenship. Well, he also had a thing where you had to have 2 different IDs to shovel snow during the winter, right? So that's a very friendly question. I like her. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Very good. All right. Good question. Very good. A good group.
Almost 20 GOP senators who have pledged to stay in D.C. to pass the Save America Act. So what's your message to the rest of the senators who are still on their summer recess?
I think there's nothing more important than the Save America Act. I think they should stay. They do what they want, but I think they should stay.
Mr. President,
I think it's so important to get it passed. Yeah.
Mr. President, where are the Iran talks, and what are your
Well,
requirements
you'll find
right
out
now?
today or tomorrow. I mean, they're going to go quickly, one way or the other. It's not very complex. We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow, completely open. And that's phase 1. And phase 2 is we then will talk.
I'm sorry, unless we completely capitulate to Iran, that is not happening. Unless we're allowing Iran to control the strait, that's not happening. Unless we actually do commit to power plant and bridge day in Iran and they just release control, yeah, that's not happening. So unless any of those happen, no, like Iran's not releasing the control of the strait, and they're not going to open up because Trump says so. As much as we all wish that would happen.
Talk about the nuclear capacity, the nuclear, as we've been mentioned, basically, it's, I think most of the denuclearization of Iran has to happen. And that'll be the second phase. But the first phase is the opening of the straits. The second phase will be the denuclearization, and that'll take a little while. But we're very strong on it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and I have never changed. Yeah, please, in the back.
You said that if Democrats get back into power, what is happening in Spain awaits America.
I'm pretty sure I'll wake up in the morning and the strait most likely will still be closed, or we most likely capitulated to Iran to get it open. Sorry, guys, I guarantee it. Oh, and make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, guys. Appreciate it.
What should voters in other countries with elections coming up soon take away from what's going on in
You have to
Spain?
be very careful with the whole socialist thing. I think in many cases it's much more than socialist. They skipped socialism, they went directly to communism. But when I saw what happened in Spain, I said, we had a version of that. You could say much worse. We allowed 25 million people under Joe Biden, the Democrats. We had open borders, and countries all over the world, almost all of them, sent people that they don't want into our country. And we've gotten a lot of them out, and we're getting more, including murders. And I always said 11,888. That was the number of murders. Many of them committed more than one murder. And we're going to be just like that if you put these lunatics in that I see running for office. We had an open border a year and a half ago. We had the worst border in the history of our country. Now we have the best border. We haven't had one person come in, and this is done by the Democrats, not by left-leaning people. They do charts, and they have, in 15 months, not one person has come in through our southern border illegally. Now, that's pretty amazing. I'd say maybe 10, maybe 15. They say none. And believe me, if they did, they'd love to report it. But you could go outside in those vast plazas where hundreds of thousands of people gathered when they stormed our country, just like they did, in my opinion, worse, just like they did to Spain. They stormed our country. And those borders are those big plazas that were built. They put concrete down.
I mean, yeah, Spain was a bit crazy. Like 100 guys from Morocco just try to risk their life to swim over to the small little city in Spain. Yeah, that is insane. Here's the thing. They only did that because of a Supreme Court ruling that says that you can't be automatically turned away if you come by sea, and you're automatically able to seek asylum. So pretty much if you go through the survival death trap of swimming through that little 3-mile bit of sea, then you can go ahead and get a chance for amnesty in Spain, which is insane actually. But people actually committed to it, and thousands were turned around, as they should be.
And now you look at them, there's grass growing in the cracks. Nobody comes up because they know they're not going to get through. And if they do get through, they're going to be taken out, brought back to their country. So we've done a fantastic job. Somebody said you did it too fast. I did it in 30 days, my first 30 days. Biden couldn't do it. He couldn't get it done. He tried at the end. He tried to do something because it was so overwhelming. It was so bad politically. But we did it in 30 days. Somebody said you should have taken a year and a half or 2 years, completed, because everyone forgets. Even my speechwriters, they say, sir, nobody wants to hear about the border anymore. You've done it. It's an incredible job you've done, but nobody wants to hear about it. And I should have taken.
Because we want to hear about the economy. We want to hear about how you're going to fix affordability, how you're going to get out of this disastrous war. Yeah, all that. That's what we really want to hear about. I'm like, look, bro, the border, great. We appreciate that. You check that off the list. Now, what about affordability? What happened to no new wars? But now that you got us into a war, how the hell you going to get us out of this war? Because it kind of looks like you're going up the escalation scale here, and you're kind of falling into an escalation trap, which a lot of people warned Trump about. They told him not to do it, but he just told him F off. I know better than the rest of you guys. And he went ahead into this war. And the worst part about it is he ignored all the knowledge of the people that know better. Of all the people that knew better, like Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent, those people who gave him the best advice were left out of the briefings. One of the reasons why we're in this terrible position.
In a couple of years to do it, because and it actually was, the public has about a 2-year, people do, they have a 2-year memory for certain things. They have a 2-week memory. I may have gotten elected, certainly partially on the border. And because we did such a great job, it was a long time ago. I did it twice. I did it in 2016 when it was bad, but I did it this last time when it was really bad. It was, Steve, I would say many, many times worse than it was in 2016. 2016 was bad, but what we just had a year and a half ago, that was the worst border maybe in world history. There's not a third world country that would have allowed that to happen, where people coming in from prisons and people coming in from mental institutions and people forced in by government, because these are the people that those governments, those countries, I know them all, they didn't want. and they walked into a country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. Not anymore. Nobody comes in, except if they come in legally. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday you
Who
were.
are you with, please?
I'm with the Washington Examiner, sir.
Good. They're doing good. They've been very nice to me.
You were asked yesterday whether Representative Max Miller should resign from Congress over the allegations, and you said that you'd have a look at it.
Yeah.
Have you thought about that? And also, do you?
Well, it's a very sad thing. I know Max. He's a good person. I mean, I always thought he was a very good person. And I'm going to let the families figure that out. You know, those families, I know they're working on it. It's a very sad thing, especially when you know somebody so well, to be going through that. But it's accusations, and I'm going to let them figure that out. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, did you sign off on Todd Blanche rescinding the anti-weaponization fund? And also, there are Democrats right now who say there's essentially two tax codes. There's the Trump family tax code and a normal people tax code. Why do you think that your family deserves some level of special exemption when it comes to the auditing of taxes?
Well, I'll go into that. First of all, I had a 10-year case that was settled until I announced I was running for office. It was a settled.
I mean, this is kind of old news, but what was it? Trump pretty much made it against the law, or I guess he kind of made it against policy for the IRS to investigate him and his family. Yeah, it was a bit wild, but yeah, I guess the IRS is forbidden to investigate, well, Trump and his family members, which is like, all right, bro. I mean, way to get a legal pass when it comes to your financial actions.
Deal like I've been doing all my life. I've been audited every year for my entire life, which I have a lot of wealthy friends that were never audited. To this day, they were never audited. I was audited. And my deal was settled. In writing, it was settled, subject to final approval. Then I announced I was running for president. And all they did was haunt me with it. They ended the settlement, and they went after me illegally. And they did a lot of bad things to me, like they did to other people. And I was treated very unfairly by the IRS. It was weaponized against me. Think of it. I had a case this is a 10-year-old case, and it was settled. It was done. The case was over. I announced I'm running for president, and they terminated the settlement in Washington, and they went after me. And what they did here was very, frankly, if you talk about reparations or if you talk about payment, what they did to me, I had a very good case against run for president. Right at it's been going on for a long time. They terminated the settlement, which is something that never happened before. We have letters from the biggest law firms in Washington saying that this case is nonsense, just like the Russia was nonsense. They weaponized government. And so that's that. And most people understand that. On the fund, these were people that were treated unbelievable. 22 suicides, more than that, I think. Look at Ashley. Look at so many other things that happened. These people were treated horribly. And this fund could have given them some solace. But, it happens to be very popular among many quarters. And I don't participate in that fund. I was certainly treated badly. I don't participate, but I thought it would be very fair for people that spent years in prison, people that were treated so badly, for in many cases, people that did absolutely nothing wrong. So I view that fund as a positive, and a lot of Republicans do too.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like I said, you should have just told them to sue the government and you'll have their back. But creating a fund for that, anybody, I guess, on the right and left can tap into, he said. Yeah, I don't know. That's a little sus. Like, you should have just encouraged them to sue the government and you'd have had their back. You said I'll give you guys my lawyers. But setting out a weaponization fund is a bit sus.
Not so many Democrats. And it's not only for that, it's for other things too. People that have been treated unfairly, that have been weaponized by a corrupt government that we had with Obama and that we had with Biden. You had a corrupt government with both of them.
Mr. President, did you sign off on Todd Blanche?
Well, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. And you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to super chat it in. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
I didn't look at it. All I know is that Todd Blanche is great. He's going to do a great job. Everybody knows it. And I understand there's been a sign off.
I don't know about Todd Blanche, man. Like Todd Blanche kind of effed up as what was it? He effed up as deputy like attorney. I'm gonna be real with you. Like he effed up as the second guy. And that's kind of irritating me because he's the one who did the interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. He's the one who gave her the softball interview, didn't follow it up, got her transferred over to basically a rich person's prison that's not supposed to be for people who committed violent crimes, basically for rich people who committed financial crimes. And I'm upset we even got a prison like that in the first place, but it is what it is.
But I don't know what they agreed. I think Todd Blanche agreed to reconfirm things that he's already said. And what he said was, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I damn near forgot the position. But yeah, when he was deputy attorney general, he was a disaster. I'm just going to keep it real with you guys.
Other avenues that you have, other avenues you have supporters get paid potentially if it's not the anti-weaponization fund. Is there another?
Who are you with?
I'm with MS Now, sir.
You who?
MS Now.
MS Now?
Yes, sir.
What a terrible show that is. They have the worst people on that show.
Are there other avenues that you want to see people?
No, there's no other avenues that I know about. Go ahead.
Mr. President, on the Iran talks.
MS Now. That's the failed MSDNC, right? The failed. They failed. They gave it a new name. You know why? Because nobody watched it. Go ahead. And fewer people are watching it now.
On the Iran talks, is there discussions, is Iran willing to return to a fully free navigation of the strait? Is that on the table?
Say it again differently.
Would Iran be willing to return to fully free?
Hey, yo, and shout out to my man Noah Joyner, one for starting us off, and he sent support on the Venmo. Don't worry, I got you, big dog. He says, offhand topic, you should read about it, is Andrew Haynes' funeral. As such, I sent a video about my ancestors. All right, I got you. Shoot, I'll go ahead and get into it. And appreciate the support, my man, because since you sent 15 on Venmo, it does count to 30 towards call-in and conspiracy hour. And I got quite the conspiracy hour. Well, bro, apparently an ex-Mossad assassin pretty much did an interview with Danny Jones. And I mean, he said now I'm not taking everything he say, you know, as truth, but I'm not gonna lie, what he's saying is pretty damn compelling. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. And also, nah, Jay, you wild as hell. He said Matt Gaetz don't look like such a bad option, and you know what? You're right. Considering that with who the Dems were trying to run with all these sexual allegations. Who was a Graham Plattner is like, yeah, considering who they were trying to run, I mean, they have no judgment. You guys can't judge no more, right? It was the past. Or what do you mean it was all a misunderstanding? He ain't do nothing. Yeah, okay. Like, be consistent. Come on, girl. Give Matt Gaetz a chance. But shout out to my band, Jay. All right, let's get ahead and get right back into it.
Free navigation of
It has to be. I'm not going to let them charge. If anybody's going to charge, we'll charge. We're the one that has we have total control. You know, we have a thing called a blockade with his Navy. And that Navy is, they call it a wall of steel, the United States wall of steel. And no, there's not going to be charging. We're not talking about charging at all. There won't be charging. Yeah, please do that.
President, you said last week that illegal immigration.
Who are you with?
GBUs. You said that illegal immigration is in the UK. Nigel Farage today has proposed the use of the Royal Navy to combat small boats crossing the Channel. Do you think that European nations, including the UK, should be using their militaries to stop illegal immigration? Look,
you have to stop illegal immigration in Europe. I know Europe better than anybody, better than the people that run it, and I have great relationships. Two things are killing Europe. Number one is immigration. Number two is energy. Like the UK, when you look at the UK, they have one of the best energy fields in the world, North Sea oil. Now, I think your new prime minister is going to actually open up from what I hear, I spoke to him, and he sounded terrific on this subject. But you open it.
I will agree on this. When it does come to energy, yeah, the UK is screwing themselves. All of Europe is screwing themselves, especially with their position against Russia that will low-key help out with their energy crisis right now. But I mean, F it. I guess it's war with Russia over the people people getting heating in Europe. So it is what it is with that one. I mean, any kind of crazy how we do all share world leaders that would crash out for war and, actually provide for their own people. Isn't that crazy how we share that in the world? I know, right? Tough.
Up, you'll be a wealthy country. You keep it closed, you're going to be a bankrupt country, which is what you are now. Essentially, you're a bankrupt country. You have one of the greatest energy fields, the North Sea oil, one of the greatest fields in the world. You know, the UK buys its energy from Norway, who gets the energy from the North Sea, from not as vibrant a part of the North Sea oil was. You're sitting on top of gold, better than gold. And you don't do anything with it. It doesn't work. You don't allow the oil companies in, and it doesn't work. And I spoke with your new prime minister. I was very impressed, and he sort of indicated to me, I said, look, you can be a wealthy country or a bankrupt country. You have your choice. Not every country has that choice. Almost no country has that choice. But in the case of the UK, Scotland, I'm talking about Scotland, right off the shore, in Aberdeen, Scotland. That was Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe for years. And then one day the Liberals got in and they closed it. And your energy rates have quadrupled. You have among the highest energy prices in the world. You could cut them in half. You could give away free energy if you'd open up the North Sea. And it's good for another 500 years, maybe more, probably 1,000 years.
Has our new Prime Minister restored your faith in the leadership of Britain? Has our new Prime Minister restored your faith in the leadership of Britain, or do you need to do that?
I mean, if they don't do that, then they're just going to have to lean on China for green energy. And Lord knows we do not need that right now. And trust me, this video right here was a bit concerning. Hopefully it's the right video, though.
What if I told you the country winning the Iran war isn't America, it isn't Israel, and it isn't even Iran? It's a country that hasn't fired a single bullet, hasn't lost a single soldier, and hasn't said a single word about the conflict. It's China.
It is.
And by the time you finish this video, you'll understand why some experts are now calling this the biggest strategic blunder in modern American history, and how China quietly turned someone else's war into its greatest victory. Here's what most people don't understand. American politicians genuinely believed that blocking the Strait of Hormuz would destroy China's economy. One US senator even said publicly that cutting off China's oil would be a wonderful day. But there's a problem with that thinking, a massive one. The United States economy uses 40% more oil per dollar of output than China does. America is more dependent on cheap oil than China is, so when oil prices double, and they have guess who gets hurt the most, not China, but America. And it gets worse. Even Russia, a country that lives off oil exports, is 20% less reliant on oil than the US economy. America walked into a fight thinking it had the upper hand, but it did not. Basically, while America was building warships, China was building something far more powerful. It was aiming for independence. For the last 2 decades, China has quietly prepared for exactly this moment. Today, 60% of the cars on Chinese roads are electric. 2/3 of all electric vehicles sold worldwide last year were bought in China. Their oil consumption actually peaked in 2023 and has been falling ever since. Interest in China's BYD electric vehicles is skyrocketing as consumers realize that high petrol prices will continue for the foreseeable future, and owning an EV is the easiest solution to a complex problem. But it's not just EVs. China now controls over 70% of the world's solar, wind, battery, and electric vehicle supply chains. So while the world panics about oil, China is sitting on the only alternative the world has left, and the longer the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, the more countries are forced to switch to renewable energy, and every single one of them has to come to China to do it. Look at Pakistan, a country that imports almost all of its energy through the Strait of Hormuz. On paper, this war should have crushed them. Instead, over 25% of Pakistani households now run on Chinese solar panels. And it's not just Pakistan. A new poll just revealed something stunning. 57% of Canadians, 42% of British citizens, 40% of Germans, and 34% of French citizens now believe it is better to depend on China than on America under Trump. Read that again. Western countries, America's closest allies, are openly choosing China. Spain's prime minister just flew to Beijing and signed major trade deals. Germany is quietly opening doors. The world is shifting in real time, and almost nobody in the West is talking about it. No matter how this war ends on the battlefield, it has already been won, not by Tehran, not by Washington, but very quietly by Beijing.
Yeah, and that was kind of one of my worst fears in this war, is how we're low-key putting China in a power position, especially we're making them look like a more reasonable economic partner. It's like all they want to do is do business. They don't want to do war. The problem with America is that we're willing to do war at the cost of all of our business, and that's insane. So why wouldn't you want to go with the more, well, reasonable player? that China seems to be at this point, sadly. All right, though, let's get right back into it.
Look, I think we're going to have a very good relationship. We'll see. I'm not going to tell him how to run his country, but I can tell you, immigration is an incredible problem for Europe. You're allowing people in that in many cases are not going to help you. I'm going to be nice. They're not going to help you. And the people that are there, people from your country, people from other countries that have been there for a long time and did a great job, beautiful place. You know, look, I love it. You know, my parents both came from Europe indirectly. So a German, Scot, and, you know, it's like one of those things. It's very sad. When I see what's happening to Europe, it's very sad to me. But they have a problem with immigration. They have a problem with energy. You have windmills all over the place. Windmills, you lose your shirt. Any country with windmills is a loser, okay?
Well, we got
just
windmills.
have to look. If they have windmills, they're a loser.
Trump, bro, we got windmills all over the place, actually. And I don't like the look of them, but we definitely do got them.
You lose money with windmills. Yeah, please go ahead.
No, so why do we got them?
Go ahead. Who you with?
John Fergus Media,
Yeah, that's right.
original name.
What was your name before?
John Fergus.
Go ahead, John.
Mark. Two domestic questions, sir. The first one is Exxon and Chevron, Integrated Oil US, just announced record profits second quarter. Unbelievable. For Exxon, for instance, 14 billion highest they've had in over a decade. For Chevron for the quarter, highest in history.
By 12 times.
On the back.
You saw that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. On the backs.
I don't like it.
Workers paying higher gas.
Yeah.
Is our.
They're making too much money. Okay. Based on a shortage, they're making too much money. I don't like it. And I should be the last one to say, because I'm a big free enterprise guy, nobody bigger. And, you know, you're going to see oil when we're finished with Iran, you're going to see the prices drop through the floor. But they made too much money. Too much money. Chevron, too much money. ExxonMobil, too much.
So pretty much Trump is calling them all out for price gouging and how they all made record profits over this Iran, really during the entirety of this Iran war, well, which is still going on, sadly. But during this conflict, they've raked in billions of dollars extra in profits. And it's kind of wild because it's like, okay, so while we were all sitting here pretty much suffering from the high inflation, high gas prices, y'all was just raking it in. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You know what also is hilarious? It's like I say, you know how like Dems did all that like screeching against tariffs? You know how, the Supreme Court got it turned over. Now Trump got to give back like what, 18 to 21 billion dollars back in tariff refund. And guess who was going to? The corporate elites, the billionaires and millionaires that the Democrats claim they hate so much, but they asses help them get a check. I know, right? Talk about useful idiots.
It's too much money. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public. And they better cut the retail price, the consumer price. Too much money. You're surprised I'm saying it? I'll say it loud and clear. I'm not happy about it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just one. For those of us here that live in Washington, D.C. with families like I do, the renaissance of the city that you've been able to do in 18 months is incredible.
I hope you heard did you hear that, everybody? The renaissance of Washington, D.C. in 15, 16 months is incredible, and it is. It's clean, it's safe, and you haven't seen anything yet. We're replacing all of the grass that hasn't been replaced in the fields, all the beautiful fields where the grass is. Grass is like humans. It has a life. This grass hasn't been changed in 100 years. We're doing all the fields. We're doing most of the graffiti is moved. But the most important thing is it's been beautified. We did 78 monuments and fountains and waterfalls, and they went from being horrible, mostly graffiti said, most of them for 25 years never worked. They haven't worked. And it's a renaissance, like you use the word renaissance, but it's a renaissance. But the biggest thing is we have very little crime now. This was the crime capital, frankly, of the world. It was the most unsafe capital of any country in the world. Now it's one of the safest, and it's one of the safest places in the United States. And people are coming down. You see it, the tourism in Washington, everyone's safe now. Nobody's getting mugged, shot. We used to lose 3 people a week, death. That's the least, I mean, it's 3 people in terms of death. 150 people a year were killed. They come down from Iowa, they come from Indiana. Mom, I'm looking at the Washington Monument. I'm looking at, and they end up getting killed. You call their parents, I'm sorry. Doesn't happen anymore. We don't have that anymore. We're rough, but we don't have that anymore. Our military has been unbelievable, and they work very well with the DC police, but our military came in, the general, people that we know so well, General, right? They don't play games. And we got the gangs out. We removed almost 5,000 people who were career criminals who came in with Biden with the open borders, a lot of them. And they're no longer here. We sent them back to their countries. You've got to say, have you ever seen such a transformation?
It's unbelievable if you live here. It's just, you don't want to go back.
And now you can walk to work. You can walk to the White House. The people in the White House, they tell me, sir, thank you. They're thanking me all the time. They used to have to take Uber, and the Uber would be robbed, okay? They weren't even said. They'd go to a restaurant, and they'd feel safe at a restaurant, and then the restaurant would be robbed. Do you know the restaurants were all closing? And now you can't, if you're a restaurateur, you can't get a restaurant. You literally can't. The restaurants are booming. Crime is down 92%, maybe more. I want to get down 100%. You know, the greatest statistic, though, that you have is that.
Look, I'll admit this, though. When Trump brought in the National Guards to some of these cities, it did bring down crime tremendously. So, yeah, I'll give him that one, especially when he came to Washington, D.C. People are saying they do feel a lot safer out there. And the National Guard is keeping it safe. They're cleaning up the city and picking up trash. People are seeing them as a tourist attraction. People are taking picture with them. It's cool. I know people want to say, oh my God, it's the start of the police state. Nah, not yet. Hold up now.
2% of the people create 91% of the crime. You could really handle that. And we moved almost 5,000 people out. They're criminals, career criminals. We moved that, or in some cases, they're in jail. In some cases, they were so bad, they came in through Biden. They're so bad, we don't want to move them out. We want to put them in jails because we're afraid they're going to come back in somehow. So I appreciate you saying that.
Would you consider going to Congress if they come in and try to roll it back, the new Democratic mayor?
When you had a mayor who's, I guess she's a communist. I mean, she says she's a socialist, but I guess she's a communist based on what she says. But I have not met her yet. I look forward to meeting her. Would I federalize? Basically, you're saying federalize?
It is crazy how all the socialists are taking dubs, especially when it comes on to Democratic seats. I mean, all of them are Democrat seats and all that good stuff. But the wild part is that the Democrats are being taken over by the Democratic socialists, or as Trump like to call them, the communists. But I mean, I wouldn't go so far. Trust me, I disagree with their socialist ideas and policies, but I will say this. They got a working strategy. And the working strategy is actually hearing out the problems of the Americans when we're talking about, we're going through affordability, cost of living has went up, we can't afford this, that, and the third. Yeah. The fact that they're actually answering to that instead of them telling them to kick rocks and, pick up another job, or, back in my day, I worked 75 hours a week. It's instead of telling them that, they're actually giving them answers. So, I mean, you got to admit, that's actually a working strategy. Instead of gaslighting them, they're actually answering their questions, which I wish the Republicans would do, but it is what it is.
You see, well, I'm allowed to do that. Would I do it? If they want to, we took something that was in deep trouble. It was a graffiti-filled, crime-filled mess. We turned it into Shangri-La. We turned it into a great place. Look outside. Look what's happening. Look at the beautiful ballroom and military center. It's a military center, much more than, we have a drone port on top. We look at the grass in front of the White House being all replaced with the top stuff. The parks are all being replaced. It starts very soon, actually. We'll do one at a time. It's about 700 acres of parks. They're all going to have brand new, the best grass you can get. Scott's. You know Scott's?
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, or smash that like button, depending on how you're watching. And also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and Venmo it in or send in a super chat, guys. Appreciate the support. All right, but let's keep it going.
Scott's Miracle Grow. They're doing it. They do great grass. What can I tell you? I got to give them a plug because they did the White House for free. Sir, a friend of mine, a guy that he's terrific. We'd like to give you new grass at the White House. I said, I'll take it. How much? He said, free. I'll take it. One of those things. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this is at least the 5th time you've turned off airstrikes against Iran since April to negotiate. What is your message to
People say it's his 5th to 7th time tacoing on Iran. And here's the thing, I'm not mad at it, but I mean, people are going to stop, believing in your threats if, you keep on so-called chickening out on them or keep walking it back. Like, people are not going to believe you, Trump. And I think he's starting to realize that too. But I mean, let's be real. You have the Gulf countries knocking down this door talking about, bro, don't commit to these strikes or you're going to pretty much destroy the Middle East, thus destroying your economy as well. And we both don't want that. So Trump, don't do it. And Trump listened.
American people who are wondering what has changed this time? Why should it be anything?
Well, you don't know. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens. But it's a very, very tough thing to do. I think I'm very proud of the fact that I'll give people a chance. This is a big move. To do an attack that big on a country, I'd rather not do it. Now, we've already, through lots of large attacks, but they were normal large. Hopefully they'll come to their senses, because what happened cannot have a nuclear weapon, but hopefully they'll come to their senses. So they called me and they said, please don't attack. We'll make a deal. That's the real truth. And everyone knows it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, no. Just tell me where you sent the video. Did you send it on Discord or did you send it to my email? Just let me know.
And who wouldn't call? And they found out through leaks and sleazebags, a lot of sleazebags, leakers. Leakers should be put in jail. They have to strengthen up the laws for leakers. But in this case, leakers helped because they said the severity of the attack, and Iran knew it. They knew what was coming. It was going to come last night, and it would have gone on for a long time, and there'd be essentially very little left. There'd be nothing left. And if I'm given a chance to let a lot of people live, I want to give that chance. So I'm under no time constraint. I don't happen to be running, but a lot of very good Republicans are running. And you have a sick ideology taking place right now that, hopefully they'll be defeated because they'll destroy the country if they ever take over. But this desk is like a blocking desk, no matter who gets in.
Guys, I'm going to call the taco out right now. He's not going to do it. He's not. Unless he's ready to throw away the entire global economy, he's not going to do it. Because as soon as he commits to blowing up power plants and bridges in Iran, Iran's going to commit to blowing up power plants and bridges in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. And I mean, what do you think that's going to do to the global economy? Completely sink it. But for some reason, you guys are still cheerleading it. I just don't understand. It's like you just don't understand what's going to happen after. But then a lot of people are under the false belief that, what is Iran going to throw? Sticks and stones? It's like, no, bro. No. Rockets and drones. That's what they'll be throwing.
If it's bad, I block. And I'm good at blocking. If it's bad, if it's stupid things like the things they want to do, we want to get rid of the U.S. Senate. I don't like a lot of Senate, just to be honest with you. I don't want to get rid of the Senate. We want to get rid of the Supreme Court. They want to put now 21 or 23 people. That's the real on the Supreme Court.
They ain't saying they want to get rid of the Senate, but they do. And they don't even say they want to get rid of the Supreme Court. They say they want to pack the Supreme Court. They want to turn Washington. They want to turn D.C. and Puerto Rico into a state because they know it would be blue. So, I mean, nah, trust me. They're not really trying to get rid of anything. They're just trying to shape things to their liking, which is absolutely wild. And it is right to call them out for it, but come on now. Don't act like they out here trying to just get rid of things.
Or get rid of it. They want to get rid of the presidency. They want to have an appointed executive running. That's a communist thing, you know. That's a communist thing. These are sick people. And, you know, I said it the other day, and it maybe doesn't sound that important, but.
Brother, like, bro, what do you mean? Iran was able to strike our military bases, dude. You think they can strike their water desalination centers and energy plants that they've been holding off on doing? Like, if they're able to strike our military bases, they got missile defense systems, and they're breaking through that. What makes you think they can't hit those power plants and energy infrastructure and water desalination plants that don't have missile defense systems guarding them? Do you hear yourself, my friend? You sound dumb. If they're able to hit our bases in those countries, what makes you think they can't hit, you know, the Amazon there, the Oracle there, the aluminum factories there? Like, are you serious? Like, come on, dog. That just sounds dumb. Like, you really didn't think about that before you texted, huh? But it's okay, though. It's okay. I'm here to guide you down a better line of thinking. All right. I'm done being a bit of a dick about it.
When a country goes bad, like look at the blue cities. What do they have in common aside from massive crime? Much more crime. The Republicans have very little crime. But what do the blue cities have in mind? And also you can say this with nations when they go bad. The blue cities have something in common: crime, high crime, vicious, violent crime. But what do they have in common? They're all dirty. They're filthy dirty. Their streets are dirty. Their streets smell. Their storefronts are broken. Their trees are all gross. Everything about the place is dirty. And I don't want to mention any specific city. It's really all of them. But you go into these cities that are blue, they're crime-ridden, and they're filthy dirty. They're like Washington, D.C. was a year and a half ago, with graffiti all over the place, with crime all over the place, with people afraid to be here. You had to be ashamed of your capital. Some of the most beautiful buildings built in the real time. Like you look at the Supreme Court building and they put graffiti on it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Chad. You're gonna have to super chat in on that one, dog. I can't answer that level of stupidity for free, bro. You got it. I'm sorry. I'm not. I just can't do it, bro. It's like you were dumb enough to sit there and think that, well, Iran can't hit the energy infrastructure, but they can hit U.S. bases, though. It's like, okay, bro. Okay.
The most beautiful columns I've ever seen. In fact, our columns are going to be nicer at the ballroom. I said, I want the Supreme Court, but better. But you look at those columns, how magnificent, and then you see graffiti on the side of the building. No artistry, just bad people. But the one thing they all have in common, crime, the two things, crime, but they're disgusting. They're filthy dirty. The streets are dirty. They have people lying all over the street doing you know what. They're all the same. And this is what we're going to put in it. Not going to happen in our country. Go ahead, please. Yeah, in the back.
When someone, you sir,
Go ahead.
when a group.
Well, let him go. Then you.
I'm sorry.
He was very rude to you, right? Go ahead. Who are you with?
I'm with Real America's Voice, sir. So when a group such as the Haitians lose their temporary protective status, how soon should they be bussed and thrown out?
Well, we had a big victory in court on temporary, the protected status. And I largely leave it up to my people. But we've had people here for many years and they were here temporarily. We had people coming in and they've been here for many, many years. And they had a tragedy in their country. They had, sometimes it was storms, or it was hurricanes. And they come in and, they're here for 12 years, 14 years. So something's got to be done. Yeah, please.
Have you spoken to Jeanine Pirro about her decision to drop?
No, Jeanine Pirro made a mistake. There was vandalism. I just told you we did, I think, 78. One of the things was
the reflecting pool. I think he's talking about that because they did drop the charges on the people that they suspected did the reflecting, cut the reflecting pool, but it actually did happen to be a construction error. So no, it's nobody's fault. It was just the poor planning and them rushing it for Trump's birthday. Yeah.
It's a reflecting pool. Hasn't worked since 1922 because it always leaked. It always leaked from 1922. You know, it's the largest, longest pool ever, all that. The concept is beautiful, but it always leaked because of the size, because of maintenance, whatever. But it was built in 1922. And from the day it was built, it leaked. Biden spent $58 million. Barack Hussein Obama spent much more than that. He said, I have an idea. Let's take the water from the Potomac. So they took the water from the Potomac and it was putrid.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man Noah coming in. Appreciate the support, my friend. He said, check videos and shorts on Discord. I already got it pulled up. I'm going to play it at the end of this video, you know, as we transition into the next one, or really into the media analysis. Oh, guys, don't forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
It was putrid. It was a disaster.
Oh, like I said, in super chat, any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements. If your disagreement is that strong, please put your money where your mouth is. I mean, trust me, I'm gonna be more engaging with you as a supporter, even if you don't have to super chat in every single question, but at least let me know you can put your money where your mouth is instead of just try to cry for attention in the chat or try to rage bait me into responding.
Biden was a disaster. I said, I'm going to get that fixed, along with Doug Burgum and Department of Interior. And we worked hard on that. Now, we worked hard on all 70. It's actually, I think, 81 now. You saw the new horses that just opened by the bridge with the gold. That was the way they were many years ago. Now they look better than they did many years ago. But these monuments look better than they did when they were originally built. Not just a little fix-up. We made them the way they were, plus. And everyone's so proud. The biggest, one of the bigger jobs was, not really the biggest, believe it or not, but one of the biggest was the reflecting pool. And we did a great job. We sandblasted the stone outside. It was granite, so it has a long life. We did a great job. We got very expensive material to put on top of the surface that always leaked because it was stone. It was a stone surface. Always leaked. And we put it on, and it was beautiful. Now, we have photographs or tapes, like moving cameras, right? We have them where people are on the side cutting it with a box knife. Now, I'm not saying I was 100% thrilled with the contractor, but the contractor was rushing. We wanted to get it open for July 4th, and we got it done. But in addition, there was vandalism. Number one, look at the grass, where the grass was all knocked out with a very, very powerful ingredient that we know very well what it is. I'm not going to say the name because people get ideas. And they put a terrible phrase, I won't say that either, but a terrible phrase on a massive piece of grass that we had just replaced. Killed the grass. We had to replace the grass. A lot of grass. In addition, they took knives or cutters and they cut the material. It's material. And they put their hands and they pulled it. And there was also some maintenance things that we would have routinely fixed. But we had that up and it was perfect. And then you had the bubblers, which get rid of the what forms in the water. And that works great, but they turned it off because of the fight, because it competed a little bit of noise during the fight.
So was he admitting that, no, it wasn't vandalism, it was just, pretty much bad construction and the fact that the project was rushed?
And that's the stuff you can cut. And these guys knew what they were doing. And they cut all the way along the base. Cut, cut, cut. Now, when Janine looked at it, it was the day after the 4th of July with the largest fireworks display in the world. And the stuff was laying all over the pool, the fireworks, because they used the pool as one of the, and it was all over the pool. It was the day after, very shortly thereafter. But that was working beautifully. And it was vandalized. And if you look at the tape, now the tape isn't a great tape in the sense that it's a little hard to say who it exactly was, but it was people cutting this very expensive.
Okay, Trump. Okay, bro. Just get over it. Just get over it.
With the stone, it's not stone is really not a waterproofing material.
Fine. Hey, yo, bro, I'll skip it ahead 3-4 minutes. You still talk about this reflective pool, bro? They dropped the case. It's over, man. Get over it, okay? You rushed it for your birthday when you shouldn't have. You should have took your time with it, and you wouldn't be having these regrets. Now you got to walk it all back. It is what it is.
But they, and massive letters on the grass, 8647. And so we should be proud of our monuments, and we should be proud of our city. And, you know, that was open before they did the damage. It was open. It never looked more beautiful. It looked like a mirror. And that's what it was supposed to be. It was a very dark color, because otherwise you don't see it, as a reflecting pool. And it looked beautiful. Well, it'll look just as beautiful. It'll be fixed and open over the next week and a half, 2 weeks.
Bro.
Okay. One more, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you have a very interesting group. Who I really voted for is Mike Rogers, because I think he's going to be a great senator. But you have a communist versus a socialist. That's the way I look at it. You have a communist versus a socialist. It looks like the communist is leading. We're talking about for the Democrat primary. But for the Republican, you have a very good...
Sadly, that's what all the Democrats comprise of, sadly. It's socialists, and, well, I mean, that's it. Damn near all the popular people are socialists. And then even the people who aren't socialists, who are trying to be popular, got to bend the knee to the socialists. I mean, look what Kamala Harris is trying to do. Over there trying to team up with Mondani. It's like, where do you think the Democrat Party is going when you got establishment Dems running over to shake hands with the socialists? Talk about, oh no, we're capitalists. I mean, okay, but y'all a little bit too buddy with these socialists, but it's all good though. You know, I get it. You got to tote the party lines, whatever. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into my man Noah's video here. He sent this in. Going to get into it real quick, and then we're going to get into the media analysis.
What was the gods that the Vikings believed?
The Viking gods they're quite terrifying. Odin was the elite. He's kind of more aristocratic, right?
Yes.
He's got a poetry, you need to read, etc. Only the elite would know how to do that. A farmer wouldn't really care about that. When Thor is a more earthy god, you know, you want the waves to be less, pray to Thor. I find Odin, I think, most disturbing. He's the god of madness and the god of poetry. But in battle, I mean, the berserkers, probably the most famous type of Viking warriors, were considered to be Odin's chosen warriors. They would show no pain, and they just run at the enemy and attack with their nails and their teeth. Even if they could have their arms hacked off, they would still keep going. Like they would attack other Vikings. They were berserks, where we get the word from. I mean, one of Odin's names is the Raven Feeder. I mean, by creating corpses which ravens feed on, you're doing the work of Odin. And the Viking view of the afterlife was unique. There weren't really punishments for did something really bad, then you ended up as an evil spirit, a haunting.
Uh-oh. What in the fuck is going on?
But if you were brave, then you got taken to the House of the Dead, which is Valhalla. Every day you would fight, and whatever wounds you got would be magically healed that night. And the next morning you'd get up and do it again. So you're essentially practicing for Ragnarok, the final battle.
Israel is training AI chatbots to be pro-Israel? Is that what they're calling our senators now? This is the first time I've ever seen AI as a victim. So like even they're being indoctrinated, you know? Last year, Israel hired Brad Parscale, Trump's former campaign manager, so you know he's a good guy. They paid him almost $50 million of my money to write a bunch of blog posts for Israel. So like instead of BuzzFeed, it's like BombFeed or something like that, you know? When a blogger is making more than $50, you know something is horribly wrong. These blog posts are not for humans. Their titles are laughable, like Israel's Pursuit of Peace. Or sometimes bombing churches is okay, you know? They're flooding the internet with hundreds of blog posts so that AI can summon them when getting information to answer questions for Kash Patel while he does his research. Okay? This is called LLM poisoning. So even tech realizes that it's toxic behavior. And apparently it is working. Certain chatbots are becoming pro-Israel. When you ask them about AIPAC, they freeze up like Gavin Newsom. Interesting. Fortunately, ChatGPT and Claude are not falling for this. They're able to filter out this particular information and then give other bad information. What's happening, Google's Gemini is sometimes very pro-Israel and then sometimes not, but again, it's a Gemini. Israel's been doing this for a while. They tried paying influencers $7,000 a post, only to realize influencers were going to sue if they didn't pay them. Recently, they sent influencer Clavicular to Tel Aviv, so now they're even working with human robots. Of course, Israel loves AI data centers. They both steal water from small towns. This wouldn't be the first time that Israel's doing education interference. McGraw textbooks were published by Robert Maxwell, Elaine Maxwell's dad. He worked for Israel. He was part of Mossad. That's why so many people are struggling with learning the truth. Just like a Maxwell, he liked watching kids get screwed. This comes at a time where Israel's favorability is at an all-time low. A poll showed that for the first time ever, Americans favor Palestine over Israel. And no one had to pay us to say that. Israel has expressed anger over this program not working the way they wanted it to, which is like shocking. An Israeli spokesperson recently said, "We pissed at Brad Parscale." That was his quote.
No,
We
we
pissed
do
at
stand
Brad
with your
Parscale.
press.
He said, "We paid him all this money for nothing. Things have gotten worse." And it's like, yeah, you paid Brad Parscale $50 million up front. You should have paid him Parscale. Brad Parscale was Trump's campaign manager, not for 2016 or 2024, but for 2020. They picked the loser. Ironically, Israel could use some PR from Trump's 2020 campaign. They need to stop the steal. A lot of you are like, is this comedy or journalism? I'm a comedian, trust me. I'm not a journalist because I'm Palestinian. That would make me a Palestinian journalist, which would make me a target. I'm a comedian. Some tap out to say I'm a terrorist. This should be alarming to you. The best way to counter it is by putting out real information, which is why I need you to share this video 10 million times to beat the bots. At the end of the day, we all have to learn the same lesson that people who pay for friends in high school do. You can't buy yourself a good reputation. The best PR should be free, like Palestine. Some people are like, this is too real to laugh. Okay. But I think it's hilarious. Israel having to pay AI to make it look good, that's just funny. I didn't even have to add anything to it. Because unlike good reviews for Israel, the jokes just write themselves. How do we feel about that, chat?
And all right, guys, sorry, I was having some technical difficulties on this side, but don't worry, we are back, guys. We're about to go ahead and get right back into it. So let's get into this. Pentagon crowdsource how to punish Iran. So guys, we are out of ideas. We've done everything we can, and now we're asking our our service members, like, hey guys, the top brass ain't got no good ideas. Do you? And they're like, bro, we're here to get leadership from you guys. If you guys if telling us that we ain't got no options in Iran, I mean, let's just pack it up and go home then. They're like, nah, we're willing to ask you guys, man. Let's crowdsource, man. Let's get together and what they call it. Let's get a mastermind together on how to punish Iran. I'm like, I mean, if you ain't got no military options, bro, you ain't got no military options. Don't need to force it.
This morning, we're bringing you a CNN exclusive. The U.S. military is reportedly crowdsourcing ideas for the Iran war, sending out an email asking troops for creative and unconventional ways to punish and put pressure on Iran. CNN's Zach Cohen broke this story. What did you learn as you got this information that there was a request out there to help with Iran in any way possible?
Yes, Sarah. Sources telling me and our Katie Bo Lillis that the U.S. military is casting a wide net as it's seeking new ideas for how to ramp up the pressure on Iran. And it comes as the U.S. military and Central Command in particular is reevaluating their current strategy and the options that are currently available to President Donald Trump intended to bring Iran to the table on his terms. And that includes this effectively a crowdsourcing email that we're told was sent to a broad range of U.S. military analysts and military planners last week, just before President Donald Trump issued those threats to escalate the conflict with a new round of military strikes, ultimately walking that threat back this weekend. But we're told that the email itself asked for, quote, creative and unconventional ways to pressure and punish Iran. And it's this significant on a couple of different fronts. One, multiple sources we talked to said that the request itself is not necessarily a bad idea. Clearly, the Trump administration has been looking for a way to ramp up that pressure on Iran in a pursuit of some sort of a diplomatic negotiated agreement that has eluded them to date. But at the same time,
pretty much instead of just admitting to the fact that we might actually have to work out a favorable deal for Iran, sadly, they're just like, you know what? Let's get a think tank of soldiers together and let's see what they come up with. It's like, bro, are you serious? Are we that much out of options? Are the top minds in the military that much out of options where they got to look at soldiers and be like, well, I mean, you guys are the future. What do you guys got? Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. The future's gonna look at us, or the younger soldiers probably looking at us like, we don't even. I'll be real with you. Like, we didn't even agree with this war in the first place. We ain't got nothing for you. So yeah, I don't think the younger service members got any answers for you. Because if you ask them, they probably don't even understand why we're in this damn war in the first place. And trust me, the whole Iran, we're keeping the nukes away from Iran. Trust me, not all of them are getting sold on that. So a lot of them are going to be telling them like, yeah, we don't know because we don't even feel like we should be here. But hey, we'll see. I mean, maybe somebody will come up with something besides nuke Iran.
request also betrays the idea that this strategy currently being used by the U.S. military is not having the effect that the president and the Pentagon want to see. So one source put it to me this way: at the end of the day, POTUS will want a deal. So he'll continually look for ways to get tough and get out of this. You need creative minds at times, especially if you're running out of conventional options. And we've reported too previously that both the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency have assessed that the kind of airstrikes the U.S. military has been carrying out to date are unlikely to force Iran back to the table on Donald Trump's terms. And so there is this reluctance, though, at the same time, to escalate.
Yo, shout out to my man Jay's like, what could go wrong when COD stats gets presented? I mean, honestly, though, like, what are they going to be doing in there? It's like, you really think these young guys are going to come up with a better plan than you guys? Like, I'm sorry, but everybody's coming to the conclusion that, yo, due to what we have right now, getting into Iran was just a dumb idea. Getting into a war with Iran was a dumb idea, guys. And as you see, is not working out for us. Do we have regime change? No. Do we have the missiles and drones taken care of? No. Bro, do we have the Strait of Hormuz open? No. And do we have control of that 6% of uranium? Not at all. So, out of all this money spent, all these lives lost, what have we gotten? Nothing.
Escalate the conflict. We know that there was reporting by CNN and others last week that the president was considering potential strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure, for example. That has elicited concerns from the Pentagon and the intelligence community about what potential impact that might have. And we went to U.S. Central Command for comment for this reporting, and they responded that, quote, U.S. Central Command has a long history of thinking and working in innovative ways. Admiral Cooper, in particular, reaches out to members of our great team, regardless of rank, to achieve the highest levels of operation possible. So we'll ultimately have to see if any new fresh ideas come from this crowdsourcing email or other conversations. But it's clear that the Pentagon is looking for a new path forward.
President says they are going to be in talks today. We will see what happens there. Zach Cohen, great reporting.
Nah, Jed, I do kind of get it, though. He's like, you present their Call of Duty stats. Is like, yeah, so for ground conflict with Iran, you will all now be playing Call of Duty today. And all of those of you with the best scores will be on the front line. And you'll be also coming up with a plan to take down Iran. So good luck, though. Good luck, man. Soldier.
From you and Katie Bowe. Thank you. Appreciate it.
US President Donald Trump again calling off a threatened massive attack on Iran, saying talks are resuming today. Iran, for its part, saying negotiations with the US are not happening now. Iranian state media report Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke with senior Saudi and Pakistani officials on Sunday night, though, and the foreign ministry says Iran is in talks with Oman to establish a safe temporary corridor for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. So where do things stand at the beginning of this week? We've got Elena Treen at the White House for you. Elena, what are you hearing about the status of negotiations and where things may be headed this week?
Yeah, look, clearly, and we've seen this now multiple times throughout the entire course of this war, Becky, you're hearing one thing from the United States and the Trump administration and a different thing from the Iranians. But the president seeming to have an optimistic tone yesterday when speaking with reporters, said that talks with Iran will resume this afternoon. Iran, for their part, arguing that there's been no indication that that's going to happen and that they're solely negotiating with the Omanis. Now, this comes after, as you mentioned, Becky, that the president who had been planning and had.
Well, shoot, man. At least Noah got an idea. And shout out to my man Noah. He said, and he came in from Venmo. Appreciate the support, my man. He says, as previously stated, we have rail guns. We could shoot multiple down upon them. However, we should not do that for it being immoral. Yeah. Well, my bad. Immoral. Yeah, it would be pretty damn immoral and cause mass destruction. But I mean, bro, you got people talk about how we should just nuke them. And then people also talking about, oh, what about a neutron bomb? So I mean, like, okay, so he's down for disintegrating people on a mass scale. All right, don't make it any better, but okay. It's like, well, we're not destroying the buildings or the land. We're just killing people on mass scale. It's not that bad, Seth. I'm like, I don't know about that, but all right.
kind of previewed a massive attack on Iran over the weekend, called off those strikes, arguing, one, that he had spoken with several leaders throughout the Middle East. That includes speaking directly, we were told, with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Iran. Those leaders telling the president that they were worried about the impact of such a major attack, what the retaliation would look like for their own countries, but also, of course, what it could do to the very fragile talks happening behind the scenes regarding this broader war. The president also, though, argued that there has been a deal, or parameters of a deal at least, to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, for their part, arguing there is no such long-term deal, that they are talking, they said, with the Omanis to have some sort of temporary solution to allow for free transiting of vessels in the.
So pretty much, yeah, it's going to be, the strait's going to be open through Oman and Iran. And if they come to a deal where there's going to be a tolling of the strait, but there's going to be like a system here. So Iran's going to be used for the in passage and Oman's going to be used for the out passage. And people will be paying a fee apparently for both. And that's what Iran's trying to get Oman to do, they're trying to get him into this whole, hey man, try to get in on this whole taxing the strait here, or to getting this service fee, so the world be a bit more accepting. Because, just me doing it on my own seems a bit fucked up. But if you join in, Oman, it doesn't seem as bad. And no, that is absolutely true, especially since they're an ally of ours. It wouldn't be that bad. Now, personally, I don't like it. I know Lord knows y'all don't like it either, but that's what they're doing. Actually, when it comes to negotiation on the strait, we're actually being left out of the talks. Even though Trump is threatening to bomb Oman, I mean, who's believing in Trump's threats anymore? Let's keep it real.
Strait. So very messy, and a lot of different versions of events depending on which country you were looking at and what you're hearing from the U.S. officials versus Iranian officials. Now, I will say, just to give you a little sense of more of what we heard from the president, he argued yesterday when speaking with reporters on Air Force One that Iran was willing to come to a deal on the strait. He said because they knew that there was going to be this major attack. He also,
it's so crazy though, for those people who want to just drop neutron bombs or nuke the Iranians, it's crazy. That's not actually going to help. It's like, they're not going to give up. They're only going to stand 10 toes down, guys. Actually, their resolve will be 10 times stronger. A nuke could probably take out maybe 40, 50,000 people. And we could drop a whole lot of them. I mean, unless we're planning on destroying the entire country with hundreds of nukes. I'm gonna be real with you. We're not going to kill 93 million people that is going to have all the vengeance in their heart because we just pretty much destroyed, all of their friends and family. You got to understand, the nuke is not to solve all. I mean, you're just only going to create more hatred, and they're really going to want to come at us harder and really want to crash out the entire global economy by, of course, attacking energy infrastructure, water desalination plants throughout the Gulf region.
also confirmed that these different Middle Eastern countries had asked him to hold off. He said we were all set to go, but when the allies asked to call it off, they got us sort of saying, well, let's see. The reason is they think that there is going to be a deal. So a lot of questions here. I'd also remind you about the dynamics and the political dynamics really happening back in the United States. This war has now been started and stopped for weeks now, and it comes just 3 months now until the November midterm elections. A lot of uncertainty around the economy, and one of the biggest questions and problems facing this administration is something that wasn't a problem before this war began, which is, of course, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So a lot that they still need to work through. Will be trying to figure out what these sort of talks that the president was referring to are going to look like this afternoon, and bringing the news.
With us now, retired Army Brigadier General Mark Kimmett. General, always great to see you.
Crazy.
What do you think of this request for ideas?
Yo, that is crazy. August 7th, I mean, it's crazy that you would put that in the chat. That actually is a special date to me, but how did you know that? That's strange.
Crowdsourcing notions for how to deal with Iran.
Well, I think it's a good idea. Now, CNN wasn't clear. It said in the headline they were requesting it of troops. In the write-up, it says you're requesting it of analysts. I can assure you that they didn't send me a note, so I suspect they're trying to keep that internal to the uniformed military. Look, I was a CENTCOM planner many, many years ago. I was a planner many years ago, and we were always reaching out to the different intelligence agencies and other organizations to develop branches and sequels. That's not a sign of failure. It just is a sign that, as we say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. So after you've been fighting the campaign for a while, it's good for you to think about, now that we know where we are, beyond what the plan said, how do we take it forward? So I think it's refreshing that Admiral Cooper is doing this. I think there are many that suggest that this is a sign of failure. I wouldn't consider it that at all. I think it's a pretty good idea, as a matter of fact.
So where do you think things stand today with Iran? The president said he was calling off a planned bombing campaign. He said there could be talks as soon as today. The Iranians, they're not saying that there's any talks going on. But if there are talks, do you think that, I don't know if this is the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th time, but
Yeah, that's a crazy thing now. Iranians say that nobody's talking. The Gulf countries say nobody's talking. Only Trump says that, oh, no. The Iranians are actually begging us for a peace deal, guys. Oh, really? Then why didn't they open up the strait? How come that hasn't been opened by then? Or are you guys depending on Iran and Oman to reach a deal to open up the strait, which means the strait will be taxed? I mean, and you're just going to hide it from the American people this time. So what? Is Iran going to open up the strait once they get this deal with Oman, and then Trump's going to pretend like that's a win while also ignoring the fact that the strait will be tolled and it will be administered by Iran? I mean, that is honestly not a bad plan. I mean, hey, it would keep the people off his back, and I'm not mad at it.
do you think this will be the charm?
Look, we've got a lot of diplomacy left in this entire campaign. I'm glad to see the president mentioned nuclear capabilities, because too many people are getting distracted by the issue with the Strait of Hormuz. That is important, no doubt. But the core elements of the plan, and the reason we went to military conflict, is to end their nuclear program, push back their missile program, and cut their links with proxies. And I fear that if we focus too much on the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to allow the Iranians to divert the entire campaign from the core principles.
The memorandum of understanding, which is no longer in effect, to what extent did that address your concerns about the Iran nuclear program? If the United States gets back to the memorandum of understanding, is that enough?
It's a start. You remember the memorandum of understanding was an agreement to start discussions. It was in many ways meant to be a confidence building measure between the two sides to see if we could get to the real diplomacy, which were those 3 points that I mentioned. It obviously didn't work. If we get back to a working memorandum of understanding that allows us to get back to negotiations on the key principles, that'll be a good thing. I don't think it's going to happen. I think we.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into the way my man. Let's see how Fox News spins this. I do want to see it. Let's get the Fox News spin.
They called me and they said, please don't attack. We'll make a deal. That's the real truth. And everyone knows it.
The Iranians have told him something privately, and publicly they're saying quite something else.
And I think what we're seeing here is a president who has an approach to this that's just rather erratic. It's escalatory.
We're dealing with a terrible regime. Trump is the only one that's been willing to be able to put this level of pressure on them.
And with that, let's bring in our panel. Byron York, Fox News contributor, Alex Gangitano, White House reporter for Politico, and Robert Wolf, also a Fox News contributor. Thank you all for coming on. Byron, to you first. Here is the president with what might be the last chance for Iran. Watch.
But we are talking right now. We're talking at the request of Iran, backed by Saudi Arabia, backed by UAE, and backed by Qatar. They all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document.
He said last chance 3 times there. I think he went on to say it a 4th time, Byron. I find it interesting that in the intro you had Senator Mark Kelly saying that he believes the president is escalatory when the president has tried to bring this back to the table more than a half dozen times.
Well, it depends on whether.
Yeah, because sadly, all of his generals are telling him that, yo, if you escalate this, we have no way of protecting our Gulf allies from what Iran's going to do to them. And our Gulf allies are beating down our door right now, pretty much telling us to don't do it because they don't have a way to defend themselves in their key infrastructure. This is the reason why Trump keeps tackling. It's because he can't take the devastation of the Middle East because it would destroy our economy. I mean, here's the thing. We don't need our economy destroyed while we're over here trying to fix Japan's economy.
Iran really believes this is the last chance because the president has done this over and over and over again during the course of this war. He has said we were going to hit them really, really hard, harder than they've ever been hit. But at the last minute, I've called that off. We decided to continue our talks, all of which began with opening the Strait of Hormuz, which the Iranians desperately do not want to do. So the question of where this is going is just completely up in the air. And domestically, it has really served to kind of divide the president's supporters. On the one hand, opponents of the war have been unhappy the whole time, but supporters of the war have wanted the president to go in and, quote, finish the job. And now they're seeing another one of these pullbacks.
Yeah, we're hearing as.
Yeah, because these guys who keep saying finish the job do not understand the reality of this war. It's like he can't finish the job without destroying the entire global economy. That's just a fact of the matter. Is if he escalates the power plants and bridges, that's what Iran's going to do throughout the Middle East. And I remember somebody had the dumbass opinion of, oh, what makes you think that Iran can strike their infrastructure? I mean, bro, if they can strike military bases in their country, makes you think they can't strike power plants and bridges in their country that aren't protected by sophisticated missile defense system. So do y'all hear yourselves? So if you don't think that Iran can decimate the entire infrastructure of the Middle East, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. It's like, or you just really don't know what's going on.
Byron says there, Alex, another pullback, but the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson says there are no talks, at least with the United States. Listen here.
We are not currently holding negotiations with the United States. Our talks are with Oman and are focused on reaching an understanding on a route that would allow shipping traffic to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
And this follows that exact same pattern is that, we say there are talks underway. Iran says, nope, no talks. We have no talks going on.
That's right. And I think that's what's frustrating for Republicans, for voters here, is this pattern. It seems like it's this continuous back and forth.
I mean, because Iran pretty much already told us what they were going to do. They said, Trump, look, you can go ahead and commit to the power plants and bridges, but just know that's where we're going to go ahead and start destroying power plants, bridges, water desalination plants, and American businesses throughout the Middle East. And I mean, you guys can't even stop us from attacking your bases. So what makes you think you can stop us from attacking those? That's exactly what Iran hit us with. That's why Trump pumped the brakes. He had no choice because he had no response for their attack.
Fourth of the president saying, no, the president saying Iran wants to get back to the table with talks. And I'll hold back on hitting them very hard like I have threatened to do. And now here we are on, the fifth or so time that these talks have restarted. And I think to Byron's point, there's a lot in the camp that have said, why aren't we just finishing the job and getting this done? But here we are in August, right before the midterm elections, that this could drag on, that Republicans are talking about this into September, into October. But the president today said he's not running and he thinks he has the time he needs to do to get this done the right way.
And part of the reason, Robert Wolf, is because you have some of these Arab nations that are saying, hold on, You have Axios writing here, MBS raises concerns over Trump's plan for massive Iran strikes. It goes on to write, Iran has threatened to retaliate by launching attacks against energy and infrastructure facilities in Israel and the Gulf countries. The Saudis expressed concerns and asked for clarity about the plan of action.
And here's the clarity that they were asking for. They're going like, look, bro, you can go ahead and commit these strikes, but if you cannot assure that our safety, then you can't do this to us. And that's what the Gulf countries saying, like, oh, we've been taking all this damage. We've been getting our energy infrastructure hit. We've been getting our like civilian locations hit, all for you to carry out this war. And right now, we're kind of drawing on our final straw right here. If you commit to power plant and bridge day, and you have no way of defending us as well, or defending us at the same time, then the entire global economy is going to be thrown down the drain because Iran is going to destroy all of our energy infrastructure and our water. So our countries are going to become unlivable, Trump. Do you want that? Of course you don't. So you're going to have to hold off until you can find a reason or find out a way to stop Iran from attacking us. And that's what MBS is pretty much urging Trump on. It's like, you got to de-escalate if you can ensure our defense. And that's a fair ask. I mean, it really is. I mean, why would we just want to throw away the entire Middle East before war with Iran, or just because we want to try to finish the job? Finish the job and our economy at the same time? Yeah, no, thank you.
U.S. official told Axios. A second source with knowledge of the call said MBS urged Trump to de-escalate and refrain from launching the strikes, which is an indication that these Arab states are worried about their infrastructure, meaning they believe Iran still has a little fight left.
Well, Trace, not to pour on what Byron and Alex said, but I will a little. I mean, first of all, we know that Saudi was concerned with what's happened in the Red Sea with the Houthis. So, it is escalating, whether they like it or not. We know what's happened in Kuwait. We know what's happened in Jordan. We know what's happened in our ally countries. So, first of all, I think that what everyone said, the MOU was worth the paper it's on. The ceasefires have not been real. I'm right now really concerned about what, Fox reporter Jen Griffin talked about, which was incredibly insightful.
Nah, for real though. He's like, not gonna lie, them damn Lego videos got me wanting to bomb shit. I can feel you on that one. I ain't gonna lie, they do get you salty. And they are catchy though. That's what also irritates me. Those are some catchy ass Lego videos. Or the video that they dropped where they're pretty much stating that they're going to decimate the entire Middle East. That's also insane too. So, I mean, look, man, Iran's pretty much telling us out loud through their language and through Legos what they're going to do. I mean, if you want the entertaining version, go ahead and look at the Legos.
Was the munition depletion. That's
shout out to my man Jet. And all right, let's keep it going. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And if you got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to see my man Dancing G, you can send a gift or super chat in. All right, let's keep it going.
Right now, really concerned about what, Fox reporter Jen Griffin talked about, which was incredibly insightful, which was the munition.
Dancing G, don't I? I keep Dancing Kim. I'm trying to find Dancing G. I really am.
Depletion that's going on, and how long can we keep going on offense, and what will it do with the impact, God forbid something happens in Taiwan. So, I think that this has been not well thought out. And let's recall in March in Kentucky, the president said it's over. The war was over in March. So we know that there has been a lot of fact versus fiction, and we just don't know where we are today.
Yeah. Meantime, kind of coming back to this country politics here, big primary tomorrow in Michigan. The Wall Street Journal writes the following: high stakes Michigan primary tests progressive.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next clip here.
President Trump says a deal with Iran is imminent after calling off a new wave of massive airstrikes over the weekend. He also says renewed talks with the radical Islamic regime are set to resume today. Iran is denying this. As you know, they do. The president remains optimistic about a potential deal focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and no nuclear weapons for Iran. Here it is.
Now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. We'll see if it's sure. I'd love to do that. Save a lot of lives. Save a lot of unnecessary power, to be honest with you. It'll take many, many years to ever build it back. If it could, I don't think it would be even buildable back.
So there it is, the very latest from the president. Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House. Lucas.
Well, good morning, Harris. This is at least the fifth time since April that President Trump has turned off the launch of major airstrikes on Iran, but that could only be temporary after President Trump just a few seconds ago took to Truth Social to post that he's calling Iran duplicitous, saying after the Iranians said that they would only be dealing with Oman, not the United States. So
I know, I've been told you that. Actually, I've been told you that like 2 nights ago. It's kind of crazy how I'm ahead of the game right now. But shout out though. But here's the thing, though, because I was actually reading that on Substack, is how Oman and Iran are leaving the U.S. out of the deal. And yes, I was reading this on, I forget whose Substack, but I think it was like a CIA analyst. But here's the thing, though, what they was pretty much writing down was how pretty much Iran and Oman are pretty much negotiating control of the strait, tolling of the strait, transiting, all of it, and they're leaving the U.S. out of it, and they're not even really caring about what the U.S. got to say about it, because the U.S. can't beat Iran's ass off the strait. So everybody's recognizing Iran's power over the strait, making them a regional power, soon to probably burst out as a world power. I know, right? God forbid, but this is the reality we put ourselves in.
looks like talks are off right now. And President Trump saying in part, nothing gets through to Iran unless we want it to. And nothing will get through unless a deal where total surrender is accomplished. So that means airstrikes could be on the menu, in fact, as soon as this evening, perhaps. We'll have to ask the president. We talked to him at 1:30. Some Republicans, Harris, are dubious about any talks with the Iranian regime.
He had the guts to finally say, after we had presidents that sat there and appeased Iran, he finally said, you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You're not going to continue to kill Americans.
I mean, wasn't the Obama deal kind of made sure that the Obama deal made sure they didn't have a nuclear weapon. So he's the only president who was able to, pretty much like try to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Actually, Obama, well, he succeeded in getting out the highly enriched uranium that was a problem, and then getting them to keep their enrichment at 3.67%. So compared to what Trump is doing now, I'm gonna be real with you, I'd rather go back to the JCPOA. And now that I'm reflecting on it, it kind of seems like the Zionists pushed Trump to get out of the JCPOA in order to put us on this path towards Iran that we're on today. Well, actually, the destination of war with Iran that we're at today.
So he had the guts to do it. So I know he's given diplomacy a chance. Do I believe it's going to work? Probably not.
As the president returned to the White House last night, another ship was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump and Gulf allies want to see the Strait of Hormuz reopened, where traffic has remained slow each day. Only 3 to 5 million barrels of oil are making it through. Before the conflict began, Harris, 5 months ago, 20 million barrels of oil made it through each day. Now, many countries in the region are now looking at alternative methods to get oil to market to avoid the strait. Here's the president on what the Saudis and other Gulf allies told him yesterday.
And the reason they asked is I think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz, and then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran. We're holding it. We'll just say we can do it anytime we want.
Last week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told our colleague Brett Baer Russia is enjoying seeing this prolonged conflict now stretching over 5.
Hey, shout out Queen Session. Sent an Uncle Alert for 440 jewels. I appreciate that. The Uncle Alert is crazy. Appreciate it. I still like to consider myself a big bro age, but I guess I'm pushing on to that unk age at this point.
5 months now, because that means the U.S. is focused more in the Middle East, sending more weapons and forces there. It means Ukraine is getting less help. Harris?
Yeah, but they're doing test votes, as we saw last week on the Russia sanctions deal. So obviously the White House can do more than one thing at a time. Look, I want to follow up. We had, even in your story there, word from the president that a deal, was imminent, so on and so forth. And moments ago, you caught on Truth Social. We're all sitting on Truth Social right now because we know that this is moving. Right. Talk to me about a reset. And I know we're in kind of a pause again, but the president is anxious to at least communicate with us in real time. So we're appreciative of that. But does it do a reset every time they go back? You got Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, so many hands in this pie, such that every time you resume, is Iran getting a better deal?
Well, the list of mediators does appear to grow, as you just point out, Harris. First, it was Pakistan mediating efforts, then the Qataris. Then over the weekend, we heard a lot about Saudi Arabia. President Trump saying he spoke to Saudi Crown Prince.
Oh, yeah, guys. If you've got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and super chat it in. Or if you just want to support the show like Queen here, appreciate the support again, sis. you can go ahead and send that in as well if you just want to see Dancing Kim again.
Mohammed bin Salman. But what President Trump just posted on Truth Social, we'll have to follow up on this at 1:30 in the Oval Office, is it appears that the talks are off after Iran said they're not interested in any kind of talks with the United States or diplomats. They only want to deal with the Omanis. And that's why President Trump said either a deal or total surrender. It's worth looking at that one more time, Harris. Perhaps the control room could put that on the screen again. President Trump is using language like total surrender once again. So it does appear that talks are off. Yeah, nothing gets through to Iran unless we want to. He's referring to the naval blockade there. Nothing will get through unless a deal or total surrender is accomplished. So it does appear that airstrikes are back on the menu, back on the table, Harris.
All right, but we don't know when, and the president there communicating in real time what's happening. Oman is definitely on the list I read, just not solely on that list. So that's interesting. It feels like the ball is moving. The president's keeping us posted, and so are you, Lucas. Thank you very much. In focus with me now, Matthew Wiz Buckley, retired Navy Top Gun fighter pilot and founder of the Sacred Warrior Fellowship. Great to have you. So again, talks are off, which is in the last couple of minutes there. What does this tell you about what's going on? Because normally, you know, you're at, what, 45,000 feet, maybe even higher than that in a jet? And all these things are getting worked out on the ground, but you're watching it on ground level with the rest of us now. What does your experience tell you?
Well, Harris, you all just used the word reset. The only people that are resetting are the Iranians and the Iranian forces. Last week, it was reported widely that China was allegedly delivering 400 man pads, right? Portable air defense system. It sounds like, according to some of my sources, Harris, that back in April, remember the Easter rescue of the F-15E Strike Eagle crew was potentially shot down by a man-pad provided by China. So this is a reset only for Iran. Harris, we're looking for diplomatic solutions with people that don't understand diplomacy. They only understand force. So that's
I'm sorry, but that is wild to sit here and say that they don't understand diplomacy when we're the ones who bombed them twice during negotiations. Like, we snuck attack. We literally did a sneak attack on Iran twice. It's like, bro, our honor? Like, do we not have no honor all of a sudden? Like, we just start sneaking attacking them people while we're talking to them, supposed to be negotiating. But because they're not willing to give up their missiles and proxies, we're just going to bomb them during negotiations? That is insane. Then they come to the table again, willing to give up a little bit more, but because they're still not willing to give up those missiles, those pesky missiles and proxies, oh no, we're just going to bomb them again while we're negotiating. And then when they close down the strait and start attacking our allies, oh my God, the evil Iranians, the evil Islamists, like we ain't did nothing wrong. Like, we had all the opportunity in the world to get to a nuclear deal, but for some reason we kept fusing Israeli interests with American interests. And Iran was never going to give up their missiles and proxies. So we should have just left that out of the conversation and we'd have been able to get a nuclear deal from Iran. But sadly, Israel wants their missiles and proxies to be disabled. The problem is that we can't get that out of Iran, but we could have definitely got a nuclear deal.
That's why you can see the frustration with the president is these ain't Manhattan real estate developers. These are radical Islamic terrorists that want to fight to the end. And only reset is for them to rearm.
Talk to me about what we know about Oman. Like, why would they choose Oman over anyone?
I'm sorry, but who attacked who first? Why are we talking about this as if Iran attacked us first? Isn't that kind of crazy? Like, we're talking about them as if they're the aggressor, but we're the ones who popped off this war, like a war of choice. Bombed them first. So let's stop with the propaganda and let's stop acting like these guys are irrational actors, because if they were, let's be real, they'd have decimated the entire Middle East by now as a response from the first attacks, or at least since last year. I mean, guys, from the fact that Iran was able to strike our bases, doesn't that tell you that they showed restraint from us bombing Fordo? Like, they could have bombed all of our bases after that, but they showed restraint and didn't. So let's not sit here and pretend like Iran aren't rational, like we can act like we can't get down to what a deal with them. We can. The problem is, though, that we want total surrender. And for some reason, them not agreeing to total surrender is pretty much saying that, oh, well, they can't agree to anything. I mean, like, that's a bit ridiculous.
Get why they don't choose Saudi Arabia, but why that particular country?
Well, Harris, I sailed through the Strait of Hormuz a bunch of times on a couple aircraft carriers, and Oman's on the left side, right? If they want to do some sort of, Garden State Parkway or Sopranos, it's going to be the Iranian on the right and Oman on the left. So they're going to try and join forces there. But the president has said repeatedly that's simply not going to happen. We're not going to allow that either.
What are he going to do about it? He can't even move their ass off the strait. He's too afraid to strike the power plants and bridges because Iran is going to strike the power plants and bridges throughout the Gulf region. And guys, for those of you who are be real with you, a bit ignorant. I mean, if Iran can attack our bases, right, which they just done, that's how soldiers ended up dead, and they're protected by what? Oh, well, air defense systems. Then what makes you think they can't start attacking these power plants and bridges throughout the Gulf countries and factories that aren't protected by air defense systems? Like, are you serious? But some of you guys can't put that together for some reason.
That is so fascinating. You're talking geographically. Yeah, and then they control
Correct.
it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then both those countries.
The crazy thing is, what the most irritating logic is? Well, I don't want to live in a world where Iran got a nuke. Well, congratulations, bro. Iran don't got a nuke. You got your wish. Iran was never going towards a nuke. We have no proof that Iran was going towards a nuke. So you got your wish the whole time. You just been sitting here ungrateful for what? Ain't that crazy? You done got your wish the whole time. You ain't just saying look around and just look outside and be like, oh, wait, Iran doesn't have a nuke? Yeah, bro. Yeah, I mean, they never had one this whole time, nor do they have a nuclear program. None of that. So what do you mean by, oh, well, Iran cannot have a nuke? They was never going towards one, bro. And I'm sorry, but it's their missiles and drones that's fucking us up right now, not a nuke.
Can charge whatever they want, which is why President Trump is saying no to this. Your last quick thought.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Harris. So Oman, it's like many of the regions or countries in the region, they kind of smile and tell us one thing, and behind our backs, they're doing something else. So we got to keep an eye on the Omanis.
All right.
I'm weak. Isn't it? Now we're going to turn our friend into enemies. It'd be like that. Oh, man. Some people do be simple-minded with it. Well, they were on their way to a nuke. No, bro. There is no proof, no CIA, no IAEA. I mean, nobody's saying that. But you guys on the right that's trying to push this war, there is no proof that Iran was going towards a nuke whatsoever. Like, sorry, guys, the evidence isn't there. There is no proof, no nothing. There's really more evidence that Iran was actually abiding by the JCPOA. There's more proof that Iran was actually abiding by the fatwa that was set down by the old Ayatollah to set when he made it a religious law saying that to have a nuke is a sin against God. But we blew that guy up. So I'm not even sure if they have those same values anymore. Maybe, most likely not, though, because I'm pretty sure they're realizing that getting a nuke is the only way to ensure their sovereignty and their survival. So you know what? Maybe now, but before this war, they weren't going towards a nuke whatsoever, and there was no proof to say that that was the case at all.
President Trump called off massive strikes on Iran over the weekend. He says talks are scheduled today. The Iranians deny that. Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins me now. General, we've seen this movie before, a delay in taking action. Does the president lose some degree of credibility when he makes a threat and then delays?
Guys, you know what's so crazy too? Is like people say, well, what do you know? Like, I mean, guys, if Donald Trump had the proof that Iran had a nuclear weapon, wouldn't he just present it? Or they were on their way to a nuclear weapon, wouldn't they just present it to make you guys not sound so stupid? I mean, no, think about it. That's how y'all guys get cooked every time. Oh, well, they're going towards a nuclear weapon. Where's your proof? Yeah. That's how y'all sound right now. So in order to get the American people on board, get the approval numbers up, why wouldn't he show definitive proof that Iran's going towards a nuclear weapon? Because there is none. Remember, our own Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, literally came out and said there's no evidence. According to all 18 intelligence departments, our whole entire intelligence community came together and said that, yeah, Iran's not going towards a nuke, no proof of a nuclear program that's producing weapons or them wishing to go towards a nuke. But for some reason, you guys just ignored that, and so did Trump. Like, look, apparently he didn't want to hear that, so he just said, oh, she don't know what she's talking about. But that's your director of intelligence, basically.
It happens frequently.
Well, I think there are issues, certainly, a sense of confusion, giving diplomatic start, diplomatic stop, military attack, military stand down, prepared for major combat operations now 3 times and has stood down each time. But I do think the president is likely, Stuart, to have information that we don't have. And we know full well that the Iranian regime, what they say publicly through their government officials, and by the way, they are saying right now there are no negotiations planned or ongoing. Today was the day it was going to start with the United States. Government officials making that statement. Quite the contrary from the president. But likely they are talking to him privately about things they're not saying publicly, which is their pattern of behavior. So I make that assumption. The second thing I think we have to unpack also what is going on in this region writ large. The reality is back on April the 7th, we had conducted 38 days of an operation. We had about 14 more days to go. 52nd day or so was the plan to stop. And we went to a ceasefire. Why did we go to that ceasefire? Because Iran took control of the Straits of Hormuz and President Trump changed his priorities, which he has spoken about. They became economic in terms of oil and gas prices and political in terms of the midterms to a lesser degree than economic, to be sure. And then began negotiations that the Iranians were incentivizing us to participate in to open the Straits of Hormuz. 2 months later, a deal was signed, as we all recall, and the MOU was the only deal in the MOU to open the Straits of Hormuz, and we remove our blockade. And what happened? They didn't comply with it. Days later, they violated it, and it was fully clear that they had no intention to open up.
Oh, guys, you got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Go ahead and super chat it in, especially the disagreeers. Put your money where your mouth is, my friend, instead of typing paragraphs in the chat, okay? You might as well just go ahead and get my attention that way. Because, bro, some of y'all be saying some stupid stuff. Actually, you know what? I'll answer one more stupid comment. Like this stupid comment right here is like, bro, what you just admitted in your own comment that the IAEA evidence shows that Iran coordinated nuclear weapon efforts, which no, they didn't actually, until late 2003. So in 2003, you're pretty much saying that they ceased all operations to go towards a nuclear weapon. And then it pretty much goes with my timeline that says that, oh, yeah. And then by 2024, by 2004, 2006, the Ayatollah put down a religious fatwa saying that it was a sin against God to have a nuclear weapon. And they still have no nuclear weapon nor nuclear program till this day. So what did we learn? That one, you kind of conflated the two, because saying that 60%, you're kind of leaving out the fact that they didn't reach 60% until 2021. I mean, you're framing it as if they always had 60%. But if you actually look this up, Iran didn't reach 60% enrichment until 2021. And sadly, that's because Donald Trump put out the JCPOA, put sanctions back on Iran, labeled the IRGC a terrorist group, and killed General Qasem Soleimani. 3 acts of aggression that pushed Iran towards that 60%, which they use as a deterrent. So nobody's saying that they're using 60% for dual use. No. Nobody's saying that they're using it for energy. No. We all know, if you're actually being smart about this, that they're using it as a deterrent. They're pretty much telling us, look, we got 60% here. If you attack us, we'll progress. If you don't, we'll just keep this here. But that's like their best option to still stick with the fatwas. Either they're going to threaten to make a nuke, or, well, we just going to strike them. That's the sad reality of it. The only reason that they had it at 60% was supposed to be a deterrence. If we keep progressing on them, they're going to enrich it. And here's the problem. For some reason, we don't get it. I mean, if you're smart and you understand like pattern recognition, you would understand that, oh, wait, every time I'm aggressive towards Iran, they go faster and faster towards a nuke. They progress further and further. So why would I think escalating things with them is going to fix anything when it comes to their nuclear capability? If anything, I'm only proving to them that they actually do need a nuke when I should be disproving it. But it is what it is. I guess you guys want to crash out.
The Straits of Hormuz. And here we are on a path to do just that. The two objectives that the Trump administration are insisting on, if this diplomacy is to succeed, is the Straits of Hormuz gets opened up and it's an international navigational waterway. Oman doesn't have any control of it. Iran doesn't have any control of it. It's free passage, recognized as international waters. That's the way it was prior to February the 28th. And then a nuclear enterprise with all the pieces and parts that we are so familiar with. Both of those are going to be very challenging to adhere to. Do I think they are achievable? If anybody can get that deal done, it's President Trump and his administration. I think it's unlikely, given the pattern that we are looking at with the Iranians and their unwillingness to give up the strategic asset, the Straits of Hormuz, and their nuclear program. But there are also other participants in the region that complicate this. Take a look at the mediators, the Pakistanis and the Qataris. They are compromised, Stuart, historically well known in the region by the countries in the region as well as our intelligence agencies that they favor Iran. And I think at times they have had undue influence on this administration on behalf of Iran, incentivizing us to move toward a deal when a deal truly was not there. And now we have Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, once again, this is the fourth time they have influenced the administration.
Yeah, because I mean, and bro, I know he's pissed off at Saudi Arabia because he wants to escalate strikes. He wants to continue the war. But the thing is, though, is that, and I would call him out to his face. I'm like, dog, the reason why Saudi Arabia wants this to stop is because you're escalating this on their backs. It's not going to be your water infrastructure that's attacked. It's not going to be your energy infrastructure that's attacked. It's going to be theirs. And you cannot ensure their safety. You can't ensure their defense, even though that's what we agreed to do for them. So while we sit here and attack Iran, and we all know that Iran's going to decimate Saudi Arabia, and we can't ensure their protection. Like, why would they sit there and progress this war, even demand that this war goes on, if they know that they're going to be taking all the damage? Like, we're not, they are. So you can't sit there and get mad at Saudi Arabia for sitting there saying, like, yo, guys, hold on here. Whose infrastructure is in danger? Oh, not yours, mine's? Okay, then, yeah, maybe we should stop this, since all your economies depend on my stability. And that's kind of true when it comes to Saudi Arabia, especially the petrodollar.
On doing something that it intended to do and stopping it from doing it. The first time was Project Freedom, open the Straits of Hormuz. They denied us their air base and airspace and told the president the operation would fail. They're not particularly qualified to make that assessment at all about what our operation was going to do in opening up the Straits of Hormuz. But it's telling the influence that they had. 3 other times they've had that same influence. Twice when the administration was moving towards major combat operations, not announced certainly, and they influenced them to stand down. And also this last time. So what is going on with the Saudis here? When you look at it clearly, what the Saudis are really saying by their actions and their words is that we are not willing to take risk to rid.
No. It's not about taking risk. I mean, no, there is no way. Now, if we maybe told the Saudis, I'm gonna be real with you, bro, like maybe we could probably defend like 80% of the attacks, but you're gonna get hit though. They might be able to work with us on that. I'm like, okay, cool, finish the job. We're prepared to take those damages, but we're running low on interceptor missiles to protect ourselves and our allies. So they already know that, yo, you're running low on interceptor missiles. This is the entire world knows it. So don't even play stupid with me. And you want me to sit by and allow an attack that's going to ensure the decimation of my infrastructure? Are you guys insane? Like, that's how Saudi Arabia and the rest of the Gulf countries are looking at us right now. Like, do y'all hear yourselves? Did y'all forget that we pump trillions of dollars into y'all economy? Y'all fucking AI that y'all want to keep propped up that's going to burst. The only reason that shit ain't burst yet is because of their investments, which they should honestly stop doing, by the way. And the petrodollar. Do you forget that they're the ones that help us hold that together? But you just want to throw away their entire fucking economy and country? Like, are you serious, guys? Do you hear yourselves? You're literally getting mad that they're bringing up their own effing concerns. Because remember, we're carrying out this war on the backs of the Gulf country at the end of the day. And it's fucked up, but that's the way it is. And shout out to my man Jay says, question, why does Iran build up to you say 1,300 feet to hide they shit, but would build our shit on the surface, which is clearly not protected well? Yeah, that is true. I mean, bro, Why does Iran have a geothermal plant? Like, bro, they're literally getting like energy 24 hours from pretty much just digging under the ground and take advantage of the energy that's being produced there. Yes, they got geothermal energy plants, guys. Why don't we got that? Iran got hypersonic missiles, 2 versions of them. We just started on our first. It's called the Dark Eagle. Why are we late on that? And once again, yes, why does Iran actually, we do have like, military bases on the ground here in America, though, but not in the Middle East, though. So I guess it's like I think it's like a home base thing, I guess. I guess you have underground military bases at the crib or at your home country, but not, when you're abroad. But I'm not gonna lie, that would have been a smart idea because, these underground bases that Iran got, that's the only reason that their missile storage and their drone storage is safe, because they have these underground bases that we can't reach, and they can just pop in and out of them to shoot their drones and missiles.
Middle East region.
But I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea why we haven't adopted that idea. Not in the Middle East. We've adopted that idea at home here, though. I know one of the Air Force bases near me, right, Patterson Air Base, it has an underground, has an underground section
Of Iran's aggression. And what kind of risk are they trying to avoid? Casualties to their population and damage to their oil or gas infrastructure. And some is likely in both categories. They are certainly willing for the United States and Israel to take casualties and have our resources, military material things and others, certainly.
No. They don't want you to continue the war. That's the problem. Saudi Arabia's want to just get down with Iran. Saudi Arabia's looking at us like, look, bro, if this means taking out my entire economy, you got it. I mean, we'll just work with Iran and we're just not going to keep pushing this because you can ensure my protection. It's like, that's literally how Saudi Arabia is thinking about this. And he's upset, going like, well, why can't you sacrifice your entire country for war with Iran? I would have to look at this general like, bro, well, I mean, how about this? If it was your water salination centers at risk, if it was your energy infrastructure at risk, would you risk it? Because all you guys are risking is high energy prices. We're risking our entire way of life. That's the difference.
Put at risk and destroyed and take casualties. I think it's fairly shameful behavior on their part when you consider the following, that since World War II, Saudi Arabia has been under a nuclear and security umbrella all of that time. We put together a coalition led by the United States to liberate Kuwait and to stop Iraq from taking control, Saddam Hussein, of the Saudi airfields, which was their ultimate objective. When the government of Saudi Arabia, disputable whether the MBS was involved in it, the Crown Prince or not, intelligence services believe he was. It is disputable. The fact is the government killed Khashoggi, a Washington Post journalist of Saudi background. And the Trump administration wire brushed them over that, was certainly fundamentally opposed to it, but it didn't impact relationships with Saudi in the region because that relationship is important. And they certainly are an adversary of Iran. We have been providing them an arsenal of weapons. They fly our airplanes. We train their pilots.
Yeah.
They drive our tanks and other vehicles, and we're about to cut a deal with.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we can put their entire way of life at risk. That doesn't mean we can just pretty much be the reason why their people's water gets shut off, why their people have no energy. Then there's going to be a complete civil war, and then their whole economy is going to fall apart, and so will the country. All because you want to push war? Do you hear yourself? This dude is completely inconsiderate of their situation. Actually, he don't even want to tell the American people the situation of the Saudis that, yo, if we carry out these strikes, we have no way of defending Saudi Arabia from the strikes that Iran will bring down upon them. You know what? Maybe y'all need to watch this video, guys. So, you know what? You're going to watch this video. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break. But please, guys, this is what Iran's threatening. And sorry, we got to show it in Lego form and be a bit childish about it. But, hey, you guys be childish and you don't want to read about it. So we're going to go ahead and just show it through visual form. Oh, and shout out to my man Jet, by the way. And shout out to my man Jet, guys. But all right, guys, enjoy the video. I will be right back. But this is pretty much what Iran's threatening to do. Power plants in Israel. Ports in the UAE. Damn, Oracle in the UAE. Mobile aluminum. Refineries in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, that ain't Arabia. And it's kind of crazy. Iran's pretty much saying, so yeah, while we send all the other countries into darkness and why they have no water because we destroyed their power plants and water salination centers, we'll be over here pretty much rebuilding our infrastructure. Because guys, like I pretty much said, Iran just released their first geothermal power plant. So yeah, I mean, they're finding a way to get off fossil fuels. It's a bit wild, but hey, this is why I'm telling you guys that we honestly shouldn't be escalating with Iran if we're not able to protect our allies, or we're going to be the ones paying for it in the end. But they'll be the ones paying up front with the decimation of their entire country.
Them on F-35s, the most advanced fighter the world has ever done.
Of course. But all right, though, let's get to this Piers Morgan panel here, because this was pretty interesting. They had one of the leaders of Hamas, a spokesman from Hamas, on here. And boy, was he doing a whole lot of BS, and I'm not gonna lie.
Israel is a big burden on the shoulder of the war. All means and methods would include rape. It would include murder. It would include burning down villages. And you want to paint them and say they're not a terrorist entity. The United States should stay out of it. You're a U.S. citizen, are you not?
I didn't say that. Just take the frickin' deal and let's get out of there. The only people that'll be unhappy is Israel. And why? Because Iran will have become a little bit stronger.
A lot of the theories being put out that somehow the Israelis are behind all this. It suits them and the Americans to stir things up with the migrants.
That's ridiculous. Where does this stop? Everything that seems to happen on earth, somebody has this nutty idea that it must be Israel.
President Trump says the U.S. has delayed the biggest military attack since it nuked Japan after.
I mean, bro, Israel be throwing themselves into a lot of stuff. Like, they didn't have to say anything after that Spanish invasion, or the 50,000 immigrants just rushed the Spanish border. Like, they didn't have to say anything, but it was going like, haha, this is what you get. We're in support of it. We actually hope the Moroccans take your land. I mean, oh yeah, and the fact that Israel does work, hand in hand with Morocco is also a bit sus as well. But we're just gonna sit here and ignore all that, I guess.
Direct requests from the Saudi crown prince and from Iran itself. Once again, Trump says that they're close to securing a deal. But many of the war's biggest supporters think this is a white flag and that any chance of a good deal has been vanquished by the midterm elections. Meanwhile, US and Israeli officials are being forced to deny extraordinary claims that they helped to plan a rush of 60,000 migrants into one of Spain's Moroccan exclaves. We'll get to all of that shortly, but we begin with an apparently historic breakthrough in Gaza. Trump's controversial Board of Peace says it's reached a landmark deal for Hamas to disarm and for Israel to leave Gaza. There's been no official word from Israel, which carried out intensive strikes in Gaza this weekend. Well, Ghazi Hamad is the spokesman for Hamas and joins me now. Mr. Hamad, thank you for joining me on Uncensored. In very simple terms, what is this deal?
I think this is an exceptional deal because of the exceptional circumstances, because of the
now, pretty much due to the whole Gaza peace plan is giving the Palestinians a right to pretty much self-govern themselves and self-police themselves as well. And all Hamas got to do is, well, they pretty much committed to most of their agreements, you know, commit to a ceasefire, return the hostages, and now all they have to do is disarm. Well, we'll see how they'll do that because Israel has still been consistently killing Palestinians like pretty much every day. Like just yesterday, I think about 7 Palestinians died in an Israeli bombing campaign, and it's supposed to be a ceasefire. But I mean, you know, a ceasefire to Israel means that you stop firing, we don't.
Gaza because of the operation in Gaza, because the world is watching Gaza doing nothing. People are killed every day. People are exterminated every day in Gaza. No one succeeded to help our people there. All the people are watching. So I think we did our best in order to save our people.
Now, his argument is fair. Now, what he's trying to explain is like, well, the whole world kind of just left us to our devices. You allowed the Palestinians to take land all the way back in the 40s, allow them to oppress us, brutalize us, segregate us and into Gaza. And pretty much the entire world was allowing this, allowing the complete subjugation of the Palestinians. Now, when we pop off on October 7th and commit all the violence that the Israelis was committing on us, you guys have a problem? And I'm like, you know, bro, that's actually a decent point, but I'm gonna be real with you. Still don't agree with the violence that happened on October 7th, though. I'm never gonna sit there and agree with people dying, being kidnapped, dogs being shot, all the babies being kidnapped. No, I'm not gonna do it, even though I know that the Israelis was doing that to you, doing that to you guys way before October 7th. Trust me, I get that, but it doesn't mean that what Hamas did was right or justified in any way, shape, or form.
Our citizens in Gaza Strip from displacement, from mass killing, from massacres, or from genocide, from all kinds of tortures. So I think this is a forced necessity in order to save our people in Gaza Strip. I know it is not easy. I'm not so pleased with deal because I think we are looking for something is more better in order to create a good atmosphere for our people, to end our occupation, to end the occupation, to build a new future for our people. But as I told you, the situation really is very bad, very hard for us. No one helped us in this, and for 80 years, that all the international community are looking for watching the Palestinian people under oppression, killing, mass killing, settlements in the West Bank, confiscation of lands. So I think we tried to do something in order to save our people, to put our cause in the table of the international community. This is an exceptional phase of the Palestinian history, which is full of pain, tears, blood, and suffering. This is maybe someone is most hardest phase in the Palestinian history. I hope that we can succeed to save our people from this monster. You know, yesterday we received significant.
Yeah, but here's the problem, and I'll tell bro straight up. It's like, look, dog, I get your entire history, and I get, in a way, I get why you guys committed to October 7th. But I'm gonna be real with you: 2 wrongs don't make a right, and it never will. So you pretty much got down to the level of the Israelis. You became the devil that you feared so much, or the devil that you hated so much. You guys stood down to their level. They kidnap your women and children and throw them into jail. What did you do? You go over there and kidnap their women, their children. I mean, they kill you guys recklessly with guns up front and all that. What you do? You go over there and do the same thing to them, except for people who ain't never had nothing to do with it. But I get it. I get it. Because I already know what they would say. Well, what would have happened when they did it to us? And you're right. That's why you guys should just cut this shit and get a two-state solution rolling, so we don't got to deal with this no more.
Significant messages from the Israeli after the declaration or after Hamas said that we accept this agreement. They killed more than 30 people, citizens, children, and women. And they sent very, very significant message to the United States, to the mediators, to the Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. We are not interested with the deal. We want to continue to kill people in Gaza Strip, to target everywhere. So I think that the world should understand that Israel is a burden. Israel is the core of the problems in the Middle East. They created troubles in Lebanon, in Gaza, in West Bank, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Iran. I hope that the world can open their eyes and see that the problem is not the Palestinians. The problem is Israel, which is a state of occupation, state of extermination, a state of genocide, a state of racism, apartheid. I hope that they can understand.
So let me put a question to you.
Okay, now he truly hates Israel. Okay, he absolutely hates Israel. Of course, I have my disagreements, and my disagreements with Israel and the way they carry out their military campaigns. But oh no, he's just like, no, they're a complete stain on the Middle East. I'm like, well, goddamn. I'm like an entire stain on the Middle East. I mean, geez, chill. Like the leadership, sure, but the entire state of Israel, come on now.
Okay, so you obviously do not trust the Israelis, and I would put to you that there's very good reason why they would not trust Hamas, and you in particular, when you make any kind of pledges, because of course, after October the 7th, one of the worst terrorist attacks of modern times, you went on camera publicly and said, we will do this again and again and again, and said you were wedded to annihilating Israel. Why should the Israelis trust somebody who said that?
You are a professional journalist. What do you expect from Palestinian people under occupation for 80 years? I am Asgazi. I know nothing about West Bank. I know nothing about my people in Jerusalem. I know nothing about my people inside the Green Line. 80 years of suffering, oppression, and suffering from the Palestinian. The Palestinian people, Palestinian organization, PLO, they try to find a solution, peace process with Israel, but Israel destroyed the peace process. And instead of this, they started to take lands, now to destroy the Palestinian Authority.
No, I understand, but with respect, Mr. Hamad, if I may just interject, with respect,
guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. And also, depending on how you're watching, smash the like button. And you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support.
If I may just ask you a question. If I may just ask you, I just want to ask you to, I want you to respond to my, Mr. Hamad, respectfully, if I could just ask you to answer the question, which is, given that you yourself said publicly that you wanted Hamas to keep doing an October the 7th style attack again and again and again, why should the Israelis trust you?
You know that they don't trust anyone. They don't listen to anyone. They don't listen to the mediators. They should not to trust anyone, because I think that this is an occupation. Hamas as liberation organization, we never commit crimes. We never kill civilians. We try all the time to liberate our home from the
Well, that's complete nonsense, Mr. Hamad. Sorry, I have to interrupt there. When you say you don't commit crimes and you don't kill innocent civilians, we all saw what happened on October the 7th in 2000.
I mean, yeah, we all seen the footage, bro. You guys walked in there, you killed citizens in their cars. You also killed citizens in their houses and shot dogs and all that wild stuff. Now, the whole baking babies in oven, I mean, that was disproven, but I mean, still, though, you guys are acting pretty crazy out there. And you kidnapped an infant. So, I mean, come on now.
2023, you had 3,000 members of your organization, Hamas, pour over the Israeli border and commit a series of despicable crimes in which you massacred innocent civilians all over Israel. You then captured over 250 of them, including Holocaust survivors.
And here's the thing, though. It's really hard to talk to guys like this about, oh, this is what you did to the Israelis, because you're talking about a man who lived through almost every bit of Israeli occupation, Israeli oppression. He didn't seen friends and family get bombed over and over again, carpet bombed, shot while protesting, all that good stuff. So it's really hard to get through to these guys. The whole, well, I mean, come on, bro, you got to work out a deal with the Israelis. Not all of them are like that. He's like, no, these guys have been oppressing me for like years, decades. And what you think October 7th was done for no reason? No, we understand that. But the way y'all carried it out, though, did not do y'all no favors. If you guys were going to attack Israel, you should have just kept it to mostly, military, which in a way they did. But I mean, let's be real, the hostages and all that good stuff. And you can even explain the hostages. They needed to take hostages in order to get back the Palestinians that were taken off the street by the IDF, given no court date, no due process. And somehow they're still in jail for so-called terrorism. So that's why they took, the hostages. But here's the thing. That doesn't excuse them taking hostages or excuse them taking a baby, because they want to get back Palestinian prisoners. So trust me, I can call out the wrongs on both sides.
A baby. So the idea you've not committed crimes is ridiculous.
No. I say 100%. I'm confident that 100%. We never commit crimes against civilians. Maybe some mistake happened, but it is not the policy of Hamas. It is not the
Well, there weren't mistakes. You've gunned down innocent people. Sorry, again, Mr. Hamad, I'm sorry. I can't let you get away with saying that. Hamas deliberately massacred people at a music festival. Hundreds of young people enjoying a music festival. That is a war crime.
Very well. There was no commands to kill civilians, or to kill women, or to kill the children. I think maybe some mistakes happened.
Yeah, but they did that though. And here's the thing, I get it. Like, oh yeah, you weren't on the ground. You weren't on the ground where they were doing it. But here's the thing, you sent a bunch of young guys over there with all the hate in their heart towards Israel, because Israel's been responsible for the snatching of their loved ones. They got a couple, sisters, brothers, mom, dads that they just snatched up and pretty much put in Israeli prisons that they're torturing. And this is what a lot of Hamas is like motivated off of. And of course, the constant oppression of the Palestinians. You sent over a bunch of youngsters to go commit that attack, and you wouldn't think you were going to get reckless. I mean, look what the IDF is doing. A bunch of youngsters committing to this war, and they're getting reckless as hell. I mean, you basically got down to the same level the IDF did.
But I think that Hamas has no any
there weren't
kind
mistakes. You burned people alive in their homes.
Instruction to kill civilians. In spite, that how many people, how many civilians, how hundreds of Palestinians since 1948, civilians, women, and children were killed by the Israeli forces. What they are doing to Palestinian people, it is not something that you can imagine.
Just to be clear, I have said repeatedly on my show that I believe that the scale of Israel's response to October the 7th has been way over the top. They've killed far too many Palestinian civilians in their response to what happened that day. But given that you are the Hamas spokesman, for you to come on this program and say to me with a straight face that nobody in Hamas committed any crimes on October the 7th is just a brazen lie. Your people, your terrorists, poured over the border and slaughtered hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of innocent civilians and captured many more.
Pierce, I'm a leader of Hamas. I understand. We believe in humanity. We believe in law. We believe in ethics and morality. We understand this is very well.
And I'll be real with you. This right here is what you turning people into when you have done nothing but honestly done acts of oppression and violence. That's it. That's when all you do is show these people oppression and violence. This is what you turn them into. You turn them into members of Hamas. When you bomb the Gaza recklessly and destroy 70% of it, killing 85,000 people, guess what? You create more guys like him. This is why Israel's decision just to try to kill all of Hamas will never work, because guess what? You're just going to create more members of Hamas. That's all you're going to do, especially when you just recklessly kill civilians, because all you're doing is proving Hamas' point about how crazy Israel is, or how they just want all the Palestinians dead. Like, you're kind of just proving their point through y'all bombing campaign.
Violence again. Maybe there's some mistake by individuals, but it is not the policy of Hamas. It is not our thinking. It is not our mentality to kill civilians. But maybe some people, there's some mistakes happened. Yes, I don't deny this. But you have to understand, we are. You look to the hostages, all the Israeli hostages who were kept for a long time. I think we did him very, very.
Hey, and shout out to some guy on YouTube for sending a clutch for 30 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. And you know what? Let me go ahead and give you a shout out real quick. And appreciate the support, my friend. And welcome back. Welcome back to the show. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel if you've been watching for longer than 10 minutes, guys, because you might as well at this point.
Very kind with them. We feed them. We give him all kinds of protection and shelter. But our prisoners now, more than 7,000 or 9,000, now every day they are exposed to the tortures and exposed to the humiliation on all kinds of bad.
And guys, like I said, that's one of the main reasons. One of the main reasons he's speaking about, the prisoners is that's the main reason why Hamas took all those hostages, because Hamas knew that for every Israeli, they would get like 100+ Palestinian prisoners or so-called Palestinian terrorists that the Israelis lock up with no due process, no charges. They just lock them up and keep them in there and subjugate them to all types of torture and sexual abuse. And I'm gonna be real with you, the Palestinians know this. And don't you think they're desperate to get their loved ones back? Yeah, I know. It's like the conditions created through this entire conflict between the Palestinians and Israel, bro, have created deep hatred on each side. And each side do commit atrocities against each other, especially when it comes to the IDF and Hamas. But sadly, the IDF has the power to commit more atrocities than Hamas do. So as you see, this is why Gaza's in the state it's in.
Bad behavior. So I think no, we believe that we follow the Islam principles who instruct us now to deal with even with alien. But look now to Gaza. Since the signature of the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement, about 1,400 people were killed. You can see 80% of them are civilians, women and children. Before that, in this war of genocide, more than 80, according to our statistics and the statistics of the international.
I'd have to grill him on that too, though. I'm just like, look, I get it. You guys felt like this was your last choice and all this, but you guys should have realized that Israel was gonna go buck wild on you guys. They were gonna bombard Gaza. They've been looking for a reason for a minute. So you guys should have honestly seen that, and you did basically put the Palestinian people at risk when you did commit to October 7th. Like, let's just not play stupid there. I know you got your reasons and you've been radicalized by the IDF and their nasty deeds towards you guys, but due to October 7th, you did put the entirety of the people of Gaza in danger because of that.
Organization, more than 90% of people are civilians. So I think as Hamas, we believe to fight against occupation. This is our duty to fight against them again and again, because I think we are looking to build our future, to free our home.
But
land.
if you're going to, all right, but Mr. Hamad, if you're Mr. Hamad, let me again interrupt you because I can't.
Here's the sad reality, though, guys. It's like, I hate to say it, but October 7th low-key worked out in their favor, because now everybody's understanding that the Palestinians want to get violent about it. Now they're understanding that the Palestinians are willing, they said they'll commit multiple October 7th until they get some type of Palestinian state or some type of resolution to where they can govern themselves and not be completely controlled by Israel. Like, it worked in a way. October 7th put the Palestinian question on the stage again. Why? Because now it shows they're pretty much telling us that, we're not going to let you guys move past us and go ahead and get the Abraham Accords across without you guys answering the question. We're not going to let the Israelis keep kidnapping our people and throwing them in prisons without doing something about it. We're not going to keep allowing the suppression on us without doing something about it. Like, yeah, we did. I'm going to be real with you. The Israelis definitely did back the Palestinians into this corner. This is why you got radical groups like Hamas.
I'll just let you talk without being challenged. When you accuse Israel of committing crimes, I think you have perfectly legitimate claims against some of the actions of this Israeli government. And a proper investigation will need to happen about exactly what has happened in Gaza and how many civilians have been killed. I think the reaction from the Israeli government has been way, way, way over the top. and they've killed far too many civilians. They say they've only gone after Hamas terrorists, and that in the process, civilians have been killed. I think that's a very questionable position of them. I also think the fact that 70.
I mean, that is crazy though. It's like, how are you trying to go after Hamas, but mostly civilians are killed? I mean, you know, if you're actually going after Hamas, wouldn't there be more Hamas dead than civilians? I mean, doesn't that kind of show a lack of, you know, care for civilian life if you're just willing to get them involved? I mean, isn't that a bit wild? Like how y'all bombed the, like what was it? Y'all told the Palestinians to go to Rafah, put a whole bunch of kids in these schools. Then you bombed the school because you said, oh, yeah, there are Hamas soldiers next to it and they're using them as human shields. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. You took out a bunch of kids, women and children, because there were 2 Hamas soldiers there? My nigga, you couldn't have hit them with the sniper? Like, you had to drop a whole bomb on a school? Like, you don't understand how that's wrong? And they were like, no, because Hamas is using them as human shields. And you just sit there uncomfortably as they say that, like, okay, yeah, I'm not really sure if I should be supporting you anymore.
80% of Gaza is pretty well uninhabitable, is a disgrace. And I think the actions of some members of the Israeli government, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich and others, and their words are borderline, certainly ethnic cleansing and possibly genocidal. I think their plan and intention is to take the West Bank and Gaza. So, you know, I've tried to be very fair in my coverage of this since October the 7th, and I'm very aware of the history going back to 1948. However, if you're going to come on here and you're going to accuse Israel of committing crimes, but in the same breath, try and tell me that no Hamas terrorists on October the 7th committed crimes, everybody watching this interview will think you're a liar. Why would you want them to think you're a liar?
Is not a terrorist action. I think we are acting against occupation.
No, that's what I'm saying. He literally sees nothing wrong with what he's doing because he literally believes in his heart that, well, he is actually, that he is fighting oppression, that he's fighting occupation. And I mean, in his eyes, he can do whatever needs to be done to get his way. He's willing to do it. This is what, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. This is what oppression kind of pushes people to. When you kind of strip them of their rights and their humanity, this is what they become. Like people who honestly are willing to do whatever to get their way or to get any type of sovereignty. It's a sad reality. We should all look at this guy as an example of why we shouldn't be continuing this bullshit in the Middle East and why we should also be restraining Israel as well from continuing this bullshit in the Middle East.
We never, as Hamas, we never use our power and our capability against Europeans, against Christians, against Jews, against Western people. We are fighting against occupation, and it is our legitimate right, according to United Nations resolution, according to the international community, according to all kinds of regulations and laws. It is our fight against to end this monster, this occupation. We want to end it. No one help us to do that. So I think we have to use everything, but we never cross the lines of morality and humanity and laws in our conflict against occupation. But if you look today,
dang, no, it was 28 minutes ago. But shout out to my man Noah, he just came in, and so did my man Jet. But shout out Noah from Venmo. He says, I appreciate the support, my brother. He says, if we build geothermal, the best area to place them would be California, Nevada, and Hawaii. It'll cost an absolute shitload, though. I'm like, yeah, that's true. But I mean, it runs itself after that. It's like constant energy production 24 hours. I mean, why not? And it's clean energy. I mean, it's coming from the ground, ain't polluting the air. I mean, you know, I like the investment. It'd be a worthwhile investment. That's my idea on when it comes to geothermal energy, which Iran has, but we don't. It's like, it's irritating, and it always will be irritating to me, but it is what it is.
I'm sorry, but again, Mr. Hamad, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry, but you crossed every line of humanity.
No, you really did, bro. Like, you definitely did. Like, what you did was out of pocket. Like, even if I understand, oh yeah, it was due to oppression, they raped, they killed my people. Yes, I know, we know, but what you did was still out of pocket, though. It's like, you gotta understand that, G. Nobody's gonna be on your side about what you guys did on October 7th. But all right, though. let's go ahead and get into it with this video right here. I did want to play this so you guys understand what I'm talking about, and so what my man Noah's talking about.
Iran just created a source of energy that never runs out, and this is far bigger than most people realize. After nearly 50 years of delays, Iran has finally switched on their first ever geothermal power plant. But here's the catch that nobody is telling you. This happened whilst America has been bombing Iranian energy sites like this. But now, with Iran switching this on today, it sends a clear message to the US that those bombings will not stop them. That means it will force the US to continue their attacks even more if they actually want to cause damage. And that's why the chance of the US invading Iran this year has now jumped up to 27%. That's according to Polymarket, a place where you can predict world events. Right now, this geothermal power plant in Iran will generate just 5 megawatts of electricity. But the geothermal field underneath it, which powers it, is believed to be able to produce up to 250 megawatts of electricity. Iran's energy minister said this project has, quote, given the country the knowledge and expertise needed to develop geothermal energy on a much larger scale. So Iran's likely to build more of these. Engineers in Iran drilled almost 3 kilometers into the earth to tap into the natural gas and steam underneath the ground. Unlike solar and wind, geothermal produces energy for 24 hours per day, meaning this new power
AKA, why haven't we been do this?
plant has unlimited energy and it never runs out. And if Iran can expand this project and duplicate it on a bigger scale, then it could be the biggest change to Iran's energy infrastructure in decades. But there is
all right, though, but let's go ahead and get right back to the video. No, and somebody said something interesting in the chat when they said, as a black man, I can understand the Palestinians. And trust me, I can too, considering our history. It's like, guys, I mean, you ever heard of Nat Turner? I mean, guys, the stuff that the things that people went through in slavery literally drove them insane to do some crazy things. Like Nat Turner would go out there and literally kill slave masters, wives, and children. Now, am I all about rebelling against oppression? For sure. But you're radicalized enough to go out there and kill women and children? Yeah, I can't rock with you on that. Like, sure, go against the slave masters and all that good stuff. When you get to killing women and children, and if it's nothing, and you start doing that collective punishment, that's where you lose me. That is where you lose me. I'm all about going after the oppressors, but I'm not about collective punishment.
Every line on October the 7th.
Oh, yeah, man. I forgot to give you guys y'all celebrations, guys. I appreciate the support, man. Shout out to my man Noah and shout out to my man Jet, which I forgot to actually read your super chat. He says he don't even realize he won in the same with Israel. At this point, bro, it is a shame. It's like,
stop it. Get some help. Stop.
You wilding right now. Oh, yeah. And raise up. And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
The actions of Hamas on October the 7th crossed every single moral, ethical, and humanitarian line.
This is not
Your
the
people
truth. This is
committed
not the
acts
truth.
of utter barbarism against innocent Israelis. You did.
No,
we saw it with our own eyes. Your people, your Hamas terrorists, just to be clear, your Hamas terrorists, your people, they deliberately posted videos of themselves committing.
It's like, bro, I know you don't want to accept it, but you sent a bunch of young guys over there with all the hate in their heart whose families have been devastated by Israeli aggression. I mean, you ain't think they were gonna go over there and get their get back? Like, what did you think was gonna happen, bro? You didn't think they were gonna go over there and get their get back and all that hatred that they have for the Israelis. Now they're right in front of one. What do you think they're gonna do? I mean, even if you didn't intend for that to happen, I mean, bro, come on now. What do you think was gonna happen?
There are atrocities in real time.
Yeah, but why you describe Hamas as this organization? Why? Please answer me this question.
Because I think what happened. I'm going to tell you. If you let me answer, I'll tell you.
But just answer me.
On October
well, you'd have maintained the status of a resistance group if you'd have only went after the IDF. If you only went after military targets that kept the IDF from shooting you guys, surveillancing you guys, and all that good stuff, yeah, we'd have went ahead and said you guys are a resistance group. But as soon as you went ahead and, killed innocent civilians and kidnapped them, boom, now you're terrorists. Boom, it is what it is. And yes, you were committing violence for a political ideology and a religious one as well. The political one being the two-state solution, and of course, the capturing of your people in these prisons. And then the religious one is them pretty much saying they're about to destroy the Alexa Mosque to build the third temple. So y'all had religious and political reasons to commit violence, aka you guys are terrorists. But if you'd only attack the military or the IDF, then we could sit here and argue about y'all being resistance.
Seventh, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Hamas is
I will tell you, I
fighting
understand your
against
position.
Yes.
I understand your position, and I understand that you believe you're fighting an occupation. You believe you're there.
Oh, and trust me, Chad, I get it. You're right. Israel has been killing their women and children for a whole lot longer. Israel has been bombing them. Israel has been mowing the grass on them for a whole lot longer than just one day. So trust me, I get it. And like I said, that is why Israel got October 7th, from all their actions against the Palestinians and for pretty much radicalizing them. And here's the thing, they fund the radicalization. Israel funded Hamas. Bibi funded Hamas. He funded the most radical, hateful group of Palestinians in Gaza. And then want to sit there and try to play innocent like he ain't had nothing to do with October 7th, or the funding ain't had nothing to do with October 7th.
For freedom fighters. I understand Hamas position. However, I brand Hamas terrorists because the actions on October the 7th were the actions of a terrorist organization that committed a series of despicable crimes against the Israeli people. There is no justification.
You are not fair.
Well,
you are not fair in this issue.
To be clear, well, let me ask you one simple question. One simple question. Why would you take hostage a baby? What possible justification? Never mind all the other crimes that were committed that day. Why would you kidnap?
I can honestly answer that because, like I said, they know for every Israeli they would get over 100 Palestinians, and that's why Israeli believe in the Samson. What was it? Not the Samson. What was it? It was the Hannibal Directive. Yes, the Hannibal Directive. That's why they believe in the Hannibal Directive. They will kill their own citizens to make sure that the Israeli, I mean, not the Israelis, but Hamas don't capture them, because they know they'll give up hundreds of Palestinian prisoners or terrorists to get one of their own. They know this. That's what their people always preach for. They're like, they don't care. Like, one Israeli life is worth literally like, well, 1 million Palestinian lives. So they're willing to give up 200-300 Palestinians just for one Israeli. Like, guys, for the 250 Israelis that Hamas kidnapped, do you know how much Palestinians they gave back, Palestinian prisoners? Bro, they gave out like almost over 1,000. So it goes to show you the reason they kidnapped that baby is because they're like, oh yeah, baby means more. Baby means, oh yeah, we get more Palestinians back. And maybe one of those Palestinians will be my mom, my dad, or my sister that got captured that I have not seen in years. Do you get it now?
A baby.
I told again and again and again, we have no instruction to do that. We never planned to take civilian.
So why did they do it?
No. I want to tell you something.
Hey, shout out AJ for sending the press set for 10 joules. Appreciate the support, sis.
This is a fact that in the beginning of this war, that I think we told some international organization we are ready to free all civilians in the beginning of the war, but Israel refused that. You know, I was in this negotiation table. We proposed to release all the civilians, but Israel, they refused that. Our goal in this war or in 7 October is to what's called to lift the siege on Gaza, to take soldiers, Hussein just right, in order to free about 6,000 Palestinians. Some of them they spent more than
it was over 1,000, but it was like 6,000 how much they released. And like I said, the Israelis stay true to that. For just one Palestinian, they're willing to give up like 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 Palestinian prisoners. And here's the disgusting part about it. I mean, bro, this is probably one of the reasons why they be snatching Palestinian prisoners or Palestinians off the street for literally not doing anything and then charge them with terrorism out of nowhere. But this is probably why they do it, just in case, so they can just go ahead, if any time one of their own people get kidnapped, they just go ahead and give them hundreds of Palestinians that they've kept locked up for pretty much no reason. It's like, yeah, I know, it's the savage reality of, well, what's going on over there in Israel. I'm weak. He said, damn, Israel using girl math. I mean, pretty much at this point, pretty fucking much. It's like, damn, I mean, that much to you? Like, God damn, okay. I mean, you got it. But and that's why Hamas was out there stealing babies, because in their mind, they're like, okay, yeah, if I steal this baby, maybe one of those hundreds or 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 people that they're released for said baby might be one of my family members that I have not seen in years. It's like, and that's the fucked up reality they're living in.
40 or 30 years in the prison under oppression and humiliation. This is our goal. And along the history of Hamas, we never used to rest against anyone. So I think what we are fighting in order to free our people, in order to fight against occupation, in order to free our people, our land from the occupation. There is no one evidence that Hamas is using or committing crimes against civilians. This is prohibited by our religions and our
why
our
did you
regulation, our
why in that case why did Hamas terrorists go to a music festival full of young people and massacre hundreds of those young people at a music festival? Tell me why they did that. If, as you say, there were no instructions to commit crime.
If you go back to some investigation done by Israeli institution, and even if you go to Haaretz newspaper, you see that many people killed by the Israeli forces, many Israeli citizens killed by the Israeli forces, many of them when Hamas fighters entered inside the Green Line, the Israeli tanks and helicopters and all military.
Okay, so yeah, he's calling out the Hannibal Directive that was pretty much being initiated during the October 7th attack as Israel's way to prevent as much civilian hostages as possible. So they just killed them. And here's the problem, guys. If you actually look at the highway that was what was it? It was the highway that they were having the little Nova Festival at. Yeah, if you look at these cars, a lot of these cars are literally melted into the ground. I mean, guys, Hamas came over there in paragliders and AK-47s, not helicopters. So yeah, Israel came through there and swept the ground and killed some of their own citizens so they wouldn't become hostages. Of course, killing Hamas with them. So yeah, guys, it got reckless out there. So that's why sometimes you can't even blame all of the deaths on Hamas because, well, Israel went out there and killed some of their own.
Weapons, they directed their fire to the Israeli citizen. They tried maybe to kill the members of Hamas, but they killed the citizen. I think you have to be very acute in this decision. If you go back to some Israeli investigation to understand Hamas was not directing its action against the civilians. Our goal is very clear. I don't deny that there's some mistakes happened at that time, but this is not our policy. This is not our goal. This is not our thinking.
Yeah, but Mr. Hamad, they were not mistakes. These were young Hamas terrorists who were going from home to home, massacring families in their homes, setting fire to them, butchering them with knives, gunning them down with guns. They were doing it all over that area when they attacked. They weren't mistakes. This was a coordinated plan of a terrorist attack. And for you to try and deny that is to deny what we all saw with our own eyes. And the reason we saw most of it is because the Hamas terrorists posted what they were doing.
Like, bro, they was out there shooting dogs. Like I said, bro, nothing can really justify what Israel has done to y'all. But I mean, like, come on now. Like the killing of innocents, you kidnapped a whole bunch of people and you were out there just pretty much killing anything that was in the way. I mean, and we get it. Maybe you weren't, in tune to the fact that a whole bunch of young guys went over there with all the hate in their heart for Israelis due to the years and years of oppression. Well, I mean, what you think was going to happen? I mean, no, literally. Like, what do you think was going to happen? We're talking about a bunch of guys who just felt helpless for all their lives while they've been bombarded by Israel, like family members kidnapped or shot or bombed, and they had never had a chance for no get back until October 7th. What do you think they're gonna do with that? Like, come on now.
Onto social media platforms in real time because they were so proud of what they were doing.
Do you have any proof for that? Do you have a proof? Do you have a proof that Hamas?
Yes, the proof came
from home to home to kill people.
Yes, there is enormous amounts of proof. What, you don't think Hamas killed any civilians that day?
No, I don't deny that there's some mistakes done. I don't deny that. But as I told them, as
they
a
weren't
member, a leader
mistakes.
of
They
Hamas,
were killed
we have
deliberately.
I mean, bro, no, they were killed deliberately. It's not like they were firing at the IDF or they walked in thinking it was IDF. No, they know that they were civilians and they killed them anyway. Just like Israel knows when they're bombing a hospital, they're bombing a school, that they're killing civilians. Like, they did it anyway. They got kind of sunk to the same level as the people you're so angry at.
We have no. I don't waste time in this because I'm so confident that we as Hamas, that we did October 7th, as I told you, in order to lift the siege on Gaza Strip. That we sent people in order to free Gaza from the siege imposed on Gaza for more than 15 years.
But it didn't work, did it? Okay, let me assume. All right, Mr. Hamad, let me assume that was your plan, right? And just before we get into my point about that, there is a report that you yourself left Gaza before October the 7th and haven't been back. Is that true?
I left Gaza before October 7th. That's right.
Oh, okay. And I got your other one as well.
But this
and you
is
haven't been back.
Something is normal. It's not something exceptional. I left Gaza.
No, but you talk a lot of.
Oh yeah, shout out Noah, bro. I just got your other one. He says, "Say what I sent on IG. It's got Putin X." Okay, got you. All right. Say less, bro. Send that to me, bro. Send that video to me, Noah, please. I'm gonna see if I can add it to the collection.
You have talked. The reason I ask you is you've talked a lot about the heroic martyrs on October the 7th. But where was your heroism? Where were you standing up for your people, given that you fled the country and went to Qatar rather than stay and fight, as you put it, the occupation?
I mean, that is kind of a bitch move, though. I mean, you kind of should have stayed there instead of staying at the Four Seasons in Qatar. I mean, you got your people out there dying in the streets of Gaza, and you over there kicking it at the Four Seasons is a bit wild, my friend. I'm just saying, dog. He kind of pulled your whole card on that one.
Give me 1 minute. If you go back in October 6th, not October 7th, if you look at the situation in Gaza Strip, to ask yourself why Hamas did that. Before October 7th, that all Palestinians under occupation, Ben Gvir all the time, and the Smotrich and this what's called the crazy gang.
Hey, shout out to our man Drum King, bro. Long time no see. Sent the Silver Star for 2 jewels, bro. Appreciate the support. Oh yeah, guys, truly do appreciate it, man. Celebration time. Let's see. So it should be in the one that you post clip. All right, gotcha.
In Israel, they try first of all to destroy the Palestinian identity, killing Palestinians, taking their lands, building more settlements, expanding settlements. There is no thought. They destroy the peace process. They destroy everything, and the world is watching. Look at Israel, spoiled boy. Israel is very beautiful. We have to protect Israel and the Palestinian for 8 years under oppression. What do you expect the Palestinian to do? We have 2 options. Either we keep ourselves as slaves under the occupation and be.
And guys, you know what's so crazy? The feeling is actually mutual for the when it comes to the Israelis. Like, trust me, the same way he want Israel gone, I mean, the same way the Israelis want Israelis want Palestinians gone. So let's see here. I got this Israeli lawyer has sparked a viral debate after calling for the complete genocide of the survivors in Gaza because he says 1 Jewish life is equivalent to 10 million Palestinians. I mean, yeah, I know, but they just saying it out loud now. But I mean, let's watch him say it out loud. I mean, let's hear him out. And
to kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even Jit and Farata. Why? Because we don't want it to happen again.
It sounds like you're saying 1 Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
Not million.
Yo!
1 Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes,
Yo!
I know.
Yo!
I know, but this is the truth.
I know. I know, but this is the truth. We must kill all the Palestinians. You don't understand. From a holy land, they must be purged so we can bring back our Messiah. Like, bro, oy vey, like, y'all gotta chill. But yeah, for those of you who don't understand the Israeli mindset, let's play it back for you.
To kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even Jit and Farata. Why? because we don't want it to happen again.
It sounds like you're saying one Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
Not million. One Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes, I know. But this is the truth.
But this is the truth.
Because God chose us. Because of this, you are jealous. The Bible.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at the racism, but the racism is just so fucking blatant, bro. It's like, hey, yo. And then when you say that they are like this, they call you anti-Semitic. But then we got guys out here that just say it out loud. It's like, bro, I'm sorry, but bro, who really needs this whole... I'm sorry, bro, but who needs set when you got Israelis, bro? I swear to God, I don't need to say it no more. They'll tell you it themselves. It's not funny, but it's kind of funny. Why? Because I be telling you guys that they think like this, and then when I show you the clips, I don't even be expecting them to be sounding so upfront with it. I didn't even see the clip. I'll be real with you. I just read it, and I was like, you know what? He probably didn't say anything that extreme. Bro said it, bro. He upped it. He said 1 million. No, actually, bro, I'm tripping. Actually, it is 10 million. Man, my bad. I was downplaying my Jewish homies, my Jewish brothers. Actually, it's actually for every Jewish life, 10 million Palestinians. And if you against that, you hate God, you hate Jews, and you also hate America too somehow. Somehow, some way, they'll equate that in.
Is the authorizing that this land belong to us, okay?
Israel occupied it militarily.
Yes,
and under international law, that means that no civilian settlements can be built in.
But the God not write in the Bible, the international law.
He said the international law is not right in the Bible. Boy, you believe in the Torah. What the fuck you talking about the Bible for? This is how you sell it to the American people. That's how. Because you got to sit there and lie to the American people that, oh, yeah, what you mean? Us taking land from the Palestinians is in the Bible. So you must believe in the Bible for me, Holy Land. Like, what the fuck is we supporting, bro? Our greatest ally, though, right? Democracy, hold all of our values, right? I mean, bro, this is insane. Just for him to say it out loud like that is crazy. But all right, though, back to it.
Very polite and throw flowers in the Israeli occupation, or to fight them, or to go in the other way.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man Drum King for sending in that support, dog, sending a whole lot of silver stars.
Either we go to the direction of peace or direction of violence. You don't give the Palestinians any option. The war, they keep the Palestinians under oppression all the time, doing nothing. So I think October 7th is justified. Justifies because when you see that the Palestinians are killed every day and their lands are taken by these crazy gangs and everything is destroyed and we have no harm.
I understand why you committed to those actions, but justification is crazy. I can't give that no type of justification. Sorry, I can't give you no green stamp on that one. I understand why you guys did it. I get the history and all that, but yeah, can't justify the taking of innocent life. Sorry, can't do it, brother.
No identity, no flag, no spirit. Even they destroyed the Palestinian Authority. They destroyed the peace of Israel. What do you expect from the Palestinian people to do that? You want to keep silence? To keep silence for 80 years? To do nothing? No one helped them.
My response to you. Listen, Mr. Hamad. I believe that Palestinians should have the exact same human rights as Israelis and anybody else. I believe in a two-state solution. I believe there should be a full state of Palestine, and that should be the way through this.
Why Israel should exist? Why?
No, let me make my.
Huh?
Well,
ask me
for the same reason that you should exist.
No, that was a wild ass question. I didn't even PP said that. He's like, whoa. Why should Israel exist? Tell me, Pierce. Tell me. Whoa. Why should Israel exist? I'm like, I mean, bro, just like you, they have a right to exist, bro. Like, that is wild how he said that. Why should they have a right to exist? I mean, damn. Yeah, this is how far you push some of these Hamas guys. They literally acted, bro. They're literally asking peers, why should Israel have a right to exist? Why should they even exist? Yo, hold on now. Damn. I thought I disliked Israel, but well, at least the government, but bro hates the entire thing. Jesus. All right, he got it.
To kill people.
I believe Israel has a right to. I believe Israel. I believe. Mr. Hamad. I believe that Israel and let me finish. I believe that Israel and Palestine both have a right to exist as independent states. There should be a two-state solution. I've always believed that. However, I would ask you this more difficult question. If what happened on October the 7th, as you put it, was justified, which I think is a grotesque defense of a terrorist attack, but let's assume for one moment that you think that what you did that day was essential for getting what you wanted for the people of Gaza, then it's been a spectacular failure, hasn't it? Because nearly 80,000 people at least, probably many more, have been slaughtered by the IDF in response. 75-80% of Gaza has been flattened. The people that have been left in a tiny area of Gaza are living in the most appalling conditions. And you've now got Israeli ministers openly talking about an ethnic cleansing of both Gaza and the West Bank. So from a strategic point of view, whether you defend what you did on October the 7th or not, and I think it's indefensible. Well, my question, Mr. Hamad, let me finish. Let me ask you the question. Do you accept that your strategy that day has been a spectacular failure?
Look, you look just to one side. I know you are a professional journalist, and I think you have to look with your two eyes. I know that we paid them.
It was a success and a failure because it put the Palestinian plight on the world stage, but it ended up getting his almost 80,000 of his own people killed. So I mean, yeah, there was some success, small success, but I mean, bro, terrible failure.
Big price, that's right. But it is not a news. Since 1948, we paid more than 100,000 of people murdered by Israelis, 100,000 of prisoners, 100,000 of injured people. You know, this is a tragedy of the Palestinian tragedy continued for more than 80 years. So I think if you look to the other side, after October 7, now if you look to that, Israel is completely isolated by NATO. How we did that? Without October 7, when the world now, they understand the fact and the essence of Israel, that this is a state of genocide, a state of mass killing, state of ethnic cleansing, and a prime minister of Israel now is wanted by ICC. Did you expect that this will happen without paying a price? Now Israel is completely isolated. No, all the world they hate Israel. All the world now they put the Palestinian cause on the table. They ask now to end the occupation. But before the October 7, we all the time talking to the United States.
No, I'm be so reason. I mean, he's actually got a really good point when he's saying that, before October 7th, people didn't even know about the Palestinian plight. They didn't even really know about the oppression that was going on for decades. Now it's front and stage. Now people are educated, and now they're picking the right side. So it's like he got a point. This conflict definitely put the Palestinian plight on the world stage, and a lot of people are seeing it as, well, damn, I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't know this was one of the pathways to peace to the Middle East, because even Osama bin Laden told us that, because of your support for Israel and what they're doing in Palestine, this is why we're committing. One of the reasons why we're committing to 9/11. I mean, maybe if the American people understood that sooner, we'd have got this wrapped up a whole lot quicker. And anytime anybody really pushed for a two-state solution in Palestine, I mean, they always ended up killed somehow, some way. So people understand that this is the one way for peace in the Middle East, but people don't want peace in the Middle East. So they're going to get in the way. They're always going to get in the way of this two-state solution because they don't want peace in the Middle East.
United Nations Security Council meetings. The European community is releasing leaflets. Nothing is done on the ground. But I think now, okay, there's a big price. Gaza is destroyed. Our people is suffering. That's right. But on the other side, I think there are many strategic achievements happened in the last 3 years. I can, first of all, when the world, they think that now Israel is exhausted, either in Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Iraq, and I think we want to continue to fight against Israel. I think Hamas did not change.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, Mr. Hamad, let me ask you, Mr. Hamad, let me ask you just finally. there's this deal in place. How confident are you that this deal is actually going to happen? Is Hamas genuinely prepared to disarm? And if so, when will you start giving up your weapons?
As I told you, this is an exceptional phase in the Palestinian history because of the forced necessity, because of the hard circumstances in Gaza. We accept this agreement, but I think that as Hamas, I can confirm that we didn't change our mentality, our goal to end the occupation, to continue to end the occupation with the Palestinian faction, because this is our holy mission in order to end the occupation. Maybe with some different techniques, some different tools, some different methods, that's right. But I think this is the end of the history. You know that the Palestinian history, if you read it, passed in many painful stages. But I think this is one of them. It is very hard. I'm not so pleased with this agreement, because I think that I'm looking to something is more better in order to protect our people. I don't expect that Israel will fulfill its commitments, because we know the essence of Israel. We tested Israel for more than 80 years. They will not accept any agreement, because the state of arrogance, state of supremacy, they want to control everything by force. But I think, as I told, that Hamas will continue with the Palestinian faction, all of them, in order to fight against occupation until we reach the end of this occupation and freedom for our people.
And do you still believe that Israel should be annihilated?
Well, the question appears to be fair. Now, the existence of Israel, what they give, what this give the world something is better. Israel creating troubles with the Palestinians all the time, with Lebanon, with Syria, with everywhere. They drive United States now to open war with Iran. All the time they are creating troubles. Why Israel should exist? This is the question. Israel is a big burden on the shoulder of the world.
Well, no, the question, Mr. Hamad, the question was very straightforward and very simple. Do you still believe, as you've said in the past, that Israel should be annihilated? Yes or no?
I think that I'm very honest. I think the world should understand the essence of Israel, and they should understand this is a state of occupation, genocide, apartheid, state of settlements. Every day they're challenging the international community. All the time they're challenging the United Nations resolution. All the time they're challenging the Security Council resolution. I think,
so is the answer yes or no then?
Why there is kind of hypocrisy when they now describe Hamas as terrorist organization?
But I didn't ask you for your view. I didn't ask you to repeat your view. I simply said, Mr. Hamad, I simply said, do you still think Israel should be annihilated? Yes or no? What's the answer?
I think the world should reconsider the existence of Israel. I think the existence of Israel is very dangerous for the Middle East, for the whole world. If Israel gives some good fruits to people, tell me what Israel is doing in the Middle East.
Sounds like a yes to me. I mean, bro, talking about, oh no, is Israel such a danger to the world? They need to be eliminated. They need to be dismantled. It's like, yeah, he literally sat there and told you, whoa. Why do you think Israel should exist? Like, bro literally said that, like he was literally confused on why you think Israel should exist.
Please, well, tell me what they are doing in the Middle East. They are killing, they are apartheid, they are racism, all kinds of bad things that Israel is doing in the Middle East.
You've made your position clear, Mr. Hamad. You've made your views about Israel clear. People can make their own minds up from the way you answered my question. I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you for your time. Well, for reaction to that extraordinary interview and to debate all the latest is Joe Kent, the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Cenk Uygur, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Rob O'Neill, the US Navy SEAL veteran, and Matt Tardio, who's a retired Green Beret and host of Speak the Truth. Well, welcome to all of you. Joe Kent, a pretty extraordinary conversation I had there with the official Hamas spokesman. This is the guy who became infamous very quickly after October the 7th for saying publicly, we want to do this again and again and again, and calling for the annihilation of Israel. It's very hard, having listened to his answers to my questions, to imagine that this deal that's been put on the table has much chance of actually working. What is your view?
I tend to agree with you. I don't believe this deal will hold. I think it's a noble aspiration for us to try and come up with some kind of a ceasefire or a peace or a disarmament plan there. But overall, I don't understand what America's role in this is. America has no dog in this fight. This is between Israel and between Hamas. The second that we go in and we try and play referees, we are getting ourselves deeply intertwined in a problem that no one's been able to solve. And quite frankly, it doesn't really pertain to people in the United States of America. Unfortunately, what we have done by funding the state of Israel is we've essentially put our name on everything that the Israelis have done to the Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank now for decades. And that's come back to cost us in a very, very big way in terms of blowback terrorism, in terms of the way the whole region views us. So my position as an American is that we should just stay out of this conflict completely. We shouldn't be funding Israel anymore based on how they've comported themselves inside of Gaza, and also how they've drug us into this war in Iran.
Summer is here, and for once, even we Brits have had nothing much to complain about. Very few things can spoil a long.
Okay, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. And also make sure to subscribe to this channel if you've been watching over 10 minutes. All right, guys, let's keep it going. Man, this whole cozy earth.
Rob O'Neill, welcome back to Uncensored to you. What did you make of that interview with the Hamas spokesman?
Well, thanks for having me again, Piers. It's frustrating. Obviously, he's very passionate about where he is, but when he tries to make a point, he just starts talking over his own point and then reiterating the same nonsense. And when he gets asked a direct question that he's expected to answer, he won't answer it. He just dances around it. It doesn't really seem like he's very serious about it at all. It's if you can look at some of the footage, and
Well, hold on. You don't think he's very serious? But what is he not serious about? Please explain. He seems very serious. I mean, and that interview was very enlightening to the mindset of your average Hamas soldier.
I'm someone that says if I wasn't there in person and I only saw it on TV, I'm going to have questions. But the amount of footage, the amount of live streaming, everything that happened on October 7th, and to say that there weren't atrocities committed, I mean, it's I think war's violent. I know war's violent. War's permanent. War can be very scary. But the moment you start taking children as prisoners and then taking them across borders, that's a big problem. That's
I mean, that's what the IDF has been doing way before October 7th. That's why y'all had about 6,000 Palestinians to give up, because you guys just snatched them off the streets. Women, children, men, teenagers don't really matter. Y'all just snatch them off the street and accuse them of terrorism and don't even give them a court date, aka no due process for a Palestinian. So yeah, let's not pretend like y'all ain't been doing that for years.
On a number of reasons, not just moral reasons, but if you can't tell the truth about something right in front.
Hey, shout out to my man Drum King for sending another silver star, bro. Appreciate the support.
Front of your face. Why would we think that a ceasefire negotiation is going to take place in good faith? Whenever someone starts using so many words and talking over themselves, and when an argument starts, they don't listen to the other side. It's a very frustrating, especially on the first Monday of the week.
Yeah, Cenk Uygur, welcome back to Uncensored to you. What did you think of it? I mean, I just felt after half an hour talking to that guy that I just can't see any deal really working here, because there's so little trust on both sides. Hamas hate the Israelis hate Hamas. You can have any kind of peace deal in principle that you want to try and conjure, but is it really going to stop these guys wanting to kill each other?
Not really. I mean,
Yeah, of course we.
If you give them, the Palestinians, their own state and let them have their own sovereignty, then yeah, sure, they'll leave the Israelis alone. Everything's gonna be all good. Give them a good chunk of land, give them their own sovereignty, let them police themselves, let them govern themselves, and it's all gonna be good. That's Hamas's plight right there. If you solve that, then they really have no reason to fight. But I mean, if you want to ignore that, make it worse for them, I mean, they're gonna keep fighting.
Can have a peace deal. So Israel and Egypt have had a peace deal for decades. The necessity is for Israel to want a peace deal. So look, that conversation didn't move me at all as to why that particular peace deal isn't going to work. Hamas has agreed to give up its weapons. That's of the deal. Which, by the way, I'm on the left, but if this deal held, I would give Trump a lot of credit, because the Israelis claimed they wanted the hostages back and they wanted Hamas to disarm, and Trump got both of them. Now,
Hey, shout out to Rosa Thomas for sending the Unk alert. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. And you get a shout out for that one.
Razor blade.
Hey, truly appreciate the support, sis. Truly do. The Unk alert is crazy, though. I'll be like, damn, I'm only 31. Unk is crazy. Can I get like until I'm 35 at least? Man, can I get like 4 more years of big bro status? Nah, no. All right.
Israel says, no, we don't want the deal, and we're going to keep 70% of Gaza. So, Piers, you know that I said on this show that this was never about self-defense. It was about land acquisition. And here they are sitting on 70% of Gaza. They basically forced over 2 million Palestinians into 30% of Gaza, which is an open-air concentration camp. So, you asked them about how they took hostages.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect? You take their land, then you try to negotiate parts of their land away. I mean, and here's the part why the part is you give them the smallest part of their own land, then you put them in an open air concentration camp, carpet bomb them, kidnap them. Like every time they try to protest against you, you start sniping them. I mean, what do you expect to happen? It's like the Israelis carried out acts of violence and oppression with impunity upon these people. And then when they fight back, oh my God, the evil Islamists, the evil terrorists. And look, here's the thing. You're right. Hamas is evil Islamists and they are terrorists. But Israel created these terrorists. And they also funded them too, by the way. Shout out to Bibi, giving them $1 billion in American currency, by the way. I know, right? Yeah, I know. Our dollar is paying for weapons to not only drop bombs on Gaza, but to also arm the militant resistance group and terrorist group Hamas in there as well. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I know. The AK-47s and the rockets that they shot into Gaza. Yep, all purchased most likely by American dollars.
Because I think that they shouldn't have killed any civilians and they shouldn't have taken any hostages. Now, Israel takes thousands upon thousands of hostages. They never charge them with any crime. They don't even bother to pretend that they did anything wrong. Then they systematically torture and rape them. So what Israel has done is demonstrably way, way worse than Hamas. So in terms of the hostages, in terms of the occupation, in terms of 70 times the civilians killed, we all know why we don't have peace. There's only one reason, and it's Israel. So Israel says no to the deal that Trump and Hamas just did. They say no to the deal that Trump did with Iran. They say in that memorandum of understanding, they have to leave Lebanon. And Israel says, no, we're never going to leave southern Lebanon. This was always about greater Israel. And America, you owe us. You owe us your military. Now 18 Americans have died.
Now, actually, what pisses me off is that we're like low key. We're also supporting the idea of U.S. getting involved in Lebanon and pretty much training a resistance group to take on Hezbollah for Israel. So Israel pretty much gets to kick back while we take on Iran and Lebanon, and we just waste all of our money, waste all of our, talent, our best and brightest. Yeah, we waste all of that for what? Pretty much Israel. You want to know why? Because they pretty much started all these problems, and then they get to sit back and reap all the benefits. It's like absolutely insane. And this is why everybody keeps on saying, like, well, Israel seems to be an expansionist state. Why? Because look what they're doing, bro. They've expanded into Syria. I mean, guys, they're creating military bunkers and buffer zones into Lebanon. They're pretty much demolishing houses so they can start building settlements. I mean, bro, they're prepping the ground. It's right in front of our face. That's the effed up part about it.
And apparently they owed Israel their lives. Over 400 Americans injured, all for Israel. All the wars are for Israel. And so, you could blame Hamas, and I would agree with you on what they did on October 7th and the civilians killed. But at the end of the day, who deserves more blame? The slaves or the slaveholders? Obviously, the slaveholders.
And the thing is, that's why I brought up that Nat Turner example. Is like, slavery was that bad to where it drove a lot of people insane to the point where they committed violent acts of murder during their rebellion. So, I mean, look, I respect Nat Turner for rebelling against the master. But, when you start killing women and children of the slave masters, that's when I'm just like, okay, maybe we're doing a bit too much, dog. It's like, look, I'm all about getting back at the master and freeing the slaves. Look, I'm with you on that, dog. But killing women and children is a bit of a red line. I mean, I don't care how much I agree with your resistance.
obviously Israel. So they say, well, look, maybe we might liberate you if you grovel at our feet. But then, you know, us, we never listen to any
Hey, and shout out AJ for sending a silver star. Appreciate the support, sis.
peace deal. So we probably will defy it anyway. So there's nothing that appeases the fascists in Israel. Can we please stop funding them and having our men and women killed for this terrorist state? And if you call Hamas terrorists, okay, no problem, Piers. But you have to acknowledge that Israel is far bigger terrorist organization. They have a worse civilian kill ratio, and they've killed at a bare minimum 70 times the number of civilians. And you talked about that baby who was taken hostage. They incinerated 23,000 children. Why are we helping these Nazis?
Okay, Matt Tardio, welcome back to you to Uncensored. What is your response to Chetnuyga?
Listen, I'm holding in front of me the the Hamas charter from 2017. Can you point to me where it states what the actual land of Palestine consists of that they say is being occupied right now? Do you know what it actually says?
So you know I don't care about the Hamas charter. I care about the Palestinian.
Okay, well, you should. No, okay,
I know what happened in 1948.
Hold on now, though. That's a bit of a straw man because you're not trying to talk about what they're conceding to. You're talking about, you're talking about what their full demands, their maximalist demands. So we all know Hamas ain't gonna get their maximalist demands. You heard, bro. He said all of Israel should be gone and basically all of it should be given back to the Palestinians. Sadly, honestly, that's just not happening. It's not. So a two-state solution would be the best option. And it looks like that's what they're conceding to, honestly, because the way this Board of Peace is supposed to work is the Palestinians are supposed to be given a pathway to governing and policing themselves. Now, if that doesn't work, of course, Hamas is going to pop back out again, but this is what we're going for. Basically, somewhat of a two-state solution. And of course, Israel do got to back out of Gaza, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. The whole world's about to wake up to this whole greater Israel project real soon. Trust me, when they don't want to pull out of Gaza, when they refuse to pull out of Lebanon, then y'all ass is going to wake up like, oh, okay, so it's Israel that's the expansionist state. Oh, okay, so they were projecting on Iran when they say Iran want to take over the Middle East. Oh, it was them the whole time? Yes, it was.
Hold on, Sink. I asked you a specific question.
Okay, does Palestine
you had your chance. No. I asked you a specific question and you didn't want to. So I'm going to read it for you. This is my response.
No, I don't give a damn about their charter.
Sink,
Why
this
would
is
I care?
important. No,
Israel
because this
voted
is Hamas's stance.
to
You don't care
enslave
about
the
this charter?
Palestinians forever.
You don't care
So
about
how do
this?
you
You don't care about what
the
they're
I'm
terrorist state of
interested.
Israel?
Hang on. Don't talk over each other. Please don't talk over each other. I'm interested in hearing it. So, Matt, read it to us.
Yeah, so this is from paragraph 2, the land of Palestine.
Oh, yeah, and of course, thank you for reminding me, though. The West Bank is absolutely insane, though. Like, first off, the West Bank was literally given to the Palestinians. It is against international law for what the Israeli settlers are doing, which is literally trying to kick out the Palestinians, aka ethnically cleanse the Palestinians out of the West Bank. Like, it's absolutely insane what Israel's doing. So I'm telling you right now, when we talk about this whole greater Israel project, they're doing it right in front of our face, guys. You can sit there and gaslight us about it, but when we sit there and tell you, okay, well, what country in the Middle East has expanded their border? Because it hasn't been Iran, but sure as hell has been Israel. What countries has attacked countries first? It wasn't Iran, but Israel has done it multiple times. So who's really the biggest threat in the Middle East? Who's really the biggest aggressor in the Middle East? Israel, according to the records.
Palestine, which it extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, and from Ras al-Nakura in the north to al-Rashash in the south, is an integral territorial unit. It is the land and the home of the Palestinian people. The expulsion and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the right of the Palestinian people to their entire land and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity. When they talk about occupation, they're not talking about Gaza, because both Sink, you, we all know that there were 0 Israeli troops inside of Gaza on October 7th. Further, when you gave that interview to that spokesperson, you asked him specifically.
Yeah, when people try to say that point, I'm like, yeah, but Israel controls their infrastructure. They control who leaves Gaza. So they control their water, their lights. They control who goes in and out of Gaza, if they're even allowed to get out of Gaza. So no, you guys completely controlled it. Like, oh yeah, and you had all the military might as well to carpet bomb these people, which you guys have done before October 7th. So what are you talking about? You guys can't say, "Oh no, we gave it to the Palestinians." Yeah, we gave it to them. All we did was just control all of their infrastructure, their water, their electricity, and control whoever goes in and out of it. But yeah, we gave it to them. They got freedom and sovereignty in Gaza. Controlled freedom and sovereignty.
Specifically, whether they're going to lay down their arms, how it's going to go. He continued to state that they were going to resist. And what does that resisting like basically consist of? Well, we can refer to paragraph 25 in their charter. Resisting the occupation with all means and methods is a legitimate right guaranteed by divine laws and by international norms and laws. At the heart of these lie armed resistance, which is regarded as a strategic choice for protecting the principles and the rights of the Palestinian people. By all means and methods. Sync. All means and methods would include rape, it would include murder, it would include burning down villages, and all of those things. And you want to sit back and you want to paint them and say they're not a terrorist entity and the United States should stay out of it. You're a U.S. citizen, are you not?
I didn't say that.
Oh, no, wait, you're not. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe Kent. You had stated that.
No,
Joe
I
Kent,
am a U.S. citizen. I didn't say they weren't a terrorist organization. You're doing stupid Israeli talking points, and I'm very happy to answer them.
This isn't an Israeli.
I'm weak. And somebody in the chat asks, well, damn, what records you reading? I mean, dog, you can literally Google it. You can Google it, chat GPT it. I mean, you can go to the library, look up the subject, however you want to get your information. But I mean, it's kind of right here. Israel launched a first and preliminary military strike, or my bad. Yeah, premeditative. Sorry, guys. A bit tired. Been going on for a minute now. But Israel launched a first military strike in major conflicts against Egypt and Syria, aka Israel struck Egypt and Syria first. They've also struck Lebanon first, and they've also struck, that's it actually. Oh yeah, they struck Iran first as well. Sorry, my bad. I forgot about the 12-day war where they literally struck Iran first, and then they begged for our help in the end. So who is Israel struck first? We got Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, and Iran. There you go. I mean, bro, this is something you could easily look up. But pretty much, and Israel says, oh no, it was preventative. We were trying to prevent a strike on us, but you struck them first, and now you're in a war that you're begging the Americans to, help you out in. Or, we bring in peacemakers and they get mad when we try to settle down the war, but they don't get mad when we get involved.
Hold on, this isn't an Israeli talking point. This is a Hamas talking point. Further, you're a U.S. citizen. You said that we shouldn't do anything about them. What about the U.S. citizens? Namely, let's go with the last one that Hamas killed, Hirsch Goldberg. He was taken hostage. Should the U.S. have sat idly by and allowed this radical terrorist organization to take U.S. citizens and kill them? What's your stance on that? And Joe,
now he's asked me another question. Okay, now you've asked me a number of questions. Can I answer them?
Absolutely. Okay. I'd love to hear your excuse.
Number one, here we go. So number one, Israel has killed 10 U.S. citizens in the last 3 years. No one has been arrested. So our government is saying Israel is allowed to murder U.S. citizens, and we won't ask them to even arrest the people who did it.
No, we won't even. They won't even investigate it. We won't even push for an investigation. An American Palestinian was killed in the West Bank, and nobody's been arrested. No real investigation has been done. We just got hit with a trust me, bro. We'll investigate it eventually.
So that is how little the Israelis think of U.S. citizens. They take our money. They've taken over $300 billion. We haven't sent a dime to the Palestinians. All we do is fund the endless genocides and wars of Israel because they bribe.
So what's so amazing about that fact, too? Is that if it was any other country, we'd be willing to flip that country on its head over an American citizen getting killed by, settlers or its own citizens in a violent situation. I mean, bro, we be holding that country accountable. But if it's Israel, though, I don't know, man. It's the Holy Land, man. You died on the Holy Land. You should consider it an honor being killed by the chosen people on the Holy Land, you goy. But I mean, let's be real, though. That's why a lot of Americans don't feel safe going to Israel. It's like, Americans go there, they get killed, and you guys don't investigate it. And Americans, we just kind of don't care for some reason, or we don't even bother investigating it or pushing for an investigation ourselves. So, like I said, I guess it's an honor to die by the chosen people in the Holy Land.
94% of our Congress, they bribe people like you and people in media to pretend that they're innocent. Now, the reality
How am I
is
bribed, Sink?
Hamas is
Are you
fighting
alleging
back
that I'm
against
being
an
paid?
occupation.
How am I bribed?
No, I don't care. Maybe you grovel to Israel for free. I don't really care why you suck up to Israel when you should be caring about America and our American boys and girls that are dying for Israel for no damn reason, and all of our money being stolen by the Israelis for no reason. And you come on here about the Palestinians.
I mean, bro, but we're talking about the war that you're pushing Americans to fight now. What about that? You naming the hostages means nothing. Well, and honestly, when he's talking about the fact that you are pushing for a war that you want to send young Americans into, and a war that we're not winning or gaining any ground in, but we sure are losing a lot.
Is their occupation in the wrong way? Hey, I thought I was going to get to answer. Well,
I mean, never forget, 18 families' lives will be changed forever because of this war. Actually, maybe like about 400 to 600 because of all the injured. So let's not forget that. Now, let's not forget the severity of the war that you guys have been pushing.
Until
you come in here crying about, the Israelis. Okay, no. So every time he talks over me, so you say, the Israelis are murdering and taking hostages, and for 80 years they've pulverized the Palestinians. And by the way, you mentioned from the river to the sea. Netanyahu has said Israel is going to take from the river to the sea. Hamas's charter is entirely theoretical because they have no power to execute it. Israel actually is executing from the river to the sea, and they did a genocide, and they murdered over 76,000 people to do that. And you say, what Israel does from the river to the sea, when they murdered...
Bro, Israel's river to the sea, my Messiah shall be free. Now bring me the red heifer. We're going to sacrifice it. We're going to destroy the elect Hamas, and my Messiah going to return back to my holy land. And that's all that Israel really wants.
23,000 children, no big deal. But when the Palestinians dare to fight back against their enslavement, all of a sudden, I can't believe what terrorist Palestinians are. It's the least they could do to fight back against those monsters.
So the least that Hamas could do to
the Israelis are the core monsters here.
Hold on, this is clear. The least
I will let Matt quickly respond to what you just said at the end.
The least that Hamas could do to fight back against the monsters was October 7th. That's your stance, to be clear.
No, I didn't say October 7th. I said fighting back in terms of resistance against their military.
Resistance.
And right now, Israel has a worse civilian kill ratio than Hamas. So if I acknowledge that Hamas is terrorist, then you must acknowledge, that Israel is worse.
I do want to segue.
Far worse.
That's not true.
And Pierce, will you acknowledge that the Israeli government is a terrorist government?
Gentlemen,
he's kind of watching his words on that one because he still interviews people from the Israeli government. So he's watching his words. But I'll be real with you. Hey, I agree with it. I mean, they are terrorists. I mean, look, they're spreading their ideology, which is Zionism, through violence. I mean, come on now. If Hamas are terrorists and so is the IDF, they both fit the definition, like word for word. Like they fit the definition.
It's Iran before we run out of time. Joe Kent, we bring you back in here and talk about the Iran situation. I spoke to Donald Trump last night for quite some time, actually. I can say one thing about Trump. He was still up at 1 a.m. in Washington in the Oval Office working. So no one can question the guy's work ethic. But on Iran, he reiterated to me what he said publicly, which is that yesterday was going to be the day that, in his words, the United States would have unleashed the biggest bombardment against Iran that the world has seen since World War II. And it was yanked at the last minute after direct appeals to the president by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and other allies. So, he reiterated that to me. That's clearly what he said publicly. What do you make of where we are here? Because we're nearly, 5-6 months into this war that's supposed to be over in 2 to 3 weeks. It's clearly not gone the way that Donald Trump hoped or the way that Netanyahu and the Israelis told him it might go. We are where we are with this. The Iranians appear to have a tight control of the Strait of Hormuz. The Gulf states are extremely twitchy about the Americans and Israelis bombarding Iran again in a way that triggers attacks on them, not back at America and Israel, but against Saudi Arabia, against Qatar, against the UAE, against Kuwait, against Bahrain, and so on. That is the asymmetric war the Iranians have been waging, and they've been waging it very successfully, it has to be said. So where do you think we are, Joe, with this war?
Right now we're stuck, but I'm really glad that President Trump did not take the bombing action that he was talking about. Look, if there was a military solution to this problem, President Trump would have executed it a long time ago, and it would be over. But President Trump has realized there is no military solution to it. And that's why we got into the MOU in the first place. Unfortunately, we cut that same side deal at the same time in Lebanon, and then we were encouraging ships to go outside the MOU and use the Straits of Hormuz. We returned to hostilities. But President Trump, I think, wants some kind of a formal agreement with the Iranians. The Iranians simply aren't going to give him that. But we are up against the tight timeline of major economic shock coming from what's taking place in the Straits of Hormuz, Bab al-Mandeb with the Houthis. And again, there's no military solution to any of this. So President Trump has a narrow window.
Yeah, we are kind of getting crushed both ways. And because if we escalate, it is going to turn into a regional war, maybe a world war. But the problem is, though, because the Houthis have closed down the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, they're talking about gathering a Middle East naval force to take these guys on. And I'm wondering, so what? The Red Seas have become a battlefield? Well, that's tough. And that's not going to ensure the opening of the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. And if you know where the Houthis are, well, the Houthis are in the same position that Iran is in when it comes to the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Like dead ass. It's right there. And you know what? Just for those of you guys who don't know where Yemen's at and where the Bab al-Mandeb Strait's at, this is Yemen right here. Shout out to Yemen. And this is the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. And as you see, this is where the Houthis reside, on this side of Yemen. So that means they can literally lock down the Bab al-Mandeb Strait at their will. Yes, guys. Guys in flip-flop and AKs with missile and drones are going to shut down the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Actually, they kind of already did, and they put a blockade for the Saudi ships. All the other countries can go through, but not Saudi. And not at least Saudi to go through the Suez Canal through Egypt, which ironically charges a service fee to go through the Suez Canal. But oh no, let Iran do it. We have a huge problem all of a sudden. It is what it is.
Right. Where he can get our troops out before we take any more losses, before we are forced to then have to get back into a retaliation cycle that could spin out of control. He's got a window where we can get out right now. I think he's already realized that most of our bases in the region are nothing more than a strategic liability rather than a strategic asset, because that's what the Gulf allies are telling us as well. So now is the time for him to say, hey, we accomplished all our military objectives. Iran has agreed that they aren't going to have a nuclear weapon because the Iranians agreed with that before this foolish war, but he can just message that that was what we accomplished.
Nah, facts. That would be the most beautiful spin Trump could do. Just look, Iran said they won't have a nuclear weapon. And I'm gonna let y'all eat that up. And I'm gonna sit here and be like, yeah, I know they've been saying that for the past 2 decades, bro. They've been saying that since 2004, 2006, when the Ayatollah put down the fatwa, or the religious law, saying that it is inhumane to have a sin against God to have a nuclear weapon. And they've maintained that fatwa ever since. I mean, do they have a nuclear weapon? No, they don't. Do they have a nuclear weapons program? Either. No, they do not. So, I mean, they've kept up with the fatwa, and they've maintained the position that Iran does not want a nuclear weapon, and Iran will never get a nuclear weapon. So, Trump, you already got what you want. All right, now leave.
He can pull our troops out of the region, and then we can quietly use the carrot of sanctions relief to get the Straits of Hormuz open back to a normal operating situation. Same thing with the Houthis. We're going to have to restrain the Israelis to accomplish any of this, because the Israelis were the ones that got President Trump into this. They're the ones that got us on board with killing the Ayatollah, which unfortunately and tragically has galvanized the Iranian people against us, which is why the diplomacy track is pretty much.
I mean, yeah, that was the worst mistake ever. Here's the thing, though. I always do say, when they say, oh, regime change wasn't the goal. Like I said, I always chuckle, because it's just on the first day of the war, you killed the supreme leader. And most of the leadership in that one day of strikes. Like, what are you talking about? He wasn't trying to go for regime change. And then if that's not proof enough, then Trump came in front of the world and said, Iran, take back your institutions. And did it happen? No, they didn't. No, it did not. So what do you mean that you didn't try to go for regime change? That's exactly what you tried to go for. It just didn't happen. And here's the worst part about it. Apparently, the regime got more support than we figured. I mean, guys, if you really think that 80 to 90% of Iranians want a regime change, I'm gonna be real with you, you drunk in the Kool-Aid. Because really all you gotta do is look at their elections and you'll see how the Iranian people feel about their government. It's quite transparent.
Yeah, no, that's what we just need to get out right now before this escalates further.
Yeah, Rob O'Neill, I mean, that is certainly my view of this, is I don't see any way this improves the longer it goes on for Donald Trump or the United States' interest in this. There is the ongoing clash with what the Israelis want, which is a different agenda to what the Americans want or should want. You know, Trump has the imperative of the midterm elections coming and all the potential political fallout and so on. But from a military point of view, Rob, given what we've seen in the last 5-6 months now in this war, is there any way for things to escalate in a way that would actually be a good thing for the United States?
Militarily, I don't want to see an escalation, well, really at all. And I think where they're hitting on the ports and stuff right now are good. They're hitting some serious infrastructure right now. But you've got to believe there are some negotiations going on in the back end here, just like there were in Venezuela. Like Maduro had a reason to get out there to do a backdoor deal just because the cartels, he didn't want to be underwater with them. Hopefully, and I'm saying hopefully because they're good at keeping their cards against their chest, there's some backdoor deal here to get a new regime in that doesn't include the Shah. And again, I'm not in on these, but what I've seen happen with the administration.
Oh my goodness, bro. You really think there's a backdoor deal to get a new regime in at this point while they still control the strait? Oh man, bro. The delusion, bro. The delusion is crazy. It's just like, oh no, the regime is falling apart. Oh, don't worry, we just do a chance for regime change. Oh no, we just got to put guns in the hands of the Iranian people. Give them a Call of Duty airdrop. It's like, okay, bro. Okay, you guys got it. Go ahead, try that. Because trust me, we tried it and it failed.
Is they're running a business that wasn't run well, meaning this government, they have an unlimited budget, but they could be playing politics, meaning there are a lot of elections coming up to include Israel right around October, November timeframe. Past them to be doing something for some sort of an October surprise, something like that, because of how short the attention span of the American public is, the world public. So, I'm trying to be optimistic with it. It seems like no matter what, people are yelling and screaming and fighting no matter what we do. And it's happened even back in 1978 with Carter and what we did with Egypt there, like Cenk was referring to earlier. With people sitting here yelling at each other and bringing up points about how you did this wrong and you're never going to do this, is probably not going to solve much. But that's kind of where we are. I'll try to be optimistic with it. I mean, we look back to even on my birthday, April 10th, 1998, something about the Good Friday up in North Ireland with England. And that's two countries that kind of wanted a truce. That only took 12 years with people who wanted to. And they weren't fanatic ideologues. So, hey, I'm sitting here watching. I'll do what I can to help. And I'll just say what I think is the truth. And I'll leave it at that.
Cenk, the problem, it seems to me, is that if you take Joe's scenario as the least worst scenario, and I agree with him, by the way, you could have a situation where, for all the words that Donald Trump comes out with, if he was to do that, the Iranians keep all their enriched uranium.
I'm not gonna lie.
They keep control.
I'm not gonna lie though. When he kicked out, or when Joe Kent resigned, that's how I knew Trump was riding blind. I was like, hold on. Head of counterterrorism, basically ex-CIA, ex-special forces, actually went against a lot of these terror groups that we're going against today, and you're keeping away his expertise, especially when it comes to Tulsi Gabbard as well. She has experience in the Middle East as well, but you want to kick them out and take all the advice of those who really ain't got no experience or who just straight up war hawks. Yeah, Trump cooked himself on that one.
All of the Strait of Hormuz, maybe even having a new tolling system, which they didn't have before this. The IRGC remain in control of the country. There's been no popular uprising at all. You have the Ayatollah's son, who is almost certainly, from all reports, more hardline and radical than his father. Probably not.
I mean, yeah, we did kill the man's, father, mother, wife, and daughter all in one strike, guys. I mean, if he wasn't more radical then, he's more radical now.
At least because his father was murdered, in his estimation, at the start of this war. So you've got a situation where the victory, I think Joe's right. You should claim the victory and get the hell out. But it would be actually, in reality, a very ignominious failure, wouldn't it, based on what the original war aims were supposedly about?
So in order to answer that question, let's step back here before the war. So why did we do the war? We claimed that it was for a nuclear weapons program, which they didn't have, right? And we had ended their nuclear weapons.
Oh, guys, do you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? Feel free to super chat it in, or you can send in a Venmo as well, guys. Appreciate the support.
Program under the Obama deal to begin with, right? They were shipping out all of their uranium. They had no chance of enrichment at that point. The Israelis demanded that we get out of that deal so they would have an excuse for this war. So what was their actual objective? We all know what their objective was: destroy the Iranian regime, neuter it completely. If they can, put in a puppet like the Shah that will serve Israel. Why? Because Israel wants to be a regional superpower. In fact, Netanyahu, after the war started, said that. He said, this is going to make us stronger, Iran weaker. We're going to get America to destroy all their ballistic missiles, their drones. We're going to get regime change. Now, that was their true objective. In terms of the American objectives, we have this fake objective of ending a nuclear weapons program that doesn't exist, but great. Let's end it for the second time, the third time. And now we have a new objective, which is to open up the Strait of Hormuz because that's what the war created, that it being blocked. Okay, but Iran has promised to do that now many, many times. Just take the frickin' deal and let's get.
Bro, some guy, I agree with you so much on that, bro. Like, you don't even understand how much I agree with you. Like, I'm not a hardcore isolationist, but I'm gonna be real with you. Maybe at this point, damn near. It's like we should honestly be spending all this money on our infrastructure, on our education that's failing, infrastructure that's old as hell and that's failing as well. I mean, there's so much other things we could be doing with this money that are billions and billions of dollars. This low-key want to make you be a hardcore isolationist and just focus on all of America's problems and let them figure their shit
out of there. So you're right, Piers. At the end of that, Iran will get what we want. No nuclear weapons program. Strait of Hormuz is reopened. Iran gets what it wants, which is to end the war and stop being bombed, right? The region gets stability and peace. The only people that'll be unhappy is Israel. And why? Because Iran will have become a little bit stronger, because they'll have sanctions relief. They might get money from the Gulf. And now we all know that they can block the Strait of Hormuz whenever we wanted. But hey, Israel, you gambled. You pushed us into a war, and you thought it would help you be stronger and Iran be weaker. As it turned out, Iran was made stronger by the war. So that's a sad day for you. Honestly, for us, it doesn't really matter who's slightly stronger in the Middle East. We have no business in the Middle East to begin with. And so Israel says, how dare you? Unless you're an anti-Semite, you owe me hundreds.
No, really. We could just walk away, let Israel deal with all the problems in the Middle East and just focus on America and, fix our infrastructure, education, banking, all these things we could spend our time fixing, our elections. Instead, we're worried about, Israel's problems in the Middle East. Like, yeah, let's just keep it real. We should just exit stage right and just handle our own business. Honestly, that's truly America first. Let's just keep it real.
Billions of dollars and every war that I want. And you owe me my territorial ambitions of southern Lebanon, southern Syria, Gaza, and the West Bank. No, we don't. The American people don't owe Iran or Israel anything at all. So let's just get our two objectives and, for God's sake, get out of there. And if Israel wants to cry, all they ever do is cry. Oh, boo-hoo, we didn't get to murder enough Palestinians. We didn't get to take enough land in the Middle East. We didn't get to murder enough Iranians. So what that they're crying? So we just
didn't get my quart of Palestinian blood. Wait, I just need me about a quarter pint. Just give me a pint of the Palestinian blood, please. Wait, I need it. It's like, bruh, can y'all chill?
Have to cut it out and just clearly recognize that the Israelis are the bad guys here. They're the terror, literally the worst civilian kill ratio of any terrorist group in the world. And they keep making us spend our blood and treasure on their offensive fascist attacks in the Middle East. Stop funding Israel.
Hey, Tori, how you doing, sis? Hey, she sent in a gold coin for 10 jewels. Appreciate the support.
end our relationship completely. Sorry, we're just not that into you. The American people are very clear, 60% and rising, saying end our relationship with Israel. The only question is, are any of our government officials going to work for America, or are they going to continue to work for Israel? And by the way, on Tuesday, we might find out, because if Abdul El-Sayed wins in Michigan, we're going to liberate the Democratic Party from Israel, and we'll at least have one party back representing America.
At least.
Okay, Matt Tardio, your response to that and your wider view of where we are with the war.
Yeah, but I mean, goddamn, bro. Do we got to go socialist to be America first, though? I mean, that's a bit wild.
Iran and what Donald Trump should do.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you know, Pierce, I've said this before on your show where I don't believe that it's about the nuclear weapons program. I think that's the legal excuse for the United States to go in there, because in June, he said that we had completely and totally obliterated their nuclear weapons program after Operation Midnight Hammer, set them back decades. Then in February, we heard that they were weeks away. Then this June, he had stated that only 2 countries in the world might be able to get it out, which is going to be either the USA or China, in reference to their highly enriched uranium that was buried. So I do think this is about putting pressure on Russia and China and bringing Russia to the negotiation table over inside of Ukraine. With that set aside, towards the Strait of Hormuz, into Joe's point where he said that we went against the MOU, that's not true. In the MOU, it specifically says in that
the first clause of the MOU says that we have to get Israel to pull out of Lebanon. We weren't able to get that done. The second part of the MOU says that we're allowing Iran to pretty much regulate the strait. Now, there wasn't really too much clarification on it. We thought they were going to regulate the reopening. In their mind, they're like, oh, no. We're going to regulate the safe passage and the tolling of the strait. That's what we mean by regulation. And where they're like, oh, yeah. I'm not going to lie. We cannot agree to that. So probably one of the reasons, that is one of the main reasons why we started popped off this war, because as soon as we try to open up the southern side, which is the Omani side of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran started firing off at any vessel who tried to take that side for free without checking in with Big Iran, or the ruler of the strait apparently now. And because of America trying to sneak these ships through, they had to go ahead and attack Iran, because they just couldn't show to the world that Iran controls the strait. I mean, we'd rather blow the whole damn country up, apparently. Well, I mean, I thought we would. I thought that was the case until Trump pretty much tacoed today. But it is what it is. I'm actually happy he did that. I don't want to see the destruction of the Middle East.
Paragraph that's discussing the Strait of Hormuz between Oman and Iran, that they must do so in accordance with international law. International law clearly lays the Strait of Hormuz out as international waters. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Ships are allowed to pass through that water in accordance with international law without Iran's say so. So doing anything like against international law, agreeing to give them control over it, quite frankly, the United States doesn't have the authority or ability to do so. When it goes down to Sink's points about the Greater Israel Project and all of this other stuff, it's absolute nonsense. Even Israel agreed to withdraw troops in a phased withdrawal. They were going to retrograde and be replaced by the Lebanese armed forces, which are only about 80,000 strong. And the United States is going to help build and prop them up in order to start replacing Israeli troops so that they could end up pulling out. The entire thing is a
Whoop. So did you just hear what he just said? We're basically going to be replacing Israeli troops with the Lebanese army and American soldiers to pretty much fight Hezbollah. Is that really what you're saying, bro? Oh, Lord. And I really think this is going to work.
Assad. It's just how do I want to say this? I don't know how many times you can hear the same talking points out of these guys without any actual intellectual facts that back them up.
Okay,
they control southern Lebanon and 70% of Gaza now. How's that for a fact?
Yeah.
What does that say?
The facts are on the ground. You
is like, yeah, low key though. They control southern Lebanon, about 72% of Gaza. It's like, what are you talking about? And there, as right now, we're speaking, there's Israeli settlers ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of the West Bank. So I mean, like, it's really hard to sit there and say they're not going for Greater Israel when it looks like they're going for Greater Israel, and they're doing it right in our face. I mean, and they don't care. I mean, did you not listen to my Israeli homie? Did you not listen to my fat ass Israeli homie? Well, bro, he's gonna say it to you, bro. He's gonna tell you how he feel about these Palestinians now, because y'all wasn't listening to my Israeli homie, bro, because he be cooking sometimes. Okay, yeah, he's a bit homicidal, a bit genocidal, but he be cooking.
To kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even S.E.T and Farata. Why? Because we don't want it to happen again.
It sounds like you're saying one Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
Not million. One Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes, I know. I know, but this is the truth. Because God chose us. Because of this, you are jealous.
God
The
chose
Bible
us, and we must rebuild
is
the
the
Holy Land.
authorizing that this land, it's belong to us. Okay?
Israel occupied it militarily.
I mean, we have that mentality of, oh no, our lives are more important than everybody else's, and they deserve to die. I mean, and what when they die, we're just gonna take their land because why? We're just chosen people. I mean, guys, what did Ben Glavir say on X? The man literally said that for every tear that a Palestinian mother, not a Palestinian mother, but that an Israeli mother cries, 1,000 Lebanese mothers shall weep. All of Lebanon must burn. That came from pretty much their national security guy, their national security advisor, Ben Glavir. So yeah, guys, this mindset is sadly common in Israel. This is why we kind of need to check them until we can Loki contain this mindset and Loki get a different type of mindset in their government, because it's looking like we need regime change in Israel, to be quite honest.
The facts are on.
Like I said, not all Israelis believe that, but I'm gonna be real with you. That mindset is what's in power.
The ground. They control southern Lebanon, southern Syria, Gaza, and the West Bank as we speak. They have 70% of Gaza. You keep telling us they're going to withdraw, and they never, ever withdraw. And in fact, they say they're never going to withdraw. And in fact, the Knesset voted that they will never free the Palestinians.
Hey, man.
They are literally
so
agreeing
you keep
it
saying
right
they're
now.
going to be good guys one day, but they're never the good guys. They're always the bad guys.
So what is the international security force there for? Is it so the Israelis can stay there?
No, the International Security Force just made a deal. Trump just made a deal with Hamas. They're going to disarm, and Israel's supposed to withdraw. And then Israel said, no, we don't honor the deal.
Well, they're going to
will
put their
not withdraw. That's the facts
do you
on
know
the
why?
ground.
Yeah, so here's why. Because point 20 of the plan, the original one, the 20-point plan, said that they should not have their weapons, that they're supposed to be disarmed. And point 8 of the New Deal says that they will store
They
their
just
weapons.
agreed to it.
And we just, hold on, and we just, no, they agreed to store their weapons. And the Hamas spokesperson just said that they're going to continue to resist the occupation. You just heard it yourself. What does resist mean?
No,
Sink?
You guys, look, the IDF is still bombing Gaza. Like, since the ceasefire, over 1,000 Palestinians have died. Since the ceasefire. Yeah. So that's what they mean. You guys are still attacking them. The IDF is still attacking Gaza. But Hamas is not striking Israel. Thank God, by the way. But I'm just letting you guys know right now that the aggression is not being reciprocated right now, because it's Israel or the IDF striking Gaza continuously as we speak. Like 7 Palestinians died yesterday.
No, but brother, there's different ways of
He said they will continue to
diplomatically. You could
That's
resist
not what Hamas
peacefully,
means.
You could
but,
resist.
Yeah,
through the
sure, we
UN,
can do that. But
and
that's
he just said they're going to turn over all their weapons, but it's never good enough for Israel.
That's not according to their charter. That's not according.
So what else do you want? What else do you want?
You can use the dictionary definition.
Trump believes
you can
that.
use the dictionary
Trump believes that they're
definition, or you
gonna
can
turn
use
over all their weapons.
Hamas's definition.
So what do you want?
This is Hamas's
other than-
definition.
Do you want them to get on their knees?
Okay.
You want them to strip me? What do you want? What other humiliation do you want? You don't. You know the reality.
To be honest with you guys, if you want to get my opinion on, you think Hamas is going to disarm? No, they're not. And it's not because, they're just radical Islamists who don't want to disarm. Is that no, Israel's still bombing them. So why would they disarm? Sorry, guys, but Israel's backing there's an Israeli-backed Palestinian-led militia group that Israel funds to go fight Hamas right now as we speak. So why would they, disarm? It's pretty hard for them to disarm while they're still being fired upon. So if Israel doesn't stop the firing, then Hamas is not going to disarm. AKA Israel, honestly don't really care about this deal, and they know Hamas isn't going to disarm while they're continuously bombing them. AKA Israel's pretty much trying to destroy the deal so they can continuously bomb Palestinians out of existence or out of Palestine. Well, I'm bad, but out of Gaza. Well, I mean, really out of Palestine. I mean, they are trying to kick them out of Gaza and the West Bank.
Truth is, that you want Israel to own the Palestinian land, and you're just propaganda mouthpiece for them.
No,
and I don't know
I don't
why
want
you're
them to
doing it.
own
I know
it.
you're an
That's
American.
Hang
No.
on,
Are
I
you
want
an
to
American?
bring in.
I don't get it. Why are you representing a different country?
I want to bring in Joe, gentlemen. He seems to be the Kofi Annan figure here that I can bring in when things get too outrageous. Joe, I want to end just with you because of this extraordinary photograph that emerged over the weekend. And you were in this picture. It was at Tucker Carlson's home. You're in there with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Tucker. What was this? There is word that you're all planning, as Marjorie Taylor Greene put it, a new political movement. What is the movement? Could it be an actual party? What was going on?
You know, things are in the initial phases right now, but there is a growing consensus on, I think, both the right and the left of people who are sick and tired of the Republican Party. They're sick and tired of the Democrat Party. They want us out of these foolish wars that we're just sitting here talking about right now. Most Americans have no idea what we're talking about. They don't know about Gaza. They don't know about the Straits of Hormuz. They just know that billions of their taxpayer dollars, their blood, their treasure, their sons and their daughters continue to get sent overseas. Our best and brightest get killed. Our taxpayer dollars get spent over there while things continue to decay here in America. And so what we're trying to do is just build a coalition of people who say we're finally going to put America first. We're not going to focus on the next foreign war. We're not going to listen to foreign lobbies like APEC.
My bad, guys. Oops. I apologize. What I was pretty much saying was that it's irritating because it's like, you know, we spent all this money and I'm just like, you know, I'd rather just cut the military budget in half, cease all this military stuff, stop doing all this crazy military spending, and just, you know, allocate it back to, I don't know, healthcare, education, our infrastructure. Actually, shit, you know what, Democrats? F it. I'd rather let you guys try giving everybody free health care than to continue these useless wars in the Middle East. I'll be real with you. I'd rather let y'all have the role at that than continue this.
The Israelis, we're going to focus on the issues that matter here to the American people. And those of us that were there at that table, myself, Tucker, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and there's others as well. We are, I think, people who initially were part of the MAGA movement, the Trump Republican Party, but we feel that we.
Freeze?
You were frozen in mid
Frozen
sentence.
right
Oh,
there,
sorry,
yeah,
so you were frozen right at the end there. Just to be clear, though, before we close things, could this involve establishing a new party?
Look, it certainly could. I mean, if you talk to most Americans out there, they're sick of the Republican Party. They're sick of the Democrat Party. They do want something that actually represents their interests. And again, we don't want any more foreign wars. We don't want any foreign lobbying in our government. And we want leadership in America that's going to put the needs.
Okay.
Here.
Having a few little tech issues with you, Joe, at the end there, but we got the message loud and clear. I want to thank you. Oh, you're back. Joe, you were freezing a little bit at the end, but we got the message. We got the answer. Thank you all, gentlemen, for an extremely interesting debate. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Pierce.
Oh, Lord.
The rebellion grows. Thank you.
The images of 60,000 male migrants rushing into Ceuta are shocking and terrifying, no matter what your political views may be. But it's impossible to separate.
Yeah, some people called it it was the Muslim invasion. No, guys, it was them pretty much misunderstanding a Spanish, what was it? It was a Supreme Court, it was a Spanish Supreme Court ruling saying that you can't immediately turn away any immigrants that come in by sea, and they have the right to automatically seek amnesty. And about 50,000 people took that risk to make that swim and to risk it to see if they can get amnesty in Spain. And actually, most of them got turned away, thank God. But yeah, you can see it's not about a Muslim invasion. It's pretty much about the desperate situation in Morocco and how there's really no economic opportunity at all whatsoever. Let me see here. I got this video from a young man they interviewed who was like low-key fresh out of the sea. Like, bro, was low-key heartbroken. He was like, wait, I gotta go home. He's like, yes, bro, you do have to go home. But I swam so far. My mother, I'm trying to take care of her with the money. I'm like, yeah, I know. And my heart breaks too, but you do have to go home. Like, no, literally, watch this.
Back right there. All these people have been told that they're not going to be able to get asylum here, so they're being turned around and sent back right there. No, they're not letting people stay. That's what the police have told us. Everyone, they're making everybody leave.
Oh yeah, and there's literally no economic opportunity in Morocco. It is absolutely terrible. GDP bad, GDP per capita bad. I mean, nobody. I mean, bro, the only people that's rich in Morocco is like the leadership. Everybody else is poor. There's no jobs, no nothing. So they're kind of just cooked. And apparently, whoever orchestrated just used that to their advantage. Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. Wasn't just swimming. I'm weak. Wasn't just swimming. They riding their bikes across. Yeah, that too though. Most of them came in by sea because they wanted to take advantage of Supreme Court ruling, but a lot of them just said, "F it, man. I'm trying to get in no matter what," and just came in by land.
But some people here in Kuzrucha go to Spain.
You can see, but most of them are walking this way because the police and the military have forced them to leave. The military says that they're not letting people stay, that you have to go back.
What about if many people stay here? No problem.
So your hope is that you'll be able to stay here?
Yeah. There's no problem.
Whoa, really?
So you read a news article.
No, I know some of them came in by land, but no, he said no, homie. Like some came out the water with his bike, bro. Homie came out the water with his bike. Hey, nah, legendary shit. He's like, nah, as soon as I hop out, I'm ready to get on the move. Bro swam. No, I ain't gonna lie. Some of them deserve it. I'm sorry. He deserved it. Bro swam 3 miles with a bike on his back across the treacherous sea. And he got here. The currents could have took his life. Other people drowned, but he made it with a bike on his back. I'm not gonna lie, he deserved it, guys. Give it to him. He deserves amnesty. He survived. He pushed himself to that limit. Where is his prize? Okay, I'm playing. I'm just playing. No, send him back. Send him back all the same.
That said that if you came here, you could claim asylum and live in Spain. And you read that, and then you decided to swim over.
It says Spain is open the door.
It said Spain has opened the door. This was on social media. On what, on Twitter or Instagram? Or?
Facebook, Instagram. Everyone wants to be here.
Why don't you want to go home to Morocco?
So it wasn't about, oh, we're here to take over a Christian nation. It was about, yeah, we're trying to leave Morocco because there's no hope there. And we heard on Facebook and Instagram that, hey, yo, they opening up their borders and we rushing over.
No, Morocco. No, Morocco.
There's no money in Morocco.
See. If you have a family, children like that, you can be happy all the life.
Do you have a family?
Yeah.
Well, pretty much said if you got family and children, you can't be happy in Morocco. So, I mean, when you give somebody any type of exit out of a desperate situation like that, what do you think they're going to do?
But should be do something to live a good life.
So you really want to leave Morocco? You don't care where you go?
So Spain, anyway, just
Spain, Turkey, you just want to be able to leave Morocco. And why is that? Why do you want to leave Morocco so badly?
But yeah, that's pretty much the situation there. Oh yeah, now shout out to my man Jeff. Now I'm gonna see if I can get away with this, but we'll see. We'll see, because you never know. Sometimes they let you play Tucker, sometimes they don't. I'll react to Tucker in a minute, though.
Daryl, thank you for doing this. we must think of you every 2 weeks. We should call Gerald Cooper. But we try to keep it to once a year because you live so far away, and I'm just grateful you made this effort. And I just have to say, not simply because it vindicates me, but just because it's such an amazing and wonderful fact that you actually are literally measurably America's most popular and important historian. That's just a fact. Which is incredible. And
Now, I ain't gonna lie though, bro, the way this guy Daryl Cooper explains history is like he explains the emotion of the people and all that good stuff. He really gives you like that visual, like he gives you a visual and the emotional feel of what like the time was or whatever history he's explaining. I mean, bro, what's this podcast called again though? I think it's called Martyred something, but y'all should really go check it out.
Gives me hope.
Now, I ain't gonna lie, bro, dude be having me hooked. 5 hours straight, man. 5 hours straight.
Because you do like 5-hour podcasts on, things that happened 100 years ago in granular detail. And, there are 1.5 million people listening to that. It's like, this country is not lost. So anyway, thank you so much.
Always a pleasure.
We were speaking at breakfast about how the Iran war started, and you were putting it within the context of how Western nations, European nations fight wars.
That's what it's called.
Historically, and why this was different. Can you recap what you were just saying?
Sure. I mean, I think that when you look back at the period of limited warfare in the 18th and first half of the 19th century, that was really one of the pinnacles of not just our civilization, but human civilization in general. War is something that is sometimes necessary. Sometimes interests conflict and you have to fight over it. But to be able to arrive at a place where you can treat your enemy with respect, even in defeat, is really an amazing accomplishment. And you start to see the breakdown of that over the course of the 20th century, of course, the First World War. But even still, there was a sense of, what's the saying that hypocrisy is the tribute that virtue pays to vice,
exactly.
Right? We still had to pretend, we still had to come up with stories to tell ourselves so that we could go to sleep at night. We hadn't given up on those values completely.
And what are the values?
Fair play.
Yes.
The idea that even somebody who you have to put bullets down range at is a human being and deserves to be treated as a creature of God. These are things that became very deeply embedded in our social consciousness and as individuals as well. So that again, even as those values start.
Yeah, I remember when Americans used to care about war crimes. Like back in the day, be real with you. Trump saying this shit back in the day, it wouldn't fly with Americans. Let's just keep it real. We look at him like, war crimes? Like you gotta chill out. But nowadays it's like, well, whatever. Let's get it over with. Go ahead, kill them all. It is a bit disturbing how our psyche has changed.
Started to fade in practice. We still held on to them in our hearts. And I think a lot of people today, I should say maybe a few years back, just a few years ago, if you talk to your average American soldier in Iraq, for example, that's a perfect example. If you look at Iraq, I have a lot of anti-war libertarian type friends, and they're very strident in their views sometimes of American militarism. And I always tell them, like, look, when you compare, there were incidents in the Iraq war, no doubt about it, in the Afghanistan war where soldiers got out of hand. But when you compare their behavior, the level of discipline and honor that they displayed in those wars relative to any previous conflict in American history or world history, probably, let alone in a really vicious insurgency like they were fighting. This was not a conventional war. It was, especially in Iraq, the enemy was vicious on a level that is, hard for most people, I think, in our society to really even believe. And yet our guys continue to treat the people that they were, who were under occupation, with dignity and respect, by and large. And they really did have the idea that they were there to try to help these people and to free them from this, again, whether we agree with that or not, they believe that. And if they hadn't believed that, they would not have been as willing to risk themselves and their friends the way that they did. I mean, we took a lot of casualties in Iraq and Afghanistan because we refused to do certain things that we could have done much easier, we could have done in ways that would have killed a lot more of their civilians, but preserved a few of our soldiers' lives.
Yes.
And we chose not to do that. And that, it's unfortunate because over the course of the war on terror, and I think largely.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. It's like, yo, is that stuff right there? It's like, yo, we actually do have a problem with civilian casualties. We try to keep them at a minimum. But it's only in today's age where we're acting like we just don't care.
In more recent years, due to our just compulsive need of in our political discourse to find ways to rationalize everything that we see the state of Israel do, it's forced us to really compromise on a lot of those values, because there's just, if you don't compromise on them, then you have to condemn what's going on in Gaza, right?
Exactly.
And so we've lost a lot of that over the course of the last few decades.
We've been poisoned and polluted by it.
I had this dark thought. I think I mentioned this to our friend Scott Horton a while back, how, back in 2004 when Abu Ghraib happened, or when the photos came out, again, I don't want to downplay, it was a very dark chapter, obviously. But it wasn't Saddam Hussein power saws and, screwdrivers in the eyeball kind of torture. It was sort of more of a psychological, its severity was less than a lot of things that happen in the world.
Yes.
And yet people saw those photos and they were horrified by them. And they weren't just horrified by, look what we're doing to those people. They asked themselves, what are we doing to our own people here? Like, what are we making our kids do in this place? What is happening here? And nowadays, I don't know if people would blink if they saw something like that. I mean, they do see something like that on a weekly basis come out of Gaza, often posted by, Israeli soldiers themselves. And people have to find a way, it seems, they have to find a way to rationalize and justify that stuff. And so to do that, they've compromised their own most deeply held beliefs about what it means to be a civilized person. And so when we go into Iran, I'll never forget when Donald Trump was entertaining.
I mean, yeah, it is something that I remember my uncle told me, like, because he was a soldier, he was in the military as well. He's like, yeah, it's really hard to go back to civilian life when you was literally out there, like, taking people out. And it's just like, okay. And you kind of get it. It's like, you was out there somewhere where it was like killing left and right. Now you're over here just, and I mean, I guess in somewhat peace. But yeah, that do F they head up. And we kind of do throw them to the wolves on that one. I'm not going to lie. And we put them through that, and we don't really give them no help either. It's kind of effed up. But I mean, hey, that's why I don't support war, because the people that we damage from said war, we don't really give no help to.
The Prime Minister of Japan, and he mentioned, the
people preaching for this war, man. Y'all better be also preaching for increase in VA benefits. Actually, I ain't gonna lie. MAGA's actually pretty consistent in, preaching for more benefits for veterans. So keep that up.
The secrecy and the sneak attack that we started the Iran war off with. And he kind of made that sly joke about, you guys understand that, sneak attacks, right? And I mean, for the president of the United States to compare the way we just correctly, in my view, compare the way we began this war to the day that shall live in infamy. And to think back, to Pearl Harbor and how they felt about that at the time, how we still feel about it now. And then if you imagine that the attackers at Pearl Harbor had just happened to blow up a school full of little girls, I mean, it would be on page 1 of every history book that talked about that incident to this day, right? It was because it's something that offends our basic sense of decency and honor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. Yeah, like if we was to turn around the Iranian schoolgirl situation and that was to happen to us, yeah, that would be a day that live in infamy. Like we would never live that down, and rightfully so. I mean, you destroy a school a school full of girls in America. Yeah, we're gonna want. I mean, let's be real. I mean, we are gonna get a bit bloodthirsty. We're gonna want the entire country's head on a stick, like just sadly the way it be. And that's exactly how the Iranians feel. Like in all actuality.
You don't launch a sneak attack in the middle of negotiations. That's just not the way European civilization has conditioned itself to behave over the years. But we've compromised that stuff in very recent years, I think, to the point where, the cognitive dissonance became so great that we either had to change our ways or we had to just give up on certain values. And I unfortunately think that, we've at least our political class has gone the wrong direction on that. Our guys out there, our soldiers and Marines, it's always tough for me because I don't like a lot of the actions that they're forced to take overseas in service of things that I think are beneath them. And yet I know from personal experience that the guys themselves, those are our best people. And they're often criticized by people who are not fit to tie their bootlaces.
I agree with that.
And those guys, if you give them a good reason, they will go fight. They will risk their own life unnecessarily to avoid the possibility of harming an enemy civilian. That's who these guys are. But when you remove that sense of honor, that it's been on every recruiting ad and recruiting poster going back as far as you can imagine, when you tell them that we're going to launch a sneak attack in the middle of negotiations on a much weaker country, we're going to threaten to end their civilization and destroy their civilian infrastructure over a war we started for reasons that nobody's really bothered to even articulate to the American public, it becomes much more difficult to get those guys.
Yeah, low key though. It's like, damn, what happened to our honor? You say, well, hold on, we're just about to backdoor these guys while negotiating, and we're about to do it twice. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't like that. And also, I don't like the way how we feign diplomacy in order to strike them. I mean, that's extremely dishonest. I don't like our country acting like that. I don't like us engaging in diplomacy like that, because who would ever trust us?
To do their job. And I think that within the service, these guys are still duty bound enough that they will do whatever we ask them to do. But that's all the more reason not to abuse that trust. And we really have. We've just burned that credibility with our own people, and I think with much of the rest of the world.
One thing that might make you feel a little better about your life?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just not a good look. It's literally to strike them. And I know people that say, oh, well, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Yeah, but we also shouldn't be backdooring people. And I mean, look, we're negotiating with them, so I guess we can axe out the whole terrorist part. Guys, you gotta understand, if we want to end this war in the best way, it's gonna be through a diplomatic route. It's not gonna be through war or through military strikes. That's only gonna make things worse.
What does it do to us? Why would a civilization decide at its peak evolution, as you just said, the high point of its existence, that it was going to treat enemy combatants as human beings? That is a kind of new innovation in world history, right? Absolutely. Is there any evidence that's ever happened before at any time ever?
Outside of European civilization, it would be really hard.
No, that's actually fair. No, a lot of people really don't understand that. Shout out to my man Muhammad. I'm weak. Another Muhammad spitting wisdom. But anyway, though, so he's not wrong. Guys, what are we in this war for Iran for? What did we attack them for? Because we wanted to push our political agenda upon them of them not having a nuclear weapon or not being able to enrich. Because remember how Trump was walking in. When he was walking in cocky, he was like, oh, yeah, Iran's not enriching whatsoever. Then once the war didn't really go his way, now he's like, all right, Iran can't have a nuke, which they've already said they're not going to do. But yeah, from their view, we're the terrorists because we're trying to push our political ideology on them. Bro, are we not trying to push regime change and change it from Islamic State to a more democratic one? Yeah, we're trying to push our political agenda on them, especially when it comes to their nukes. We're trying to control their nuclear policy, and we're willing to get violent about it. I mean, what's the definition of terrorism again? Maybe you might want to look it up.
Really hard to think of any examples.
Because traditionally, when I'm at war with you, I get to torture you to death, enslave your children, rape your wife, burn your fields, slay your livestock, literally whatever I want. I own you. You're not human.
Right. And, that's something that only emerges under conditions of under conditions of strong organization, leadership, internal discipline, and really just the organizational aspect of it, right? When you look at World War I, for example, absolutely savage war, where we were spraying cans of Raid at enemy lines just to choke people to death with gases. Horrible, horrible exterminationist war, but one that was almost entirely restricted to enemy soldiers. And when soldiers were taken captive, they were treated with dignity and respect by all sides, by the way. And when you see in Eastern and Central Europe, immediately after the war, same people who just fought this relatively organized, relatively disciplined war from 1914 to 1918, when all the empires broke down and the states fell apart and organization went away, you saw a descent into chaos and madness that's straight out of ancient history books, where wars became exterminationist to entire societies, where the goal was to wipe people out and push them out. And these are the same people who were fighting the war in a relatively
We're celebrating
disciplined way.
Christmas across the trenches, famously.
Right. I mean, that was Western Front guys, but like on the Eastern, because it was in the States specifically where everything fell apart, where the government, this is something that I've really been trying to convey in my World War II series right now, because it's, I think, very difficult for most Westerners to really picture the trauma that this would cause. I mean, when I was talking to my friend Jocko a while back, and he was describing how they'd be fighting in Ramadi, and it's just an insane gun battle, mortars going off, explosions, gunshots going everywhere. And so they would kick down a door, take cover inside of a building, and it's somebody's house. And like, there's the wife and the kids are hiding under the table. And like, that's what's going on. You have this flash of like, oh, wow, this is happening outside somebody's front door, And so back after the First World War, when the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Russian Empire, so basically everywhere from the Rhine to Vladivostok, the government just disappeared. All of them. In the course of about 18 months or so, all the governments disappeared. There's no police to call. There's no government to expect to come in and enforce order of any kind. You really saw a complete descent into primitive sort of human tendencies as people started to really focus on their immediate survival, as opposed to, things that we would associate with civilization, meaning that, the idea that you're living historically and are part of a chain of being that stretches out long before you were born and will continue long after you're dead. And there's certain things that you're expected to uphold as you steward, through these 70 or 80 years of your existence. When it's your turn to steward your civilization, there's certain things that you're expected to uphold and make sure that the next generation inherits them just as you inherited them. When all that falls apart and your time horizon collapses to this afternoon, because you're looking at your kids and there's no food and they're hungry and their bellies are bulging and their cheeks are sunken in, there's not going to be anything on your mind except for, how do I feed my children? And when people, when people's horizon shrinks down to that level, becomes something very close to animals. And that's what you saw happen immediately after the First World War in a lot of Eastern and Central Europe. And so this is something that, from a basic...
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie though, the massacring of the Germans after the Nazis conceded, was horrendous. It was like, why are we going this far again? Why are you authorizing literally the graping of and killing, the graping of their women and the killing of their children and men? It's like, what's going on here? I thought it was about being the Nazis. Why are we trying to take out why are we literally trying to genocide the Germans? Like, what's going on here? And that's literally what happened. It was a complete siege on Germany, and they end up killing a whole lot of Germans, damn near genociding them. About 2 to 3 million died. I know, right? Tough.
Level. You see, you can think of a lot of things like this where if you're the only person behaving this way, then it really makes no sense. And you're just going to end up nailed to a cross. Like, that's what's going to happen to you. But if everybody can come around and embrace these values and basically behave this way, then it's much, much better for everybody. And when you're able to achieve that, when you're able to get to a place where, because America had a reputation, it's not perfect, especially, in, what we used to call the third world, but, had a reputation that we might get carried away in a counterinsurgency, say. We may, in
Oh, no. I'm not bullshitting you. I got it right here. Right here, see? An estimate of 500,000 to over 2.2 million Germans died after World War II concluded in May 1945. These fatalities occurred primarily during the chaotic post-war period up to 1950. Like I said, I mean, like, bro, there was literally like propaganda being spread around to literally treat these people as like if they're animals, and they were treated as such. I was like, Jesus. Well, you can look into that yourself.
A total war, like the Second World War, drive ourselves to the point that we're firebombing cities. But there are still certain basic rules of fairness. Like, you don't start a war of aggression with a sneak attack in the middle of negotiations that people would have said, yeah, but America wouldn't do that. Even our enemies would have said that. And when you have achieved that, when you've gotten to a place where that really is true of your people, that's something that you really have to hold on to.
Like, bro, I know some guy, like, bro, that's one of the main reasons I'd be so disgusted with war, because it always turns into this like hatred of that one people, and it gets wild. Like, and that's literally what it was. It was like the engineered hatred of Germans. I mean, and it went outside of the Nazis. Like, they was actually practicing collective punishment because they was so pissed off the Nazis. They started treating the Germans like barbarians, like they were just animals, and they were killing them like they were too. I mean, you can damn near go through all, like, bro, they was having to do forced labors, like, bro. Of course, there was like flights and expulsions, of course, of Germans and all that, but most of them were just killed. I mean, like I said, bro, it got pretty fucked up for the Germans.
Because the minute you let go of it, you let go of that bar, that ledge, you start.
Oh, and the reason why you don't know about it is because it was the glorification of the Holocaust that overshadowed it. Because that was the only thing that you were supposed to care about, was just the Holocaust.
Falling down into that very dark place.
A bit too much with that one.
And the way you understand yourself changes, which is, I'm not saying it's the most important thing. How you treat other people is the most important thing. However, it's not unimportant how you see yourself. Like, I'm the sort of man who will do this. I'm the sort of man who will refuse to do that. And I think that's the idea from which self-respect and dignity grows, right? Like,
right. And our civilization is, emergent from our collective quality in that sense. How individuals see themselves, the sum of all those self-perceptions adds up to, to a society and a civilization eventually, and the direction that it's going to take. And when you stop seeing and treating people you're in conflict with as human beings and see them just purely as a material obstacle to whatever goal you've set for yourself, you're handing the reins over to Satan at that point.
I so strongly agree. The most distressing part of all of this, I had the same thoughts when this war started. It's hard to believe that. In fact, I couldn't believe we did that, or when we double tapped the girls' school. Even now, it's hard to believe that could have been intentional. But the unwillingness of the Secretary of War or the president to apologize for it, they've never apologized for it, suggests that.
And at first trying to deny that it was us. I mean, it's just like, if I was the emperor of the United States, and I could, you'd have to be the emperor, because if you're an elected official, our system just doesn't, it's not built to incentivize this kind of behavior. You could stay at war with Iran, fine, if there are reasons to be at war. I would offer restitution to the families of those girls.
Course.
In the middle of the war, I would do it. And I think that kind of thing goes a long way.
I mean, one, it'd be highly honorable, and it'd de-escalate things. It's like, hold on, pause, guys. Like, look. I know it's F you guys, but yeah, I'm not about collective punishment. So here's restitution to their families, and we can keep it going, but our bad. And I'm pretty sure that would, one, de-escalate things, and two, it also showed that we're not just savages.
Hey.
But what's so distressing is not just that, like, Trump did this. Well, obviously Trump is totally degraded.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. It's not that the American people, like, oh yeah, fuck those girls. No. Well, okay, there were some that was like that, actually. There were some that saying, well, at least they don't gotta grow up in Islam. And I'm like, oh my Lord. But yeah, but then there were also people who were just like, oh no, it was actually Iran who struck the school. It was Iran. And I'm like, you know what? I can almost appreciate that delusion. Why? Because it shows that you don't want it to be us, like I don't want it to be us either. But it was us.
As a person, that's widely known. But there was no kind of popular reaction against it. There were no protests. There was zero anti-war protests or zero anti-double tapping girls' school protests. There were almost no commentary in the fact it was a Pearl Harbor that we committed.
Yeah, I think about this a lot. One time when I was still with the DoD, I was out training a ship's crew on their missile defense system or their air defense system. This was it must have been 2019 or early 2020, just before COVID, because everybody's talking about the election that was coming up. And I remember one of the kids on the ship was 17 years old. His parents had to sign on the dotted line to let him get in at under 18 years old. And it hit me. This kid wasn't alive when 9/11 happened, which means for his entire life, and I mean, the people who are going to go out and protest, these are 17, 25-year-olds traditionally, right? All of that entire generation, we've been doing this stuff since as long as I can remember. Abu Ghraib, that was something they learned about in a history class, because that was something that was, they were three.
I mean, shoot, when I was born, Bill Clinton was fucking around in Somalia and destabilizing it. So, I mean, yeah, since I was born, they was doing this shit. Yeah, 1995. So that's about the time Bill Clinton was effing around in Somalia and basically destabilize it from supporting warlord to some warlord in Ethiopia.
Or 4 years old. And so we've been at war. And this is one of the real issues with prolonged, protracted war is the degradation of the spirit of the societies that are engaged in it. If you look at any conflict that's been really long running, the Israelis and the Palestinians, or the Israelis and the surrounding region in general, the Balkan wars, for example. You go to the Balkans today, you meet Serbs. My great grandmother was from Serbia. You go meet them. They're just Europeans. They're fine. It was not that long ago that they were fighting an absolutely savage war. I mean, at the bottom level of human conflict. And you say, well, how is this even possible? It's like, well, because when you're engaged in a conflict for that long, you're fighting a conflict your parents were fighting and their parents might have been fighting. That the hatred that is necessary to keep a conflict like that going over time, it comes to define who you are in important ways until you get out of that conflict cycle. And I think that comes back to what I said about Abu Ghraib a minute ago. People would have protested if we had opened the Iraq War in 2003 by killing 150 little girls. People would have had a problem with that. They wouldn't have overthrown the government. They wouldn't have necessarily, forced them to stop the war or anything but people would have had a problem with it. And public officials would have felt the need to explain themselves. But when that's all you've known, and anybody under really like 30 years old at this point, this has been their entire lives, it's not as shocking. It's just how the world works as far as they know.
Is that why Israel's been able to ethnically cleanse the territories, Gaza most of all, without anyone in our political class saying anything about it?
It's definitely one of the reasons. And it's why I think there's a tendency among really strong American Zionist elements who, and by strong, I mean the people who this is sort of their first and only issue, or at least their bottom line.
There are many of those.
There's been a push to sort of desensitize people to that kind of thing. And to place, here's a perfect example. When you were on, I believe it was your interview with Rogan, and you said the outrageous, just insane thing that maybe we shouldn't have nuked a couple cities full of civilians in Japan. And of all the things that you said in that interview, that was the thing that people were just so angry and so outraged by, right? Because the minute you start asking those kind of questions, that attitude.
It was like every pundit on Fox News was like up in arms about that. What do you mean we shouldn't have nuked the Japanese? What do you mean we shouldn't have killed 30,000 innocent civilians? I mean, bro, there could have been a better way instead of just killing about 30,000 to 100,000. 30,000 per bomb, like civilians, and causing a whole bunch of illnesses down the line and suffering down the line for Japan. I'm just saying, bro. It's like there could have definitely been a better way than just, like I said, taking out hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But they wouldn't have gave up. I don't know about that one. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think as soon as the Soviet Union put boots on the ground, and if we would have too, they'd have low key gave up. But I mean, F it. We wanted to test the nuke out because we've been building it this whole time. We finally got it to work. So what? We're just not going to use it? Of course we are. And we created every excuse in the world to use it. That's the real reality. Why we dropped the bomb? We built it. We need it. We want to use it, and we like to see things go boom. Now, I'm sorry, I am explaining it a bit childishly, but honestly, that's really why we did it.
Attitude carries over into the modern day, and you start judging decisions that we're making now according to these very human standards, and
but absolute standards. Like it's
absolute
always
standards.
wrong to murder civilians,
right?
No matter who does it.
And if because look, the bottom line is, for all of the influence and power that the Zionist lobby has in the United States, if Americans saw what was going on with the Palestinians and did not approve of it and demanded an end to it, they would have to stop. That's the bottom line. And so it's a strategic imperative for them, for people like
to corrupt people so completely that they don't even care that they're paying for genocide.
Yep.
I mean, to corrupt people so completely that they completely dehumanize the Palestinians. I mean, that is literally the goal of, Hezbollah or Israeli propaganda, is to get you to dehumanize, Muslim and Arabs, so you think it's okay when they get bombed and get their land stolen.
And
just to rot the souls of the host nation so thoroughly that it's like, no, that's fine.
It's a strategic imperative.
Yeah, okay. Boy, what a cost to us.
To them too. They might not know it, but to them too.
What do you mean?
The corruption, it corrupts the heart of the corrupter, just as much. So, they suffer from it as well, even if they don't know it.
I try to keep that in mind. Well, you probably have heard about the Van Man Company.
Oh, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, make sure to go ahead and super chat that in, guys. Appreciate the support.
With your bio, you spent 20 years working for the Defense Department, 10 active, 10 as a contractor. I think that's right. Working a lot of the time on missiles and missile defense. So would say you're literally an expert on that subject. And our munitions stock is like a big factor in how this goes going forward. So where does this war go, do you think?
It's hard for me to imagine. We were talking about this beforehand about how I'm always just hopelessly naive and optimistic when it comes to all these things. I was the guy, full admission, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, who was being like, no, I don't think they'll do it. That would be crazy.
I said that on TV, unfortunately.
Same thing as we were building up all of our munitions for this attack on Iran. I was the one saying, it just doesn't make any sense. Just from a technical standpoint, from a logistical standpoint, this doesn't make any sense because we're not going to invade Iran. Iran knows we're not going to invade Iran. I'm doing it again, by the way, right there. But this was my thinking. And so there are, knowing those things, there are just certain limitations to what we can do in a standoff war, meaning a war where we're mostly launching munitions from outside of Iran's borders for fear of their own air defense network and flying our own manned aircraft over them. And also, our strategy has changed over the last, over the course of the war on terror, where we have this very strong dependence on unmanned drones, the Reapers now, the Predators, famously in the Iraq and Afghanistan war, where, we've come to rely on them to a tremendous degree. But those things are not stealth platforms. You can't get real close with them. What you can do is launch long-range standoff weapons from far away. But there's only so much you can do with these things. People have this idea, I think, like if a missile hits this building that we're in, that's going to be really bad news for us. The people across the street, they'll probably be fine. This is not, these things are not nuclear weapons. Like a Tomahawk missile. You remember back when, in the first Trump administration, when he launched those Tomahawks at that Syrian airfield because they supposedly used chemical weapons.
Yeah.
Launched something like
that
80,
was a lie, I think we know.
Yeah. He launched something like 80 Tomahawk missiles at this airfield, and it was back up and running a week and a half later. I mean, these things are not massive payload because they got to fly 600 miles or something to get to the target, right? So a huge portion of it is just the rocket fuel to get it there. And so the payloads are 500 pounds, maybe, a little more or less than that, which is, again, if you're in the building, that's bad news, but you're not going to level of civilization as Donald Trump keeps threatening using standoff weapons like that. And so knowing that and having a rough idea, it's been a while since I've been in the game, but having a rough idea of what our stockpiles are, of what's involved with, fighting a long distance war like that, where our bases that are in theater are under assault and mostly not usable. It makes the logistical element extremely difficult. I was describing to you how if you have a destroyer, which is our primary air and ballistic missile defense platform, and also the platform from which we launch our Tomahawk missiles, and we have submarines as well, but mostly destroyers and cruisers, and more destroyers than cruisers now. You've got 128 missile cells. Some of those are going to be intermediate range anti-aircraft, anti-cruise missile SM-2 type missiles. Some of those are going to be Tomahawks, and depending on what the mission is, will depend on the total loadout, but some of those are going to be Tomahawks. Some of those are going to be vertically launched torpedoes. Some of those are going to be really short range ESSMs. And then some of them are going to be long range ballistic missile defense missiles, right? So let's say you've got 32 long range anti-ballistic missile defense missiles.
All right, guys, I got to call it time on this one, man. Hey, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel on your way out if you haven't subscribed already, guys. Appreciate the support, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end it out on this one.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh!